World-shaking battle reaches final breath. A blazing pillar tears through ruined sky, armies clash below and hidden fighter closes in on one truth. Destroy this pulsing core and Demon Lord dies. Hooded young man holds glowing heart in both hands, calm while battlefield burns around him. Wounded armored demon coughs blood and confirms it. This is Demon Lord's heart and destruction waits in his grip. Wolfsman Lord laughs through blood not at defeat, but at irony. He always thought no human could kill him, except someone like this shadowy hero. Even final words honor killer hiding outside hero's spotlight. Heart gets crushed. Demon Lord accepts death by this unseen hand, not by hero. Communication device confirms mission complete. Demon Lord's death verified, return at once, and above all stay hidden from hero, because his existence must remain secret. War ends but peace leaves hooded boy empty. Raised only as tool to win great war, he wonders what life even means now that final mission is done. Victory belongs to hero in public, while real killer stands alone with no place in New World. Terraria Kingdom celebrates in capital Makurla. Streets burst with bargains for hero's victory, but hooded boy slips through shadows toward Royal Castle meeting room. Someone praises him from behind. Good work, as always. Inside meeting room, glasses-wearing young woman greets him by name, Chris. She asks about Demon Lord, and he reports everything went smoothly. Soon world will hear only one story. Hero defeated Demon Lord. Chris shows no shock at stolen credit. Organization trained them this way, so name of Slayer means nothing to her. Then question changes. He turns 15 this year. Before Chris can react, massive stack of documents crashes down. His job history, proof of accomplishments too big to ignore. Glasses-wearing woman lays out hidden rule behind world salvation. Demon Lord is disaster with will of its own. Hero is hope made flesh. And great hero demon war has repeated 3 times in 30 years. Now fourth war ends as humanity's victory. At least, story world is allowed to know. She explains cruel math of hero effect. Country that produces heroes gains glory, influence, and riches if Demon King falls. But if hero fails, Terraria risks worst fate. Hero born in its land, yet unable to defeat Demon King. So leaders created organization to support hero from both sides. Light and shadow. Own name drops like Secret Blade. Special mission army organization. Inside it moves the shadows. Covert group that ignores legality and acts unseen. 4 years ago, mission changed from only supporting hero to substituting hero. And Chris admits Chris understands reason better than she does. Reason is brutal. War grew fiercer. Hero could not even beat mere demon, and that demon became enemy they needed to destroy just to reach Demon Lord Castle. Again and again, hero fought. Again and again, hero lost even with strongest knights gathered from around world. Panic spread through watchers in dark. Hero challenged demon bravely, but each clash ended with grave injuries and rescue. Fear sharpened into one terrible question. Would humanity be destroyed for losing to Demon Lord for first time in history? Then, suddenly, something changed. Chris cuts through long explanation and demands straight truth. Answer lands heavy. One organization member ended up killing Demon in Hero's stead. That member was Chris. Before Demon Lord fell, he had already been replacing Hero when Hero could not win. Chris pushes back with one obvious point. In first place, Chris only acted because she gave order. She flusters, remembering she had promised to take full responsibility, then hides behind policy. After that incident, organization entered front lines, fought many demons, and handed every accomplishment to Hero to keep their existence secret. Even so, Chris notices her discontent. Glasses-wearing woman reminds him their contribution dwarfs knights and Hero, yet secrecy protects them. Publicly, they are only army handymen. If superiors see him as risk, he could face accidental death. Then she smiles, says he already knows how organization works, and moves to main matter. Glasses-wearing woman drops final verdict. Organization dissolution already decided. With Demon Lord defeated, Special Mission Army lost purpose, and Chris has prepared for this moment, but question cuts deeper than orders. If shadows vanish, what should he do now? Chris understands hint before she says it. She will handle consultation about his future, though he doubts he even has right to choose one. She asks for any plan he may have, promises to match it, and reveals higher-ups already assigned her to guide him, because his achievements put him above everyone else. When asked about future, Chris freezes. No dream rises. No plan appears. Glasses-wearing woman tells him anything is fine, but as he starts to answer, she shuts him down instantly, because at 15, copying her kind of work is no future at all. Her tone softens and old truth surfaces. Chris was picked up by organization at 5, then spent 10 years fighting for kingdom and war. Enough. From now on, she tells him he will live for himself, yet Chris can barely grasp what that means. Inside him, emptiness speaks louder than victory. He does not know what he protected, how many comrades died, or why killing Demon Lord left him feeling nothing. Watching peaceful streets and smiling people, he wonders what drives them, and what peace even means to someone raised only for war. The answer finally breaks through. Chris wants to know that ordinary life. He wants normal days, freedom, something people his age take for granted. He asks if that will do, and her hidden smile says request is more than enough. She approves completely and gives him path. Academy life. Crisps at word. But logic is clear. If he wants normal life at 15, he should study with his peers, not sneak through another undercover mission. For once, blending in means living, not hiding. The first problem appears immediately. Name. Chris admits, he was only called by number until now, and her first ideas, John then Michael, do not fit. He argues names become normal through use, which shocks her because that is exactly how his number worked. Then she lands on new name. Twait, written like 28, and strangely it works. Chris begins making Twait's new life at once, rushing out to prepare biodata and educational background. Before she leaves, he stops her with one quiet thank you, admitting he survived this long because of her. Chris's composure shatters. She trembles, cries, and tells him not to say things like that because she has always thought of him as her little brother. Even while sobbing, she reminds him to attend school opening ceremony. And from there, his life as Twait begins. Royal Academy Bildart's opening ceremony arrives, but Twait's normal life hits disaster in first step. He calls Chris, reports something terrible happened, and deadpans truth. He is lost. Chris snaps through call, stunned that he got lost after leaving so confidently. Twait studies his surroundings, sees only huge mansions and no school-like building. Then worries he may be late on first day. One turn changes everything. Gates burst open before him, and Chris confirms he is not lost at all. This enormous estate is Bildart's Royal Academy. Twait can only stare and mutter that it is humongous. Bildars reveals its scale with quiet pressure. Greatest academy in kingdom, oldest record, richest history, legendary reputation, and training ground of current hero, Xian Vale. Memory returns to Chris's briefing. After Hero's victory and expected economic surge, Bildart's changed admissions. Starting this year, Academy splits into two paths, Hero Course and Common Course, one built to train heroes, another made calmer for peaceful times. Chris explains hidden divide. Hero Course applicants can fall into Common Course if they fail entrance exam, while Common Course needs only document screening. Different facilities are already creating gap, but Twait cares about one thing only. Common Course means normal life. Admission line finally moves, and Twait follows without fuss, until a bold woman in armor storms onto a raised platform. She thanks everyone for coming, declares herself Bildart's Academy Hero Course instructor Farnaz Evans, and proudly reminds crowd this legendary Academy-trained current hero. Farnaz admits admission process changed this year, but claims student quality still gives her nothing to worry about. With little time left, she cuts her speech short. Common Course students should head to classrooms, while Hero Course hopefuls remain for exam. For Twait, Academy life is finally about to begin. Twait's hand trembles, not from battle but from ordinary nerves. He tells himself old soldier power, killing know-how, and deception tricks are useless now. No more missions, no more shadows. He wants one thing only. Live normally as Common Course student. Arnaz raises hand with feral grin and launches twist Twait never saw coming. Hero Course entrance exam begins now. Twait goes blank. His peaceful path has been shoved straight toward battlefield before first class even starts. Rule is simple and insane. Battle royale among everyone present. Time limit, 1 hour. Whole old academy building becomes arena, barrier already raised, strongest magic allowed. Farnaz roars that Hero Course is not for people who admire hero from behind. It is for next generation hero candidates. The crowd answers with fierce obedience, but Twait stands frozen. Instructor orders all exam takers to old building, and someone notices his hesitation. A smiling man teases him for getting cold feet, then laughs that if he wants to quit, he should at least go out in blaze of glory. Twait can only think he wanted Common Course. Twait tries to salvage plan. Common Course has no exam, so even if he passes by accident, transfer should solve everything. But Farnaz reveals instructors will monitor every move through long-range mirrors around old building. For someone trained to never appear in front of those mirrors, being watched like this feels worse than combat. Exam begins. Explosions tear through old academy as candidates unleash magic without holding back. Twait hides, thinking Hero Course chaos is expected, but he has no need to pass. Still, retiring too early could cause trouble later, so his normal life now depends on failing carefully. Twait calculates exam like quiet assassination. Around 1,000 candidates, only 100 pass, so each person needs roughly 10 defeats. His plan sounds harmless in his head. Beat only 5 half-heartedly. Then blonde boy rushes in, and Twait vanishes past him before poor opponent can even understand what happened. A soft apology comes first. Impact comes next. Blonde boy is struck, thrown aside, and left staring at empty air while Twait keeps moving with same blank calm. Count already drops. 4 more people. Fear spreads before footsteps do. Another candidate sees something flicker and whispers, "Shadow?" Then body after body falls in silence. Blonde boy spins around, sweating, asking what is happening, until sudden splash of force answers from behind. Blonde boy realizes one thing. He cannot win against this person. Running becomes only choice. But moment he turns, hidden bomb trap detonates in hallway, coughing smoke around him. Twait had already read escape route, and now fleeing looks impossible. Pinned by panic, blonde boy begs for answer. Are people who pass exam all like Twait? Twait gives brutal honesty, no idea. He is going to common course anyway. To him, this whole nightmare is still side errand. 2 more people left, another crash echoes. Twait notes 4th defeat, but new problem steps into path. Farnes herself, sword raised and laughing like exam is playground. She mocks him, says weak swings will never hit her, while Twait quietly calls prank childish. Farnes charges anyway, and Twait's eyes sharpen. Her draw is too fast for normal sight, maybe boosted by CQC magic rage to raise physical ability. Blades meet in instant clash. An instructor's grin falters at his quick swordsmanship. Elsewhere, 2 girls clash with sharp steel and sharper speed until one tumbles, skirt flipped up. Twait notices awkward danger from sidelines and wonders if he should say something. He says it plainly, her skirt is rolled up. Battle pressure dies into pure embarrassment. Embarrassment detonates faster than magic. Long-haired girl screams, "You pervert!" and lashes out, but Twait avoids killing intent and pins her with fixation before damage spreads. In seconds, accusation turns into restraint, and his 5th target lies right in front of him. Twait decides one clean knockout will end his quota, but tied-up girl stops him cold. She offers proposal, help her defeat instructor. Twait asks what benefit he gets, and she names tempting prize, 1 million gold reward for beating Farnes, all handed to him. Money is tempting, but Twait sees through her first excuse. She claims she only wants strong opponents for future reference, then grins like someone starving for combat and asks if Farnes's smug face makes him want to punch her. Twait's verdict comes flat, battle maniac. Still, plan does not sound bad. Twait accepts, calmly. Then she reveals she could free herself all along, slipping loose as if rope meant nothing. She wanted his guard lowered so they could talk properly. Used to tactics like this, she introduces herself with confidence. Alicia. Twait gives his name, and alliance forms in ruined hallway. Alicia explains specialty, close combat magic and sword fighting, but short reach leaves her weak in long-range battles. Twait answers with long-range magic, telling her to take vanguard while he covers rear. Plan sharpens. Alicia believes Farnes is close-range fighter too, so distance may not matter much, but if fight stretches out, she will count on Twait. He answers with crisp confidence, then adds one suggestion, one quiet move before hunt begins. Farnes finds Alicia alone and immediately notices missing partner. She praises Alicia's swordsmanship but calls her strict code of conduct a weakness. Alicia asks if exam uses points, because no matter how many she loses, someone who defeats instructor cannot fail, right? Farnes smiles like predator and guarantees it. That is all Alicia needs. Rage ignites her body, boots crack floor and she launches in. Steel flashes. Farnes laughs that she is too weak, then drives her back with brutal speed. No rest, no mercy. Real instructor hunt begins. Farnes spots trick instantly. Alicia has turned fixation into shield, and Farnes praises clever defense before her eyes slide to weapon in Alicia's hands. That sword is magic. Farnes admits it, but warns it is only stronger equipment, not enough to decide fight by itself. Farnes reads Alicia's style too easily. Knight's swordsmanship written plainly in documents Alicia never even checked. Then Farnes surges in, calling exam fair because she wanted it this way. If Alicia loses here, Farnes will report failure herself. No appeal, no mercy. Alicia refuses. She demands decision here and now, but hidden threat finally moves. Twait raises borrowed cane like sniper rifle. Calm as death, and Farnes's shock cuts through clash. Snipe, he says, and battle changes shape. Twait has already planned his position. He warned Alicia beforehand, keeping outside Farnes's field of view so she cannot read his aim. First shot screams across ruins, but Farnes blocks with magic sword at impossible speed. Even Twait notes it. Her reaction is inhuman. Farnes's blade blocks shots too cleanly, maybe built for stamina contests. But Twait has own weakness. Random cane lacks real firepower. Still, his mouth curves. Weak weapon or not, he is starting to understand how to use it. Pressure doubles. Alicia rushes in from front, forcing Farnes to guard, while Twait fires from blind angle. Third shot. Fourth shot. Farnes snaps, ordering Alicia aside because every second trap between them turns instructor's confidence into a cage. Then Twait closes final gap. One last shot slams into Farnes's magic sword at point-blank range, right where defense matters most. His voice stays cold. And, we're done. The question hangs heavy. Have Twait and Alicia really beaten Farnes? Answer lands with crack and snap. Twait's cane shot shatters through, Farnes's weapon breaks, and Alicia stares in fury as battle with instructor reaches brutal conclusion. Victory feels inches away, but broken steel may only be beginning. Farnes and Alicia both freeze at impossible break. Twait has not fired randomly at all. Every shot hits same exact spot on Farnes's sword. With final flick, he hands victory to Alicia and says it is all hers now. Alicia sees opening and smiles. Farnaz realizes too late. Twait forced her to block every bullet, shaping her defense until Blade itself became trap. Alicia leaps in, blade flashing toward perfect chance. Fulll stops at Farnaz's neck. Alicia declares battle over, and proud instructor exhales defeat. Farnaz admits it plainly, she lost. For first time in exam, loudest warrior in room has nothing left to say. Afterward, shattered weapon drops to floor. Farnaz turns toward Twait and recognized as one snipe. She praises his skill, but Alicia catches detail that makes her head spin. When they split up, Twait did not even have that magic staff. Twait answers like it is nothing. He found Examini nearby carrying staff, took him down and borrowed it, local procurement, in his words. Alicia stares in disbelief. In that short time, he defeated someone, got weapon, and still set up perfect support. Alicia remembers his earlier plan. Twait said critical snipe shot would decide fight, or he would neutralize Farnaz himself if needed. Farnaz's swordsmanship was top class, deflecting bullets by changing trajectory, but Twait kept drilling same point with godlike precision until logic itself could not deny result. Twait hands staff back, plan away. Prize money? Alicia can keep it. He does not need reward. As exam whistle screams through ruins, he only feels exhausted. All he wanted was common course, yet somehow he became center of strangest victory. Whistle ends Bildart's Royal Academy entrance exam. Students gather in auditorium and hear results. Then Twait gets exactly what he wanted, or so he thinks. He failed exam. Quiet goal achieved, but at academy like this, failure may not mean freedom. Uniforms decide fate next. Hero course students take white, common course students take black, and Twait finally gets what he wanted. Quiet place in common course. Then Alicia steps in, sees his black uniform, and shock hits her face like second exam result. Silence hangs between Twait and Alicia until teacher enters with calm smile. She introduces herself as Sylvia McKenna, homeroom teacher for Class 1D in senior department and magic arts instructor. Then she confirms Bildarts now runs 2 tracks, hero course and common course. Sylvia makes one thing clear. Different courses do not mean separate lives. General lectures bring both sides together. So hero students and common students sit in same classroom for next 3 years. Twait's ordinary life begins, but not far from battlefield elites. The moment class ends, Alicia grabs Twait wrist and drags him away. She wants official complaint. To her, his black uniform makes no sense, because she is treated as if she defeated Farnaz alone, while Twait stands there like none of it involved him. Farnaz appears before complaint can even begin. She says, common course was Twait's own wish, but she still has matter to discuss. Reason he failed was brutally simple. Long-range mirror recorded almost no footage of him during exam. Alicia blanks out. Farnaz admits everyone knows Twait, and Alicia teamed up and beat her, and witnesses saw Alicia's achievements clearly. But Twait? On long-range mirror, he is absent. According to footage, he defeated no one at all. Twait can only mutter apology. Twait finally explains. He avoided long-range mirrors on purpose because old habits from organization still run through him. Farnaz calls that self-handicapping, but Alicia asks if he can still enter hero course. Answer possible, but only next year. Alicia protests anyway. Twait has everything hero course needs. Alicia reveals real reason beneath anger. She wanted Twait beside her in hero course so they could grow stronger together. Twait stays unreadably calm, and Farnaz tells him to be considerate. Then she drops heavier hint. Alicia's background is unusual, especially her birthplace. An academy has seen such cases before. Bildarts even gives every student private dorm room, and Twait quietly marvels at academy generosity while finishing daily quota. Then exhausted blonde boy collapses at gate, gasping that it took far longer than expected. Twait checks on him, but when boy claims he is fine, Twait cuts through lie immediately. Blonde boy introduces himself as Olan Everest, same class as Twait, and admits he barely noticed him before. Then memory clicks. Twait says his name, and Olan realizes he is the guy who left hero course with beautiful girl after HR. Twait corrects him flatly. They only met during hero course exam, and joining exam was mistake. Olan sees Twait's body and makes casual guess. Veteran warrior. He says he once stepped onto battlefield, then left right after, carrying wound deeper than flesh. His body was trained, but his heart was still naive. Then his eyes fall on Wait's scars, and question turns sharp. How did he get them? Wait understands danger instantly. Too many questions could expose organization, so lie must stay simple and boring. Olan thinks scars look human-made, not demon wounds, but to Wait answers with deadpan confidence, workplace injuries. Before academy, he helped family cleaning business. In other words, he was town janitor. Olan nearly explodes. How could town janitor end up with wounds like that? Twait covers face and insists amateurs cannot understand stubborn stains. Some grime hides where normal people never see, and removing it gets dangerous. Olan slowly accepts nightmare logic. Cleaning town sounds much harder than expected. Olan smiles and says he understands. but warns Twait to stop showing that body around or people will keep asking questions. Twait accepts calmly. For man trying to live normal life, even scars have become secret battlefield. Class shifts into history. Half-year ago, public record says 4th Hero Vale defeated Demon Lord, ending 4th Great Hero Demon War. Teacher asks who supported subjugation besides Hero Party. One polished boy answers smoothly, naming Terraria Royal Knights and True Luminous Knight Order of Turgan Duchy, earning praise from classmates. Teacher keeps lesson moving, asking about knight orders from other countries. Twait, half-bored, answers with exact detail. Holy Arcadia Kingdom's Silver Ruby and Sapphire Orders, Stanley Empire's Brilliant Knight Order, and Farron Demonkin Nation's Dragon Hunter's Knight Order. Teacher beams at his knowledge. Class erupts around him, but Twait sits in silence, because for him, war history is not textbook. It is memory. Classroom peace breaks fast. Polished boy calls out Twait, warning him not to get ahead of himself. To him, Common Core students are failed, Hero Course rejects, and sharing classroom does not make them equal. Even teacher's earlier warning about gap between courses lands exactly on target. Alicia only answers with mild, distant agreement, leaving Twait unsure how to react. When she asks whether he plans to keep hiding his true power, Twait admits he does not want to expose himself more than necessary, but he will not pretend helpless when he can act. Alicia points out obvious contradiction. Someone trying to hide strength would not defeat teacher during entrance exam. Then Alicia says his name and makes direct offer. Become her special training partner. Twait asks point of training, and answer is simple enough to be dangerous, getting stronger. He argues that strength for battle matters less, now that Great War is over except in rare cases. But Alicia still grips her uniform and says she wants to become stronger anyway. Twait understands quickly. Alicia's fixation on strength is not casual ambition. It is almost obsession, and likely reason she came to Academy. Training with her might reveal more about circumstances she hides, but problem is obvious. Whatever surrounds Alicia is probably not normal, and normal everyday life is exactly what Twait wants. Twait refuses. Alicia accepts with surprising calm, then admits she expected that answer and has no intention of forcing her values onto others. Twait, caught off guard by her maturity, offers different path instead. Not training partners, just normal friends. Twait holds out his hand and makes boundary clear. He cannot be her training partner, but he can be her friend. Alicia smiles, accepts, and shakes on it. Then Twait explains his hesitation. He does not trust techniques learned in short crisis periods, and he still does not know what she has on hand. No rush. Slow and steady. Alicia thanks him and promises to remember warning. Then chaos returns as Olin bursts in, yelling that they are flirting. Beside him, Grant seems to have been there too, and in panic he asks if he can also be Alicia's friend. Alicia answers with bright smile, sure, she hopes they get along. Twait's quiet friendship plan instantly becomes louder than expected. The new episode opens with lesson on magic itself. In this world, magic is mainly divided into 5 types: close quarters, supports, long-range shooting, smart, long-range supports, and fixed-point setup. Combat and shooting describe usage, while close quarters, long-range, and fixed-point setup define range, rules that turn power into strategy. Magic practice begins outside, and Sylvia announces long-range shooting training with target practice. Common Course students join too, which sparks confusion right away. When one girl asks why they need combat magic, Sylvia only smiles, apologizes, and says they have misunderstood purpose. Sylvia explains target practice is not about learning long-range shooting itself. It is about controlling magic properly. Then she lifts ring-shaped wand, reshapes magic into flowing form, and calls it alchemy. A close-quarters combat magic used more in daily life and industry than by knights or adventurers. To prove her point, Sylvia sends 5 water balls flying straight into targets, everyone dead center. Her smile stays gentle, but requirement is merciless. Everyone must hit with that level of accuracy at bare minimum. Twait watches applause rise around him, and suspicion quite sharpens. Maybe Sylvia and Farnez really did mentor Xian Vale. Practice finally starts, but Twait raises hand with awkward problem. He asks if he can use bullet instead. Sylvia hesitates, because bullet is simplest long-range shooting magic, only E rank. She tells him to use lesson to practice higher D rank spells like water ball or fireball. Twait agrees, already sensing disaster. Twait, E rank magic is beginner level, something elementary students learn in days. Failing at it would make him stand out in worst way. Meanwhile, Alicia draws whispers from classmates as she shows excellent firing magic too, becoming instant celebrity. Twait sees his chance. With all eyes on Alicia, his turn slips closer. Twait steps up and casts fireball. But magic sputters weakly, floats forward, then vanishes before reaching target. Shock ripples through crowd. Some students laugh that common coursers never cease to impress, while one girl stares in disbelief. Twait, expression blank, has managed to look painfully ordinary. Then Hero Course pride cuts in. A neatly dressed blonde boy shoves Twait aside and tells Common Courser to move. Olin snaps that it is still Twait's turn, but Gran tells him to stop. Even Twait admits truth calmly. He really is lacking in capability here. After class, Olin slams frustration onto desk, furious at Hero Corps students getting cockier every day. Gran hates fights, but says he cannot ignore harassment forever. Then his face lights up with terrible solution. Instead of picking fight, he suggests picking up girls after school, and Twait can only echo phrase in confusion. Gran launches lesson with terrifying confidence. Capital is full of hotties, and Trick is pretending to be used to talking with them. Twait listens, stunned, while Gran declares he will show example himself. First target appears. First disaster loads. Gran runs ahead before Twait even agrees, leaving him alone by stone wall. Twait admits this is first time going out with someone after school. Until now, books filled that time. With Special Mission Army organization gone, academy life has replaced missions, and one thought rises quietly. As Twait, maybe he should seek experiences he never had before. Experience hits Gran in face. He asks girl for moment of time, smile completely distorted and gets slapped as pervert. Twait watches coldly while Gran wonders why mental practice failed. Brutal answer lands. His success existed only in fantasy. Gran refuses defeat and charges again, only to get slapped again. Then he turns with shameless confidence and says next up is Twait. Twait hesitates but decides to try anyway. If he has come this far, maybe old organization advice can help. When things go well, choose proper timing to introduce himself. Twait spots suspicious details fast. Girl's earrings point to Arcadia, her shoes are muddy, her arms show luggage marks, and she likely came from outside castle walls. He approaches politely, mentions Arcadia, then guides conversation toward castle sightseeing. She relaxes, and Twait's bait quietly lands. Now Twait smiles like perfect town guide. Since her shoes are dirty and she seems unsure about entering castle, he offers nearby shoe shop. Girl brightens immediately, until Twait adds that he is with friend and asks if Gran can come too. Gran appears with nightmare face, and her trust vanishes in one sprint. The girl runs away while Gran and Twait can only apologize to empty air. Gran calls Twait gifted at picking up girls. Twait shrugs it off as former occupation experience. They decide to try once more, but Gran's gratitude twists into betrayal. Having Twait as friend feels great, and cutting ties with him feels even greater. Gran locks onto another cute girl in white dress, and Twait feels he knows her from somewhere. He still approaches first. The girl asks for place to sit and rest, lost after arriving in capital. Twait offers to take her there himself, and she smiles with such relief that his simple plan suddenly works far better than expected. Twait pushes too hard with smooth offer, promising to treat girl to anything she likes. She freezes, politely asks to discuss it with friend first, and Twait instantly realizes he may have tugged too hard. Then answer comes from behind him. Sure, why not? But smile waiting there belongs to Alicia, and it looks nothing like mercy. At cafe table, Alicia delivers verdict with dead eyes and cold drink in hand. She is disappointed. Twait insists today is first time he has ever tried picking up girls. Nobody believes him. He bows with Gran in full apology mode, but Alicia cuts straight through escape route. What were they doing out there? Alicia lets them off with drink refills, then asks whether they even remember faces of classmates. Twait finally realizes why girl felt familiar. Her name is Ms. A. Howens, same, high school first year, common course class 1D. He forgot to memorize people's faces because he lost old danger sense. Gran somehow noticed immediately. Grong explains Mise is idol among common course students, beautiful, admired, and determined to become adventurer despite danger. Mise shrinks from praise, embarrassed because she even failed hero course exam. Alicia turns on Twait next. If he knew, why did he not tell her? Gran laughs that he thought Twait might win her over, and Alicia names him lowlife without hesitation. Even after being called lowlife, Alicia's face turns serious. She asks why Twait held back during practical magic lesson. Twait answers simply, he did not hold back. Fireball was all he could do. Alicia presses contradiction. He can use Snipe D-rank spell, so failing Fireball makes no sense. Twait admits ugly truth. For long-range shooting, he only knows Snipe and Bullet. Jock hits table. Alicia realizes Twait can use only 2 long-range shooting spells. Twait clarifies he has not failed to learn other magic. He never learned it at all. In organization, even soldiers usually studied more spells, but his instructor told him these 2 were more than enough. For Twait, magic was never education. It was weapon selection. Alicia blurts out impossible question. With only that, he still defeated Farnes in entrance exam. Mise asks if Alicia was not one who defeated Farnes, and Alicia corrects record. Actual one was Twait, not her. Twait warns that is misleading, but before explanation can settle, shouting erupts outside. Another classmate problem has found them. Outside, noble boy Sieg berates shop owner over broken decorative sword, demanding compensation until another young noble tells him sword that breaks in test swing deserves none. Alicia warns this will escalate, because nobles like that kill for personal interest without blinking. Then Sieg notices her group, raises sword, and declares he will teach Commoner what happens when Commoner opposes noble, with his own hands. Alicia's answer cuts through street. That is murder. White laughs off murder like word itself is beneath him, calling it punishment instead. Alicia and Mizé protest, but Sieg's eyes drift to Twait's black uniform, and his contempt sharpens. To him, Twait is not even worth respect, only failed common course trash, who cannot use D-rank magic. Weg turns his arrogance into invitation. He tells Alicia she might be commoner, but as hero course student, he acknowledges her value, and offers to teach her how to choose better company. Then he stretches out hand and says to join him. Alicia's answer drops cold. That confidence of his is anything but reliable. Alicia smiles and lands blow where noble pride hurts most. Twait is stronger than him. Sieg's face twists. Mana crackles around his hand, judgment gone, humiliation taking over. Alicia finally says what she needed to say, while Twait and Gran can only watch noble boy snap. Street turns dangerous an instant. Sieg roars that he will erase them, magic exploding around his drawn sword as bystanders panic. Twait senses disaster before anyone else. A blur cuts through air, and Sieg's cheek splits open. Twait stands calm with one finger raised, warning him to stop spell and sheath sword, because next time, he will not miss. Order, rage boiling hotter than fear. Twait gives final warning, but Sieg still moves. Then black bullet flashes. It tears straight through Sieg's palm before he can act, leaving him screaming, bleeding, and staring at hole in his own hand. Collapses, clutching wound and shrieking that he will murder Twait. His followers drag him away before damage gets worse, while Twait stays unmoved and gives one simple demand. Pay for sword. Sieg leaves with threat instead, shaking with shame as broken pride rattles louder than his injury. Afterward, Alicia asks what Twait just used. He answers without drama, E-rank spell bullet. But Alicia understands how wrong that sounds. Bullet is only lump of mana fired at enemy, impossible for Sieg to fail blocking, unless Twait customized it to focus on speed and piercing far beyond normal limits. Her question changes completely. What on earth is he? Next day at Academy, Gran is already shouting about food, while Twait calmly heads to cafeteria first. Sieg is absent. Twait assumes he chose rest over risk after yesterday, though wound should heal overnight with support magic. Because of Twait's shot, Sieg now has hole in hand, and Academy calm feels thinner than ever. Alicia finds Twait in Academy Hall and goes straight to missing threat. Sieg is absent today. Twait thought Sieg would come looking for revenge, but Alicia refuses to relax. Yesterday, he looked completely abnormal. Then she shifts topic, asking where they usually eat lunch, and Twait answers, cafeteria. Twait explains Mizé is eating with other friends today, so Alicia decides to come with him instead. Then he asks blunt question, does she not have any hero course friends? Alicia explodes at his rudeness, insists she is independent, not lonely, and Twait calmly translates it anyway, so she is loner. Alicia lays out Academy reality. Since courses split into hero course and common course, white uniforms and black uniforms have become invisible walls. Hero course students look down on common course students as if it is natural. Alicia hates those conversations, so she avoids making friends with them. Then her eyes catch Twait's collar, and one tiny disorder becomes next emergency. Twait says he left collar open on purpose because other students do it too, but Alicia treats it like battlefield violation. He remembers old life as country's shadow janitor, secretly cleaning trash from hero's path, and admits if his superior had seen his collar like this, his head might have flown. Alicia's casual complaint suddenly hits old survival instinct. Alicia steps close and takes over. She tells him not to move, fixes collar with careful hands, then states her opinion. Dressed properly suits him better. Twait stands still, caught off guard by distance and gentleness, while her gaze rises with quiet force. Then she begins with one loaded word. Say. Alicia asks if he has any interest in opposite gender. In situations like this, she says he should act embarrassed or something. Twait answers too honestly, she is only adjusting his collar. So Alicia escalates. She leans in close enough to steal his breath and asks, what if she does this? Silence breaks. Alicia's face floods red first, and Twait, still calm, calls out her name. Then he says the last thing she expected. Her eyelashes are quite long. Her entire composure detonates. She recoils, shouting in pure confusion, while Twait is left murmuring awkwardly at her reaction. Alicia hides her face, furious that he would say something like that after she tried to make him blush. Twait points out she started it, but she blames him anyway, then declares his hidden side only makes her want to reveal it more. Twait accepts human nature, but says her method needs work. Alicia claims she has already defined him in her mind, and Twait turns back with calm challenge. Then let him hear it. Alicia finally delivers her judgment with finger pointed like verdict. Twait is shady, brutal, simple. Next day, that harmless tease gets buried under new trouble. In classroom, Twait studies quietly until Sieg appears with followers and calls him out. Ob misremembers his name as Twait or something, then announces challenge before everyone. Duel. Shock spreads across room. Alicia, Gran, Maze, even nearby students freeze. Sieg grins, dragging up what happened 2 days ago. Furious that commoner dared insult heir of Falchion household, Alicia steps in fast, reminding Sieg of Bildart's academy rule. While students remain here, social status means nothing. Commoners, nobles, even royalty stand equal. Sieg tells her to shut up. His hand lashes toward her, but before it can become worse, Twait catches his wrist. Twait grips Sieg's hand hard enough to stop him cold, and says duel has not even started. Sieg threatens next time he will not merely grab Twait's hand, but Twait stays flat and clear. They did nothing wrong back there. Still, he sees risk instantly. If Sieg runs wild, other students may get pulled into it. Twait bows and apologizes, asking Sieg to let matters slide. Sieg answers with one word no. His smile twists with ugly joy as he declares he must shame Twait in front of everyone. To him, Twait is nail sticking out, and nail must be hammered down. Twait cuts through noise and asks if all this is revenge. Sieg explodes, calling it justified revenge because his reputation was damaged. Then, Elise's tone changes. She says revenge, and suddenly suggests Twait accept duel. Even Twait turns, surprised by her sudden shift. Alicia explains she is not defending Sieg. Nobles get stubborn when they believe reputation has been harmed, and refusing now may let trouble snowball later. Twait sighs, accepts logic, and takes challenge. Sieg's grin spreads into something dark, because he finally got stage he wanted. The news tears through academy. Hero course student versus common course student. Twait thinks losing on purpose may solve it, but Alicia shuts that down. He cannot pretend weakness when he can act, and she knows it. With sharp smile, she admits this may be chance to see what he has been hiding all along. Twait thinks losing in humiliating way would end things fastest, but that path carries bigger poison. If he falls too hard, Sieg grows worse. Hero course arrogance spreads, and gap between hero and common course widens. His defeat might become spark that burns whole academy balance. When asked if he is done preparing, Twait answers yes, though unease still clings to him. Alicia steps forward as referee, setting terms. Duel ends when one side surrenders or can no longer fight. Then Sieg grips something hidden under cloth, and Twait's calm eyes narrow at one question. What is that thing? Duel begins, and Sieg tears cloth away. Alicia gasps first. Students stare from doorway. In Sieg's hand gleams Erd Kaiser, magic wand known from endgame of 4th Great Hero Demon War, and he sneers that foolish common course student like Wait could never know it. Wait understands at once why Sieg skipped class. He was preparing that. Lightning erupts from military-grade wand as Sieg raises it high, grinning like duel already belongs to him. Then he launches lightning spear, and Twait's expression hardens under incoming blast. Lightning tears across arena floor, but Twait slips away with rat-like speed. Sieg clicks his tongue, calling him nimble, then says first he will kill Twait, and after that he will kill everyone else. Twait stops treating it as mere tantrum. Those words cross line. Face twists into open madness. Accidents are common in duels, he says, and his eyes move toward Alicia. He promises to handle that imprudent girl with more care than Twait, because killing her right away would waste her looks. From shadows of Twait's face, fury finally wakes. Wood keeps talking, calling torment privilege and laughing at ignorance. Twait thinks of everyone who risked lives fighting Demon King to protect peace for people like him, and his answer is absolute. Like hell, he will never approve of that. Smoke, ash, battlefield memory. Twait's gaze turns cold with old resolve. He must never acknowledge that man's existence. Sieg gathers lightning for another display, but Twait has already decided. It is time to end show. One raises Erd Kaiser and liking a battlefield, blast, sting, magic, and rapid fire, while bragging Twait has no chance against wand of that power. Alicia and others duck from storm, but Twait moves low through chaos, already looking past spectacle. One thing Sieg never knew, Twait has seen that wand many times on real battlefields. Crouched with bullet ready at fingertip, Twait remembers its flaw. Not rumor, not textbook theory, but knowledge carved from war. Erd Kaiser can fire magic rapidly, but venting heat exposes part of internal structure. Damage that point and weapon breaks down. Twait aims at weakness with cold precision, sends bullets straight through, and Sieg's proud weapon erupts in his hands. The blast rips across arena. Students scream. Sieg tumbles backward in shock, while Twait appears behind him through smoke and orders him not to move. In instant, duel shifts from Noble's execution stage to Twait's silent hunt. Ig tries to cling to his own excuse. Accidents are common in duels, and if Twait dies now, nobody would suspect him. Twait presses blade close and throws those words back at him. Then demands come sharp and simple. Stop interfering, stop discrimination against common course students, and make his lackeys do same. Wide panics and tries to drag Alicia into it, but Twait cuts him off with violence and silence. Sieg is forced down, crying out on floor. Twait says he never gave permission to talk, and only answer aloud now is yes. Twait leans in with blade close enough to freeze breath. If Sieg values living rest of his life with 4 limbs, he must think carefully before answering. Fear floods Sieg's face, and chapter closes on while being crushed piece by piece. Episode turns over into same suffocating moment. Smoke hangs, blood drops. Sieg trembles under Twait's threat. Twait repeats demand one more time. If Sieg wants to keep all 4 limbs, he had better answer carefully. Explosion ends duel before verdict. Officially, Twait's clash with Sieg gets cancelled as accident-interrupted match, and no winner is named. Hero Course anger still smolders. Common Course bitterness stays alive, so safest answer becomes silence. For now, Twait has ordinary life back. Alicia points out gap between Hero Course and Common Course has grown into real rift, and Twait agrees. His thoughts drift back to 4th Great Hero Demon War, when Kingdom built Special Mission Army Organization to support Hero from Shadows. After Majin was handled and war ended, group dissolved, and with Chris's help, Twait entered Bildar's Academy to live ordinary life, only to learn ordinary is not peaceful. Chris appears to check on him, worried whether Academy life is enjoyable. Twait answers with deadpan honesty. He went picking up girls with friend and might have knack for it. Chris breaks instantly. Shock hits harder than magic. Picking up girls? From him? Chris cannot process change, while Twait calmly says people adapt to new environments and he is enjoying it. She clutches her head, regretting Academy idea, then checks his current situation. Twait says work is fine and similar to old job. Chris smiles knowingly and guesses it's straight. He works for Bureau. Twait explains Royal Defense Intelligence Bureau, parent organization of Special Mission Army Organization during Great War. Its purpose is grim. Protect Kingdom from strife between humans, because even without Demon Lord, disputes fill every corner. Chris calls it depressing, then reveals another blow. His beloved sniper wand is now under Bureau custody. Twait asks if someone inherits that wand, but Chris says no one can use it fully except him. It was created as his own specialized weapon. Then she asks honestly, when organization was dismantled, he was supposed to work in Bureau, right? Twait confirms. But Chris opposed it because of what she told him earlier. Her reason lands softly. She wanted him to live for himself, and Twait admits ordinary life he tastes now is thanks to her. Chris accepts thanks with warm smile. Then immediately jokes she might have proposed if they were closer in age. Twait stiffens. She snaps she is not that old, and mood breaks when work calls her back. Before leaving, Chris reveals job. Robert Turgan's Sama, Duke Turgan's second-born son, will arrive while leading True Luminous Order. Twait recalls Order belongs to Duke's household and judges people by ability. Bureau must guard him, though Twait questions why knights are not doing it. Chris answers with tired honesty. War ended, world stayed unstable, and Robert Sama is quite cynic. Chris keeps one detail sealed with smile and raised finger, then leaves Twait with warning instead. Robert Sama's arrival means their job will end soon, but True Luminous Order coming to capital hints at something bigger. Bildar's Academy will be involved, deeply involved, and Chris tells him to look forward to it. That word sticks in Twait's head, event. Later he finds Alicia sitting alone on Academy grounds, quieter than usual. He asks if something is wrong, and she turns with tired eyes. When he mentions Sieg, she denies it. Sieg has become so docile after what happened that he feels like a different person. Twait notices her mask slipping and pushes gently, telling her she might feel better if she says what is on her chest. Alicia brings up that pretty older woman he met outside Academy, and Twait realizes she noticed Chris. Her tease comes sharp. So he is into older girls. But beneath joke, her clenched fists reveal real tension. Alicia finally names what bothers her. Sieg called duel his revenge. She asks Twait if he thinks revenge is ridiculous. He looks at her carefully, then asks if she means whether revenge itself is good or bad. Her answer is plain. Yes. Twait does not dismiss it. He says he would not call revenge ridiculous, because sometimes goal of revenge gives person reason to live. Alicia presses him. So he is not against revenge in essence. Twait answers from shadowed calm, not against concept anyway. Then he draws line. People who chase revenge often fall into self-destructive thinking, caring nothing about what comes after. Some even decide they do not mind dying once revenge is done. Twait cuts through that despair. If revenge tries to regain what was lost, then dying at finish line means there is no gain at all. He says there are still days ahead where those gains can be made. But people sometimes quit life before reaching them. To Twait, that is sad ending. Yet he admits Sieg's revenge did achieve something. If Twait had lost, Hero Course students would have run even more wild. In other words, if someone goes for revenge, they should make it worth it. Twait's final question lands heavier than advice. Alicia, who are you after? For heartbeat, she looks exposed. Then she smiles and says she does not really intend anything like that, though she will keep his words in mind. As she walks away, Twait realizes too late he should have stopped her and talked more seriously. Twait had believed ordinary life would be simple. But raised among abnormal things, he realizes too late how fragile normal days are. One strange turn is all it takes for everyday peace to crack into something abnormal again. Several days later, teacher arrives glowing with excitement and drops great news on class. True Luminous Order and Royal Knights, heroes of Demon Lord subjugation, will come to capital for joint drills. Then real shock hits. Drills will be held right here at Buildarts Academy. Twait immediately connects it to big event Chris mentioned. Classroom explodes with questions. Teacher explains drills run for 10 days, with students allowed to watch and learn about knighthood. Someone asks if they can talk with knights, and teacher smiles wider. Time slot exists for that too. Even recruitment angle is part of plan. Alicia cuts through excitement with serious question. Is True Luminous Order only group coming to capital? Teacher adds another name and air changes. Robert Turgan's Sama, Duke Turgan's second son, will also visit Academy. Alicia's face goes still, eyes wide like name struck something deep. Teacher says Robert will likely watch joint drills too, so students may have chance to speak with him. Then organization work begins. One student from each class joins executive committee, while first years mostly handle simple tasks and get closer look at drills. Finally, teacher asks for volunteers. Before hesitation can spread, Alicia raises hand and accepts. Nearby students whisper that if Alicia-san handles it, things should be fine. Teacher entrusts role to her, then gives instructions. Committee meeting starts during lunch break. Third floor meeting room, old school building. Twait answers with plain understanding, but his eyes sharpen. Alicia looks composed from side, yet shadow around her expression says otherwise. Between her reaction to Robert's name and sudden volunteering, Twait senses something has shifted. Next day, change becomes impossible to ignore. Alicia is absent again. Gran asks Mizé if she knows anything, but Mizé only heard rumor. Even without attending classes, Alicia keeps going to executive committee and hero course special meetings. When asked why she would do that, Mizé trembles and admits she does not know. A explains that Alicia keeps saying she is fine, but something is clearly stuck in her mind. She has stopped caring about studies and now focuses only on sharpening combat skills. Twait and Gran can feel it too. Alicia's dreadful expression is not stress. She is planning something. Elsewhere, carriage wheels thunder toward Turgan Duchy. Inside estate, armored guard reports to Robert Sama that army guards from capital have arrived. Preparation begins under noble roof, and another force moves into place before joint drills even start. At capital side, bespectacled girl in uniform smiles as she announces they have come to escort him. Then true target appears, Robert Turgan Sama. Surrounded by armored figures and heavy pressure, his arrival hangs over everything. While question sharpens, why did Alicia change so suddenly? Back at Academy, Alicia is absent again. Twait remembers how Sylphia Sensei announced joint drills at Buildarts, and how Alicia owner's student Alicia suddenly flipped completely. With drills only 3 days away, he is sure her change has something to do with them. Then she appears behind him and calls his name. Alicia wastes no time. She asks Twait to become her special training partner. He reminds her they already discussed this, and that she should not rush into it. But her answer tears through hesitation. Please, she says. Only for 3 days. Then desperation bursts out. She has to become stronger. Twait tries to slow her down, but Alicia snaps back that she has no time and cannot worry about rushing anymore. She steps in close, eyes burning, and demands cooperation. Gran watches in alarm as Twait tells her to calm down, but she cannot. When he asks her to explain, she says she cannot. Twait refuses to walk straight into danger he can already see. If he fights her here, he says, best he can do is get beaten to pulp. Alicia's stare hardens, her hand moving toward her weapon, while Twait keeps distance and chooses not to trigger obvious landmine. Gran asks if Twait is okay, but Alicia's behavior already confirms it. Something is wrong. Twait connects it to joint drills and remembers her earlier question about revenge. This is no coincidence. Needing answers fast, he reaches for communication device and calls Chris, asking for information on student named Alicia Mirishtan. The day before joint drills, Twait corners Alicia in Academy corridor and tells her they need talk. She tries to brush him off, claiming she is busy and asking if he finally agreed to special training. But Twait cuts through disguise with one name that freezes her cold, Alicia Esperando. Alicia's guard cracks. She demands to know why he knows that name. Twait admits he asked an acquaintance who handles information and gathered intel on Alicia Mirishtan. When she challenges him to continue, hidden truth opens. Mirishtan is her mother's name, and Alicia Mirishtan is daughter of former True Luminous Order captain. Real name lands heavier, Alicia Esperando. Her father was Gallia Esperando, man who died in last Great War and only father she ever had. During war, True Luminous Order earned great feats, and Gallia stood above them all. The captain called Sword Demon for overwhelming strength, hero in every sense. But glory was not whole story. Twait recalls that Gallia died while staying behind as rear guard during hero party withdrawal, his death dealing massive blow to Kingdom of Terraria. Still, that alone does not explain Alicia's hatred. Then intel reveals strange detail from that withdrawal battle. Mercenaries fought beside Gallia, but their bodies were found far from his. Pieces begin to lock together. Mercenary corpses lay away from retreat route, as if another force eliminated them after withdrawal. Twait asks if any of Gallia's belongings were found with them, and answer is yes. Pure silver pendant, gift from his dead wife. Meaning becomes brutal. Gallia was backstabbed by mercenaries, then discarded once no longer useful. Then Mastermind's name surfaces. Those mercenaries were hired by Commander of Withdrawal Operation, Duke Robert Turgan. Gallia likely discovered Robert's corruption, quarreled with him, and was silenced. Twait's eyes sharpen as conclusion becomes impossible to avoid. Alicia's target is Robert. Twait lays it bare. Even if Alicia pulls it off, survival afterward is almost non-existent. He orders her to stop, calling her plan destructive revenge. The words strike right through her, but her gaze stays hollow and fixed on one goal, exact revenge upon Robert Turgand. Twait guesses her plan. Assassinate Robert during joint drills, using executive committee access to get close. He warns she is unprepared and will be caught, ending miserably. Alicia snaps back, saying he knows how to run his mouth, but she has no choice. Robert never leaves his territory, always hides behind guards. And this public appearance may never happen again. Alicia does not flinch from death. She says she has to do it, even if risk is great, even if it costs her life. Twait reminds her of his own warning. Revenge that ends with nothing afterward is empty. Then he names Mise and Gran, asking what their grief will mean if she dies. Alicia answers with brutal loneliness. Maybe they will forget her soon enough. Twait's expression darkens. He asks if she is seriously saying that. Alicia claims she is not leaving family or lover behind, and even if she was, she still would not stop. Then she steps closer with dangerous smile and twists his words into one impossible question. Would he become her lover? Twait meets her head on. If becoming her lover would be enough to stop her, then he will do it. For breath, distance between them disappears. Alicia kisses him, but her eyes stay sharp, testing him even in that reckless moment. Then she asks coldly, does he treat his lover like this? Twait does not fall for it. Alicia notices at once. Even while kissing, he never lowered his guard. She turns away and says goodbye, warning him not to stop her if possible. As she walks down empty colonnade, Twait understands bitter truth. If he gave her opening, she would have drawn sword right there. Convincing her is impossible. The day of joint drills arrives. Academy grounds fill with students, tense and excitement. Then steel clashes hard enough to shake crowd. Gran erupts, shouting that it is unbelievably cool, while Mise beams at Pride of Kingdom, Royal Knights and True Luminous Order. Names ripple through crowd. Lauren Delight-sama and Garm Eastid-sama, the captain and vice-captain of True Luminous Order, stand among elite guards, drawing awe from students. Twait stays quiet, eyes tracking more than spectacle. Alicia is busy with committee work nearby, and beyond all guards, seated in comfort, target appears. Robert Turgand. With Robert surrounded, Twait judges Alicia cannot move yet. Announcement begins. Mock battles between students and knights. One line ignites Gran's ambition. If they do well, they might get scouted as knights. Mise laughs at his sudden fire, then asks if Twait will join too. Twait agrees, treating it as chance worth using. He takes dull practice sword and steps forward when called. Opponent accepts with calm honor, and Twait recognizes him at once. Lauren Delight, captain of True Luminous Order, wartime achiever equal to former captain. Ordinary mock battle suddenly turns into dangerous test. Lauren faces Twait with shield raised and pride unshaken. As someone who fought in darkness, Twait wants to measure this surface hero's strength. Lauren answers with one word and readies blade. Come. Lauren takes defensive stance and lets students strike first. Twait reads weakness instantly. Lauren is far more exhausted physically. So long fight favors Twait. But that slow approach does not match his real objective. He lunges with Craig, forcing pace before Lauren can settle in. The steel flashes. Twait's speed snaps close, his blade slipping through guard and forcing Lauren to react. Lauren's eyes widen, but he still answers with crisp movements, enough to earn Twait's quiet respect. Nice moves. Lauren shifts gears. He used Kraj too, and now his reflexes jump far faster. Twait sees opening problem at once. Lauren is still holding back. So instead of ending exchange cleanly, Twait baits him deeper, luring Captain toward one sharper moment. Twait presses under shield, aiming for instant that can expose Lauren's full power. Lauren may not want to go all out against student, but Twait only needs single moment. Pressure bites. Lauren snaps, shouting at him like troublesome brat, and raises force for heavier counter. Twait's smile cuts through clash. Sword is only bait. Real deal is fixation. A move that locks Lauren's attention and body response for breath. In that tiny stolen gap, Twait slides past surface of duel and reaches battlefield logic. Attack lands, but not cleanly. Lauren twists at last second, and Twait immediately knows hit was shallow. Captain roars through impact, refusing to fold, then drives back with shield and sword in roaring blur. Before duel spirals into real fight, shout of "Enough!" stops both blades. Twait hits ground, then rises with blank little wave as crowd erupts behind fence. He apologizes, saying he forgot to hold back for moment. Lauren accepts, but tension lingers. Student nearly forced Captain of True Luminous Order to show fangs. Vice Captain of True Luminous Order steps in with smile that hides steel. Twait says he is honored to spar, but Knight warns him not to think he is being humble. Now Captain of Order, yet, compared to former Captain, he calls himself nothing. His vow lands heavy. He will protect his master with his own hands. When Twait gives thanks, Knight stops him and asks his name. Twait answers, Twait. After duel, Twait's mind stays on that man's strength. Last exchange barely let him answer sword flying straight at his face, but it gave him measure he needed. Then call with Chris turns colder. Twait asks if Bureau would set Robert Turgand as target. Chris understands at once, and says he cannot tell him about this one. That silence says plenty. Twait concludes Bureau probably knew about Robert's corruption, but even with crimes, his life was judged useful for kingdom. Bureau moves only for national defense. Meanwhile, Robert's guards remain airtight, and Alicia has no chance during drills, which means only one window remains. Tonight, she is going to make her move. Twait follows that thought to bitter end. After yesterday's talk, he realized Alicia's hatred will not be quelled until she kills Robert. So he makes choice that sounds like surrender and feels like trap. He will not stop her. Not at all. Question hangs in darkness. What does Twait have in mind? Memory of mock battle still burns. Twait's fixation bites into Captain's timing, his blade crashing through opening as crowd's excitement reaches peak, but strike does not land clean. Captain twists away at last instant, pain flashing across his face before he surges back with roar. Before exchange becomes something no student match should become. Voice cuts through field, enough. Twait pulls back, offers awkward apology for forgetting to hold back. Captain accepts spar with controlled calm, then stops him again, asking his name. Twait gives it, and Captain promises to remember. Grang explodes with pride, shouting Twait's name and praising him for landing strike on Captain of True Luminous Order. Twait brushes it off as luck, but inside his focus stays sharp. Lauren Delight is definitely powerful. Now Twait has grasp of his actual strength, and Alicia still has not made her move. Robert Turgand sits protected like fortress, guards surrounding him without flaw. Even if Alicia hides among executive committee members, assassination during drills is impossible. Twait pieces together only path left. Tonight will be her chance to avenge murdered father. Alicia's eyes harden in darkness, and she will take it. Alicia's memory opens with pure worship. To her, Gallia was not only her father, he was person she admired most in whole world. True Luminous Order judged warriors by skill, and among its veterans, Gallia rose all way to captain. They called him strongest captain in Order history, terrifying sword demon. But to motherless Alicia, he was gentlest family she ever had. Because she admired him so deeply, little Alicia picked up sword while still young. In courtyard, she swung with tiny hands, chasing same path her father walked. Gallia watched her with warm smile, then asked if she wanted to become knight like Papa. Her answer came instantly, yes. Gallia's lesson was not about killing first. He leaned close and gave her foundation of knighthood. Live straightforward life. Alicia blinked at those words, still too young to understand weight behind them. But Gallia did not soften message. Live toward what you believe in, and sword will become straightforward too. Then he placed hand on her head and carved rule deeper. Twisted sword cannot protect people, and it cannot earn trust. So swing straight, live straight, become someone worthy of trust. As Gallia walked away through archway, those words stayed behind like light Alicia would follow. Next day, war swallowed him again. True Luminous Order was ordered into Great Hero Demon War, and Gallia's visits home became rare. Alicia fought loneliness with training, engraving his words into her mind and focusing only on sword. Years passed, war reached final stage, and Hero Party stepped into Demon King's territory. Alicia smiled through hope. Once Hero defeated Demon King, war would end, and her father would come home. She wondered what he would say when he saw her sword skills. Maybe he would praise her, maybe tell her she had grown. But only thing that returned was notice of his death. Official story said Gallia died honorably in battle, opening escape route for Hero's party. He never came home. Tears broke Alicia, yet she still clung to his teaching, telling herself he lived straightforward until end. That belief became her vow. Even without him, she would live by his words. Then one day, man connected to Robert Turgand, now in control of True Luminous Order, arrived to deliver Gallia's memento. His hesitation cracked atmosphere. He told Alicia he needed to speak with her, then revealed what he overheard by chance. Before entering Demon King's territory, Gallia and Robert had been quarreling. The quarrel happened after Galcia was stopped by Turgan Duchy, in room where even retainers were not allowed. Words Alicia overheard poison every memory, embezzlement and silence. If Gallia discovered Robert's corruption, then Robert may have killed him to shut him up and disguised it as battlefield death. With no solid proof, Alicia turns to true luminous order for answers, and knights who pitied her do not hold back. Her stories only make death uglier. During retreat battle where Gallia served as rear guard, Robert suddenly deployed mercenaries to support him. After Gallia died, those mercenaries abandoned set route and ran from front line. Robert judged it betrayal and ordered knights to execute them on spot. To Alicia, chain of events is too strange to ignore. Her father's death was plotted by Robert. Shock becomes rage. Her father lived honest, straightforward life, yet twisted man murdered him. Gallia's voice echoes in her heart. Live straightforwardly. Alicia wipes tears away and decides she will never forget those teachings, even if revenge now bends her path into darkness. Hatred sharpens into single command. See Robert Turgan dead. Back at academy drills, Alicia watches Robert sit beyond guards. Man she believes killed her father to protect his own pockets. She wants to cut his throat right there. But wall of protection blocks every route. When blades crash nearby, Alicia freezes. Twait and Lauren Delight, current captain of True Luminous Order, are moving faster than she has ever seen from entrance test. Worse, Twait was holding back. Fear slips under her resolve. If Twait sides with enemy, what can she do? Alicia forces herself calm. Now is not right time. If Twait blocks her here, revenge plan fails without doubt. So she waits for real opening. After drills, committee members transport used equipment. True Luminous Order moves its own gear near castle, and Robert attends dinner party inside castle, where even he cannot bring fully armed bodyguards. That is where her aim settles. Moment Robert enters castle. Alicia whispers to her father to wait little longer, promising to end everything today. Nearby, Twait turns away in silence as she walks opposite path. Real battle begins tonight. Night falls over castle. Committee students haul equipment through shadows, and Alicia slips closer while carrying her sword. She tells herself to hurry. Robert should be close now. Hand on hilt, breath tight, she moves toward moment she has been waiting for. Alicia hides in bushes near castle entrance, sweat tight on her face. Then Robert Turgan appears by carriage, stepping away from guards exactly as she predicted and heading toward castle alone. But instead of entering, he turns elsewhere. Alicia's mind snaps to one possibility. If castle interior is heavily guarded, then best strike is before he goes in. Another clue surfaces. She has heard of pretty garden beside castle, place said to look otherworldly beneath moonlight. Robert keeps walking that way with no guards beside him. Alone, completely alone. Alicia follows, stunned by luck so perfect it feels unreal. Her face goes still. One thought rises above fear, planning and doubt. She can actually kill him, not later, not someday now. That thought mutates into frenzy. Alicia's eyes widen, smile twisting as words repeat inside her skull. She can kill him, she can kill him, she can kill him. Revenge drowns everything else. Her foot hits ground and she launches forward. Voices claw at her from every side. Do it, kill him, do not let him escape. Draw sword before him. Panic tries to stop her, telling her to wait, to calm down. But Alicia rejects it. She does not need calm anymore. She only needs one clean strike. Under moonlight, blade flashes. Alicia cuts down the figure from behind and sends head flying into air. Breath shaking, sword raised, she stands over collapsing body among flowers. Believing moment has finally come. Then laughter bursts out of her. Sword drops to stone as she trembles with relief, convinced she killed him. Robert's head sent flying. Joy floods her face, wild and bright, as she says she feels delighted. Reality crashes back with familiar voice. Twait shouts from nearby, alive and furious, asking what all that talk about being unable to survive was for. Alicia freezes at rooftop edge, panting, as he announces he is standing right there, alive and kicking. After revenge, Alicia's mind finally hits empty ground. Robert is dead, but no future appears before her. Run where? Hide until when? She lived for this single day, never thinking about what came after. And now she does not know how to live straight anymore. The night road stretches under moonlight as Alicia reaches one fragile answer. She will go back to academy. For now, that is where she belongs. Then morning comes, and Twait waits at Grand Academy gate like he already knows everything. Alicia faces him and says it plainly. She has put an end to everything. Twait only answers that he figured. Her expression gives truth away before words can hide it, and he asks how revenge feels after she finally fulfilled it. Alicia admits answer is not triumph. Right after killing Robert, she felt so happy she thought she could fly. But now surprisingly only emptiness remains. Twait says it is understandable. He thought she might not even make it back alive. Luck saved her. Conditions lined up in her favor, and even Alicia can only agree. Yet when she says luck is only reason she returned, questions still gnaws at her. Now that revenge is over, what is she supposed to do? Alicia asks it with fragile smile, hand at her chest, eyes searching Twait for answer. He studies her in silence. This is no enemy to stop anymore. This is someone standing after collapse, unsure what living even means. Wait gives simplest path forward. For now she should go to infirmary. Her face will attract attention. After that she can take time to think about future. Alicia accepts it softly, thanking him as question hangs behind them. How will her future turn out? Episode turns back to that same moment, locking it into memory. Alicia tells Twait she has ended everything, her face hollow instead of victorious. Revenge is done, but aftermath has only begun. Alicia's question still hangs in air. What is she supposed to do now? Door opens and routine swallows crisis for moment. She apologizes for being late, saying she stopped by infirmary. Mise and Gran notice, chatter softening as she is told to sit. Outside, concern catches up to her. Mise rushes over and calls Alicia's name, worried because she has been acting strange lately. Gran offers help if she needs it. Alicia smiles gently and thanks them both, and for first time warmth reaches her instead of vanishing into emptiness. Then Mise blurts out she has business in town. She is thinking of applying to Adventurers Guild. Her dream, Twait recalls, was to become adventurer in travel world. Mise admits she lacks skill but still wants to get close to that goal, because adventurer job means greatest freedom in whole world. That word hits Alicia like spark. Freedom. Alicia freezes, then murmurs maybe she should become adventurer too. Mise explodes in pure excitement, shouting, "For real?" Before Alicia can even finish hesitating, Mise is already dragging her toward guild, promising basics, free registration, and instant enrollment. Gran decides they might as well tag along and Twait agrees. Mise barrels ahead, calling everyone to hurry. Alicia lingers only long enough to call Twait's name. He answers, "Got it," as if he understands what cannot be said out loud. Small smile blooms on Alicia's face. I'm glad I'm alive. After revenge, after emptiness, after believing future had disappeared, she finally discovers simple miracle of still being here. Twait quietly asks if she has finally realized it, while Mise beams that thinking about future is wonderful. Peace shatters in narrow alley. A hooded figure blocks their path and asks if she is Alicia Mirishton. Twait's eye sharpens. Alicia stiffens. Something about that presence turns ordinary street into trap before anyone can take another step. The cloak snaps forward, blade flashing straight for Alicia. Twait moves first, casting fixation and blocking strike that would have sent her head flying. Alicia cries his name as he steadies himself, then demands stranger's identity. Hooded attacker answers with nightmare proof, something found in Royal Castle Garden last night, and names Alicia Mirishton. Cloaked attacker raises stained sword and asks Alicia if she remembers it. Alicia's face collapses. Breath breaks, hands shake, and recognition crawls out of her in pieces. This is sword from that night one she used. Twait sees panic taking her and cuts through it with one command. Escape. Twait grabs Alicia's hand and bolts. Behind them, hooded figure stays still for heartbeat, while Gran and Mise shout in confusion. Twait yells for them to run too, but Gran, unable to watch, charges straight at attacker. Twait snaps for him to stop, but it is already too late. Gran throws everything into one desperate punch. Cloaked attacker swats him aside like nothing, and looms over him before he can recover. Cold words fall from under hood. Business is only with Alicia Mirishtan. Gran staggers back, shaken but alive. Twait orders him to take Mise and run. Gran hesitates, asking what about them, but Mise forces herself to trust him, promising they will catch up. With one fierce shout, "I believe in you, Twait!" Gran drags Mise away. Acker offers terms with chilling calm. Hand over Alicia, and Twait may run too. Resist and harm reaches Gran and Mise. Twait confirms threat without flinching. Answer comes instantly, yes. Cloak whips forward, and negotiation ends in motion. Steel explodes between them. Twait blocks, then snatches Alicia and retreats down alley, admitting they need new strategy. He tells her to head for side alley while footsteps hammer behind them. No clean escape, no time to think. Hooded pursuer surges after them, vowing not to let them escape. Twait cuts across path and shields Alicia as attack crashes in again. She cries his name, but he keeps moving, absorbing pressure long enough to drag her out of strike line. Twait coughs, sweat running down his face. Cloaked attacker praises his movement, good for mere student. Then blade stabs into ground with sharp finality, and Twait's eye hardens. Whoever hides under that hood is not normal opponent. Twait hits the ground hard, blood spilling from his mouth as Alicia stares in disbelief. He tells her there is no way, then forces out one desperate order, run. Alicia tries to protest, but his scream cuts through everything, run. Alicia turns and flees, but terror twists inside her. Twait lost. The Twait they all know lost so easily. Her thoughts spiral darker with every step until one impossible conclusion swallows her. Twait is dead. Escape ends before it begins. A cloaked figure blocks her from the front, asking where she thinks she is going. Another voice says she is late. Two annoying insects were in the way. Alicia realizes she has been surrounded, and the shadows close in from both sides. Bodies lie at Alicia's feet. Her face breaks. She screams until her throat tears. then collapses under weight of sight she cannot accept. These attackers said they were only after her. So why did they do something this horrible? A hooded assailant answers by revealing armor beneath cloak. Can Alicia still ask why after seeing it? The words strike like verdict. True luminous order. The attackers claim they are true luminous night order, and Alicia can only stare as her father's honored name becomes weapon against her. They explain with cold devotion. They were once war orphans saved by Robert Sama, unable to repay him during war, planning to return favor after it ended. But Robert was murdered before they could, by Alicia's hands. Alicia understands too late. They are the same as her, people consumed by loss, chasing revenge because someone precious was taken. She tries to crawl away, but the cloaked knight follows and asks why she is running when she knew things could end this way. The question cuts deeper than any blade. Is she starting to value her life now, after throwing away her own future? The knight says 3 people were dragged into her karma and lost their lives. Alicia crouches on ground, trapped beneath consequence of revenge she once thought would end everything. Alicia's mind caves in under one brutal truth. Twait's death, Gran and Mise's deaths, everything is her fault. Twait's old warning echoes back. Revenge does not give anything back, it only erases loss until nothing remains. And now, after one night of revenge, only emptiness is left. Blade waits at Alicia's throat, while hooded attacker stands over her like execution itself. Alicia whispers that if she had known it would end like this, then she would have sent that revenge straight to hell. Alicia breaks, tears flooding her face as she screams against her own revenge. Sword glints closer, then voice answers from nowhere. Great, remember those words. Death pauses in midair. Twait steps back into view, alive, cloaked, calm, and impossible. Alicia can barely form his name through shock. Question slams over everything. How are avenging Knight and Twait connected? Alicia stares up at him, trembling between disbelief and hope. Twait repeats her broken call, as if confirming he is truly standing there, not corpse she thought revenge had claimed. Alicia insists it cannot be real. Twait explains he was stabbed by man from true luminous order, while memories of blood and body still crush her. Then he cuts through her nightmare with one line. He will begin with spoilers. Truth drops like trapdoor. Whole ambush she experienced was farce. Twait's setup. He never died. Gran and Mise were never killed. Their severed heads were fakes made with alchemy. Horror turns into stunned confusion as Alicia realizes her punishment was staged. Twait keeps going, almost too calmly. He was attacker and first hooded figure was his acquaintance, former colleague, to be exact. Alicia's face locks in disbelief as one more twist lands. Everything today was not just today, and Twait has clearly been moving pieces long before she noticed. Alicia's question hangs in terror. If that Robert was not real, then what did she kill? Twait answers with cruel clarity. Robert Tergandi is not dead. One she beheaded in garden was doll he prepared in advance, while real target is still alive. Twait explains nobody even thinks anything happened last night, and true luminous order is still enjoying capital right now. Because Alicia looked like she would never give up revenge, he staged entire play to cool her head. After all that blood, fear, and fake death, only one practical problem remains. They both need new clothes. Later, dressed differently on quiet street, Twait admits he may have gone too far, but he insists fake tragedy was not random cruelty. It was ending revenge was likely heading toward self-destruction, collapse, and future where Alicia's hatred swallowed everything. Alicia lowers her head and finally speaks. Ever since word of Gallia's death reached her, she poured everything into revenge. When she thought she had achieved it, joy came only at first. By next night, emptiness and fear took over, and before she noticed, she was already thinking about future she once refused to imagine. She admits how deep obsession had dragged her. To avenge her father, she was ready to sacrifice anything, and never even imagine future for herself. But when Twait's staged truth struck her heart, when she believed he, Mise and Gran had died because of her, only one feeling filled her head. Regret. Twait judges result with steady eyes. Alicia should be fine now. Even knowing Robert is alive, she no longer wants revenge. But he also knows this ending will not satisfy everyone. So he turns away. Alicia calls after him, and he reminds her why amateurs chase self-destructive revenge. Hatred blinds them. She answers that she could not carry out revenge while thinking about her future. Twait says that is exactly why professionals exist. Experts who handle such work as routine, after-sales service included. Alicia barely has time to ask what he means before he starts walking away. She asks where he is going, and his answer lands ice cold. To take out trash. Alicia watches him leave with quiet unease. Then a voice asks what trash means. Twait moves fast through city, but someone is already there. A bespectacled woman with suitcase steps into his path, smiling as he names her Chris. She asks if he minds explaining this job, because she does not recall Bureau asking him to do it. Chris proves why Royal Defense Intelligence Bureau is feared in first place. Twait remembers asking for eavesdropping equipment, and she calmly hands over box he requested. Inside, hidden device waits, small, polished, and ready to catch words no one was meant to hear. The noble's mansion inside Royal Castle, Robert sits wrapped in luxury and suspicion. When servant brings wine, he orders him to taste it for poison. One nervous sip later, servant survives, and Robert's paranoia only feels more justified. Lauren watches Robert's fear with concern, reminding him they are within Royal Castle, with tight security and guards from Capital posted around him. But Robert looks past comfort and walls, asking if Lauren really thinks he can beat someone from other side. Name of hidden terror surfaces. Top secret special mission army organization. Lauren has heard only rumors. Dark side soldiers of Terrarara Kingdom. Killers who used stabbing, poison, strangulation, and shooting with techniques beyond normal humans. Among them were aces, and one rumor says one ace killed Majin alone. Enemy even hero could not defeat. Lauren struggles to believe such shadows are real, but Robert smiles like man who knows secrets rot under every throne. If organization hides itself completely, he says, then it cannot be trusted. No evidence means no safety, only deeper fear. Robert's real sin spills silently through his thoughts. He killed Gallia after Gallia found out about him, then covered it up as martyrdom. Mercenaries who served as direct culprits were silenced too. Lauren vows protection, but Robert's mind sneers at knights as convenient loyal dogs, who only question masters when disaster becomes too grave. Robert shifts conversation like nothing happened, asking Lauren about mock battles and promising recruits. Lauren mentions talented student named Twait, one who even scratched his armor. Then servant enters with present for Lauren, supposedly from student who attended joint drills, letter inside and box already inspected by night order. Lauren sighs and accepts what cannot be helped. But moment box opens, trap erupts. Black fragments and force blast outward with brutal balap, slamming him back as he grabs terrified servant by collar. Lauren roars for meaning, and servant can only scream that he knows nothing. Chaos detonates inside Robert's room. Smoke blinds everyone, windows slam open, and Lauren shouts for Robert Sama as old rumors turn real in front of him. Soldiers from the other side used every method to kill: stabbing, poison, strangulation, and shooting. Through the blasted window, Robert's fear comes true. A shot pierces him cleanly, and a cold voice confirms it: target acquired. As panic freezes Lauren in place, buried rumors rise again. Behind the heroes stood someone who slew countless Majin and even took the Demon King's life at the end. The name finally takes shape in darkness. Terrarara Kingdom's Dark Side. Special Mission Army Organization. Ace number 28. Shadow Hero. Twait descends with rifle in hand. No student mask left. Only assassin legend moving through night. On rooftop, Twait reports with calm precision. Target successfully sniped. His partner answers through comms, still watching from distance. Weapon is BF-28, Blackfeather 28, sniper wand usable only by supporting snipe skill, and apparently nobody else could handle it, so it had been sleeping in warehouse until now. Twait keeps scope trained near Lauren Delight, and says Lauren got payback from mock battle. Then Chris confirms Reason Bureau helped him so smoothly. They saw Robert's secret accounts book. Leaked intel had already exposed backdoor deals Robert Turgan planned during Capital stay. Chris notices something off. Twait says killing Robert had punch to it. Sense of fulfillment he normally never feels. That reaction is so strange, she points out, and Demon King's defeat never made him like this. Twait's thoughts drift back. When he took down Demon King, he only thought, oh, I guess we're done here. But this time is different. Twait looks at his bloodied hand and admits truth to himself. Today was first time in his life he killed person for his own sake. Not for country, not for Alicia. And it does not feel bad at all. Mission ends without victory speech. Twait turns from rooftop and says to head back to peaceful everyday life. Night closes behind Shadow Hero, and morning rises over Academy next day, as if nothing impossible happened above Capital roofs. Alicia corners Twait with newspaper in hand, eyes sharp enough to cut. Robert Turgan's assassination has shaken Capital, and when she asks if he is behind it, Twait hides behind blank ignorance while she refuses to be fooled. Alicia remembers her father's words. Knights are not only ones protecting country. Others protect it through different methods. Twait still calls himself an ex-torn janitor, but Alicia has already found answers she needs, and instead of accusing him, she gives him quiet thanks. Gran and Mize rush in before silence gets too heavy, yelling that class is about to start. Twait turns away like nothing happened, but Alicia drops one more bomb with innocent seriousness. After kissing and everything, shouldn't they be lovers now? Gran explodes instantly, demanding every detail while Mize panics from shock. Twait tries to process Alicia's logic, and for once, even Shadow Hero looks trapped by ordinary school gossip. Twait looks at noisy friends around him, and reaches answer he never expected. If goal was enjoying normal everyday life, then maybe he succeeded. Fragile as it is, this routine is worth protecting, and to past self who fought like tomorrow would never come, he can finally say, "It was all right." Darkness returns with new chapter. A lonely voice says light never reaches this place, that nobody will ever see them again. Hands lift in despair, repeating same wish again and again. They want to be free. A girl wakes from that dream in tears. She sits up beside window, shaken by memory that will not let go, and whispers that it happened again. Morning shifts to potion practice, where teacher orders everyone to process herbs properly. Gran struggles with grinding. Mise cheerfully helps him, and Twait watches as ordinary lesson starts turning suspiciously strange. Potion class goes off rails fast. Mise's creation glows with eerie shine, and even Gran blurts that it is worlds apart from his. Sylphia Sensei inspects it, then delivers stunning verdict. Not level 1, but level 2. Mise swears it was coincidence. Twait notes ingredients when herbs need delicate handling, making pure chance hard to believe. Sylphia Sensei pushes curiosity further, explaining higher-level potions taste better, then asks Mise to try it. One sip and Mise's eyes widen. It tastes good. Gran and Twait get samples too, and while Twait quietly watches her refined pouring, Gran wonders how to even describe flavor. Mise suddenly gets rough, shouting that refined praise might not be true at all. Gran still beams, calling potion delicious, while Twait calmly says savoring injury medicine is not impossible on battlefield. Gran's excitement spikes. If level 2 tastes this good, what would level 5 taste like? Sylphia Sensei answers with legend. Greatest potion is Miracle Potion Elixir, said to cure any disease and even tied to myths of bringing dead back. But modern elixirs are rare because Miracle Herb Exa is hard to find. Only 5 made in last 10 years. Meanwhile, Twait's own project draws question from teacher, and his answer lands like threat. Sleep gas. Alicia stares him down with tired certainty. He never changes. Twait argues Gran and Mise also added personal touches, but Alicia sees through excuse, saying his true nature is gradually showing. 2 months have passed since enrollment, and 1 month since Twait ended Alicia's revenge. Life outside class looks calm, but Twait senses cracks under surface. Alicia acts like she has caught hint that he belongs to dark side of society. Then she turns on Mise's elegant manners, praising how she must have been raised well, only for Mise to panic and prove otherwise by trying to gulp down lunch in one bite. Twait watches in silence, thoughts sharpening. He does not know whether Alicia and Gran noticed, but Mise is hiding something too. Then call reaches his transmission card. He excuses himself, leaves group behind, and admits ordinary days can shatter in instant. After what happened with Alicia, that fear has become real. Twait contacts Chris, ready to cash an old favor. But Chris refuses his assumption. This is not repayment for Alicia's information. Royal Defense Intelligence Bureau is giving official mission to ex-Special Mission Army Organization Agent 28. Chris drops mission details without mercy. Second Princess of Holy Arcadia Kingdom has slipped into Build Arts Academy's high school as student, and Twait must protect her while staying undercover. A foreign princess hiding in plain sight sounds absurd, until Chris adds she is only runaway. Apparently, Twait questions why Arcadia's own royal guards are not moving, and answer is politics. Arcadia and Terrara are on good terms, so client wants no scandal, no debt, no friction. Minimum rank involved is Duke, or maybe royal family itself. And even Princess must never know Twait exists. Request grows worse. Even Princess cannot find him, enemy cannot find him, and mission itself sounds simple only on surface. Criminal groups are trying to kidnap her for ransom. Twait asks final question, her name. Chris answers, Michelias Arcadia. At Academy, she goes by Mise Howens. Twait's suspicion finally locks into place. Mise, his own friend, is second princess of Holy Arcadia Kingdom. Chris says friendly ties would help operation, then starts planning contact route. But Twait cuts in quietly. Mise is his friend. Chris freezes, because once again his everyday life has collided with classified disaster. Official mission grants him permission to use beloved partner. Sniper Wand waits like old shadow returning. Chris says he starts tomorrow, wishes him luck, and Twait accepts. Next morning, he walks Academy halls alone. Unaware trouble has already crept near girls' dorm route. A hooded suspicious figure appears in early morning gloom. Twait confronts him, and asks what he is doing so early, but stranger panics and fires. Bullet screams out, only for Twait to dodge, close distance, and crush him down with brutal speed. Fight ends before it can begin. Twait stands over defeated attacker as Chris reports fresh intel. Suspicious person spotted near dorms, likely watching girls' dorm route. He answers dryly that she is late. He already beat him. Then he confirms one thing. Since this is mission, killing him is allowed, right? Chris gives cold approval. No need to hold back. Twait approaches fallen man like old instincts waking after long sleep, until Mise suddenly appears and calls his name. In one breath, assassin mask vanishes. He greets her like normal classmate, and she smiles back, asking if he always comes this early. Mise answers with harmless diligence. She revises textbooks, practices magic at training grounds, and admits she still lacks many things needed to become an adventurer. Twait quietly decides to escort her to school each morning until danger calms down. By lunch, when Mise disappears, Alicia says she went to ask teacher about class again, because for Mise, effort never stops. Down corridor, Twait finds Mise smiling with female teacher over open book. Alicia's words prove true, but someone else is watching too. A sharp-eyed male student steps in, claims he can tell Twait's true nature, and says Twait has fallen under Mise-chan's charm as well. Twait instantly wonders if enemies are inside school building, but accusation takes ridiculous turn. Blonde student declares Twait has eyes of father watching beloved daughter, then proudly reveals his own identity. Member of Mise-chan's elite guard. Twait can only wonder if medic is needed. Gran reduces it to simplest truth. Mise has fan club. Twait knew people like that existed, but seeing one up close still hurts. Mise, overwhelmed by praise about her hair, skin, and idol potential, panics so hard she can barely speak. Twait's suspicion deepens beneath comedy. Holy Arcadia is not weak, yet no students or teachers know what second princess looks like. Why has she never appeared publicly? Before he can chase answer, Mise apologizes and says she must return library book today, so she heads off alone. Twait follows and sees her stop in empty hallway. For one dazzling, unbearable moment, Mise hums like she has become imaginary idol version of herself, sparkling and posing as Mise how wants. Twait shuts it down in his head immediately. Come on now, your highness. When he loses her, Mise slips away toward training grounds, book in hand, already thinking about magic. She can use rage now, wants long-range shooting spell next, and even considers self-defense first. Twait watches from hiding, realizing her running away from royal life was not laziness or whim. It was desperate, voluntary training towards something she chose. That realization turns protection into warning. At Academy Gate, hooded threat watches from shadows, but Twait moves first. Blade flashes close, grip locks, and his message lands colder than any mission order. Mise is working hard to reach her goal, so don't ruin it. Twait's body moves like assassin first, student second. He reads poison in enemy's gear, realizes professional killers are now involved, and feels mission turn uglier than expected. Then Mise appears in hallway, innocent and smiling, and he instantly buries danger behind one flat excuse. What coincidence? Walks Mise back like nothing happened, while extracting every useful detail with casual questions. Boys' dorm has view over academy from 5th floor. Girls' dorm works similarly, but Mise's room sits on 4th floor, opposite Main Street. She thanks him at gate, believing escort ends there. Twait knows it does not. After she leaves, Twait circles girls' dorm from outside, counting floors, windows, angles. 4th floor, opposite Main Street. He slips along fence and searches for her room himself. Mission says protect Mise without her knowing. But clenched fist says something deeper has already begun. Twait, this is no longer only orders from Chris, no longer only duty as number 28. Mise sits unaware at her desk, chasing dream with quiet effort, and Twait chooses protection with his own will. He will not let anyone shatter it. Not her goal. Not their everyday life. Truth settles into routine. Mise, runaway second princess of Holy Arcadia Kingdom, hides at academy as his classmate, while Twait silently cuts down bandits who come after her. Student by day, bodyguard by shadow. Worse, Chris strictly forbids him from revealing his identity to Mise or enemy, leaving him dizzy between both roles. Morning returns, and Twait runs late into his group's waiting faces. Gran greets him loudly, while Alicia notices his frequent disappearances. Explains he has been studying harder after learning from Mise, then asks where they are going, only for Mise to light up and invite everyone to Adventurers Guild. Adventurers Guild stands as place where adventurers take jobs, town odd jobs included. Mise steps inside with stiff determination, friends behind her like backup squad. Noise crashes around them, cups chatter, footsteps, and life. Her dream is no longer far away. It is right beyond counter. Inside, Gran marvels at Tavern's liveliness, while Alicia explains that taverns help adventurers trade vital information. Then atmosphere snaps. Familiar noble student Sieg Falchion appears, heir of Baron Falchion's household, hero course student, and old tormentor of common course students. His smile says trouble arrived before registration even began. Og tries old poison first, sneering that common course students are 100 years too early for guild registration. But memory cuts through his bravado. During duel, Alicia warned him to stop messing with common course students, and since then, he has been strangely obedient. He backs off, paperwork done, while Gran almost looks disappointed at how easy it was. Reception. Mise nervously asks to register as adventurers, and receptionist recognizes them as Bildars Academy students like boys from earlier. Then First Gate appears. Licenses come in Type 1 and Type 2. Only Type 2 holders can take jobs involving Demon King relics, dungeons, or monsters. And to get that rank, they must pass combat and magic tests. Mise's eyes ignite. Type 2 means dungeons, mysteries, materials, unknown life forms. Everything her adventurer dream has been reaching for. She insists they must take Type 2, and even cautious voices bend under that glow. If dungeons hold wonders normal life never shows them, she wants to see them with her own eyes. Her conviction pulls everyone with her. Mise declares they cannot call themselves adventurers without experiencing dungeons, and her friends accept it with warm smiles. Receptionist steps in, ready to guide them to examination hall, turning dream into official trial. Inside examination hall, rules land cold and clear. Type 2 applicants face 2 tests: magic aptitude and base combat capability. Magic is judged by power, speed, stamina, and control, with ranks from A to E. Average Type 2 adventurer sits at B, while A matches knight captain or vice captain level. First comes power. Applicants must pour as much mana as possible into crystal before them, measuring raw instantaneous firepower. Alicia steps forward and floods crystal with brilliant force, and Mise can only stare in awe, calling her amazing as light bursts bright enough to steal breath. Next comes speed, casting fast through shifting crystal patterns before they change every 30 seconds. Then stamina begins, demanding steady mana until body gives out. Gran, built like battlefield endurance itself, keeps going without even sweating, while receptionist starts to worry he might be in pain. Gran answers like test barely started. He has not even broken sweat. Final measure is control, the ability to prevent failed activation or accidental discharge. Twait faces Crystal with old training stirring in his mind, remembering that in organization, control was taught first because poor spell handling could injure caster worst of all. Control test turns into Gran's personal nightmare. Mana Ball must cross maze without touching walls, but every mistake sends it back to start. Gran grits his teeth, curses, screams, and starts again, while Twait calmly concludes what everyone can see. Gran truly sucks at control. Results arrive, and strength split cleanly. Mise gets Power D, Speed D, Stamina D, Control C. Twait gets Power D, Speed B, Stamina C, Control B. Gran Everest gets Power C, Speed D, Stamina A. Control Emerishtan gets Power B, Speed B, Stamina D, Control D. Mise laughs at her own low ranks while Spotlight swings straight to Gran's monstrous stamina. Gran shrugs off suspicion, claiming he was maybe born that way, but Alicia presses Twait instead. She expected him to score A in speed, and he admits rank A is Knight Captain level, while B is already high. Then Gran notices another oddity. Twait's power is too low for someone whose bullet spell hits that hard. Twait explains calmly. He compresses mana, customizing spell strength beyond normal measurement. His explanation is not false, and he knows Alicia and Gran are sharp enough to notice. Still, truth hides behind restraint. He held back a little, because he is still on mission, and unnecessary attention is poison. Mise deflated, Twait turns gentle. Natural talent affects magic aptitude, but adjustments can raise it, and next combat test matters more. For a moment, her worry softens, until shouting crashes through hallway. Hero course boys storm in, furious that a common course kid got B rank. Emotion summons guild master Regis Baron. The boys accuse Twait of impossible results because he cannot even use rank D spells, and Regis calls it rare but possible. Normally spell rank and aptitude rank match, yet Twait's face says he should have been more careful. Regis asks Twait for his name, then asks if he cheated. Twait answers without flinching. He did not, accepts that for now, but decides to monitor combat test himself. If cheating happened, it will show there. Both sides are ordered to calm down, and Twait quietly agrees. Regis apologizes, unable to ignore noble complaints, then leads them to examination halls. Combat test is anonymous, held in individual rooms so applicants can hide their trump cards. Inside waits automated doll called Golem, old moving machine from war-era tech. To pass, they must knock it down before it moves after door closes. Mise asks if surrender is possible, but Alicia dryly says to tell Golem to stop. And somehow it will. Rules tighten around Mise's nerves. Frozen Golem cannot be knocked down by cheap tricks, and test begins whenever she is ready. In hallway, Regis admits anonymity failed because noble boys kept targeting them, while Twait asks to touch Golem first, claiming his bullet may not pierce it. Twait's real problem is not Golem. Since entering Academy, he has realized his magic is too extreme, too specialized for assassination and ambush. One-hit kills reveal too much, and as Mise's friend, he is already marked by enemies. So he asks Regis one careful question. If Golem falls while they are in same room, are there any other conditions? Or shuts. Countdown begins. Regis thinks someone outside is calling Twait, and Twait simply walks away. The Golem activates at 0, then instantly tilts, helpless, already losing balance before anyone understands what happened. Flashblade cuts through air like invisible judgment. Twait's strike finishes Golem before it can truly begin, and he stands there calm as wreckage drops. Regis mutters that nobody was calling him, while Twait answers with deadpan precision, all finished. Victory turns into celebration. Mise clutches her adventurer card like treasure, finally reaching her hands, glowing with relief that everyone passed. Alicia praises her, saying she expected it but still felt worried. Then Mise reveals strange truth. She could predict Golem's movements because it felt familiar. That single comment twists Twait's attention. Mise speaks of Golem, an almost ancient relic, as if she has seen one before. Before he can think further, failed hero Corseboy erupts, demanding proof Twait passed an accusing judge. Rejuice shuts him down. He observed Twait, and Twait passed by his own skills. Rageous adds bitter lesson. Failing does not give him right to vent on others. Rage hangs in air, but day moves on. Outside, Mise smiles brighter than city lights and says it at last. Now she is also a free adventurer. Twait watches that happiness, then suddenly steps away, claiming he remembered something he must do. As Twait leaves, his friends stare after him. Mise calls him, Alicia bluntly calls him suspicious, and Gran agrees he is not normal. Mise worries Twait will not explain anything, but Alicia's answer cuts deeper. Even if he never talks, even if he hides everything forever, they can still tell how he regards them. Mise's smile settles fear in place. Alicia and Gran accept Twait may keep secrets, because his actions already speak loud enough. But while friends walk through crowd, Twait senses different footsteps behind him. Enemies are tailing him now, and if he crushes them here, he only proves he is Mise's guard. So he chooses cleaner bait. Perfect timing arrives wearing arrogance. Two hero course boys block Twait's path and at common courser. Twait understands instantly. To convince enemies he is not Mise's bodyguard, he needs public weakness, public humiliation, public distance from danger. His lips curl. This is perfect. The first punch flies. Twait folds with it, letting himself crash and tumble like he never saw it coming. The boys bark insults, warning him to remember his place, then cut violence short before crowd gathers. Around them, witnesses turn their heads. Twait sits on ground. Mission hidden behind stage defeat. Somewhere away from noise, hooded figures receive report. One claims Twait is not Mise's bodyguard. 2 weeks seen firsthand. But confusion remains. Two other candidates have no alibi either. The answer from their side is chillingly simple. Forget guessing. Tomorrow they make their big move. And Twait already knows. Next day begins with new adventure energy. After receiving licenses, Twait, Mise, Alicia, and Gran return to Guild for first official commission. Request board spreads before them, and Gran lights up. Mise wonders what jobs suit beginners, while Twait points her toward careful choice. Medicinal herb gathering looks safe, but reward is small and likely meant for solo work. Then Gran grabs another request with grin blazing. Defeat sharp rabbits and collect claws. Description is simple enough. Rabbits with sharp claws useful for weapons or medicine, but job finally has teeth. Mise checks Gran's experience, and he casually says he hunted sharp rabbits back home. Alicia shuts down idea of letting him do everything, calling it humiliating. The group agrees anyway. Location: Dovecote Forest, about 30 minutes away. Decision lands, and Forest waits. Under trees, Gran explains sharp rabbits are timid monsters, hiding in bushes or behind trunks, sometimes jumping out if approached. Mise considers casting Rage early, but Twait says no sign yet. Gran claims he is used to it. Mise answers with sweet resolve. She can cast quickly, she will be careful, and she will try not to drag everyone down. Mise sinks under pressure, and Gran panics because he has no idea how to cheer her up. Then salvation rustles in grass. A sharp rabbit appears, and Gran immediately steps forward, telling everyone to watch his back while he shows how it is done. Gran charges like lesson and disaster rolled into one. The rabbit flinches. Rage hardens his body, and he launches kick with absurd force. It works too well. Mise stares, unsure what to learn from that, while Alicia points out obvious truth. He did not need to kick it that hard. Gran's easy win only makes Mise more nervous, because small monster or not, this is still real combat. Twait notices and quietly steadies her. He points out another sharp rabbit hiding behind bush under nut tree, then builds simple plan. He will drive it out, and Mise will finish it with long-range magic. Plan moves fast. Twait slips through trees, the rabbit bolts from cover, and its eyes snap wide as danger closes. Mise answers Twait's call with trembling focus, forming water ball in her hand and firing straight at the rushing monster. Impact blooms cleanly. Water ball slams into sharp rabbit, and Mise freezes in disbelief as it falls. Twait returns with calm approval, saying it went well, then asks if she feels more confident now. Her stunned silence melts into a bright smile. Yes, she will keep doing her best from now on too. Warm moment breaks when Twait's face hardens. He says he has something else to do and claims sudden business in royal capital, leaving commission to other three. Alicia watches with suspicion. Mise calls after him, and Twait runs into forest alone, straight into Chris's call. Chris apologizes for delayed contact because she was near target. 10 enemies have left royal capital and are heading into this forest, likely aiming for her royal highness. Twait understands immediately. The wording still feels strange. Mise is royalty. But Black Feather 28 comes out. An enemy presence is confirmed by red-brown cloak and poison matching previous attacker. Hooded group advances through forest, believing target is nearby and escort may be close. Yet no escort appears, making them uneasy. Then mystery ends in one terrifying instant. Twait drops into their path, black feather 2-8 raised, and their ambush flips into his hunt. First shot tears through hooded ranks, and panic detonates. They realize sniper watches from distance, no cover around them, only open ground and fear. One of them calculates angle of fire, spots Hill at around 2 o'clock, 200 meters away, and they all sprint toward forest, thinking target must be nearby. Twait watches from above, counting coldly. 9 people remaining. Hooded men rush toward him, but one voice orders them not to chase target yet. Kill sniper first. No sign of Mise near him. Then Twait's trap answers before he does, erupting beneath them in brutal flashes. Explosion scatter formation. They understand too late. Bomb trap lure retreat path already poisoned by Twait's planning. But falling back sends them straight toward Mise and others. So Twait's eyes sharpen. If they learn his sniping range and escape, trouble multiplies. 2 more remain close enough to hunt. One attacker lunges, refusing to be looked down on. But Twait slips in silent and close. Steel meets movement, breath catches, and the enemy realizes something worse than sniper fire. They have been desperately chasing after him, and every step brought them closer to where Her Royal Highness Michelli's is. A hooded man fires, but Twait has already rigged battlefield with traps. Blast swallows smoke and dirt, and the enemy curses that setups still remain. Twait knows explosion sound likely reached Mise and others. Before curiosity brings them here, he must exterminate these bandits. Bandits try to respond, try to cast, try to breathe, but Twait is already behind them. Too slow. He cuts one down, blows another back, and moves with a speed their senses cannot follow. Knife in hand, face unreadable, he turns simple forest into execution ground. Panic breaks last survivor. He feels no magic, no spell, no warning, only invisible string pulling death into place. Twait holds up the thread with almost bored calm. Of course there was no magic, it was just a piece of string. The bandit's scream vanishes into forest. Mission weight catches up. Twait has guarded second princess of Holy Kingdom of Arcadia alone, day and night, while neither enemy nor Mise can know he exists. But numbers now wear him down. When Mise, Alicia, and Gran rush over after explosion, Twait hides blood behind ordinary concern, says they must leave, and turns failed commission into sudden souvenirs. Twait returns with sharp rabbit claws from 3 monsters, turning disaster into completed proof. Everyone thanks him, but guilt cuts underneath his calm smile. If his explosion had never happened, they could have finished guild commission normally. Today's skirmish teaches him harsh truth. Next time, protecting Mise alone may not be enough. Celebration moves to food and drinks. Mise raises juice to commemorate their first successful commission, and group cheers around table. Yet question still lingers over roast chicken and laughter. Alicia wonders what caused nearby explosion, while Twait quietly slips away, leaving Gran to demand more food. In quiet hallway, Twait contacts Chris. His request is blunt. More manpower. He can no longer protect Mise by himself, and this last fight was too close. What he needs is someone with high firepower, someone who can cover weakness he lacks against multiple enemies. Chris answers that arrangements are already done, and tells him to guess who. One voice hits him before face does. Twait reacts instantly, already recognizing it, and small bright girl steps into view with fearless smile. Chris's answer is O2. But girl laughs, corrects him, and spins into role with playful confidence. Right now she is Oz, and she tells Twait she will be in his care. Twait's face goes dead. His only request becomes desperate. Please change her. Oz teases him harder, saying she knows he is happy, while Chris fires back through comm that he asked for high firepower. Chris admits Oz is not suited for escort work because of her personality, but staff is short. Then signal cuts, and Twait is left with sparkling disaster smiling up at him. No escape remains. Twait decides to introduce Oz to target, and Oz immediately wants to meet Mise. He warns her to call him Twait, not 28, and she chirps that she will fit in because unlike him, she is a people person. One murderous glare shuts that down. Then they return to table, where Mise happily announces Twait is back. The timing could not be messier. Mise, flushed and cheerful for mistaken's sake, sings like idle Mise wants while Gran cheers along, and Alicia watches aftermath with dry amusement. Oz notices chaos and asks if she came at bad time. Mise spots unknown girl beside Twait, and Twait gives simple cover, former co-worker. Her name is Oz. Oz beams and asks to join their adventuring party. Gran immediately misunderstands co-worker as town janitor talk, but Twait explains only what he can. Oz left company dorm, now lives alone, needs money, and might join next commission if everyone accepts. He will not force them, but in raw power, he guarantees she will be great asset. Twait's recommendation carries weight, and group accepts Oz almost at once. Mise sees new connections as best part of adventuring, and even Alicia has no objection because Twait introduced her. Mise is still wobbling from drink, but she smiles warmly and welcomes Oz. Oz bows with bright energy, asking Mise to take care of her. Oz's confidence explodes before anyone can stop it. She boasts that her magic is super amazing, and Gran tells her first step is getting adventurer license. By next day, Guild itself feels like it is shaking. Oz bursts back with results no beginner should have: 2 A ranks in magical power test, basic combat skills cleared, and strength so absurd Twait can only bury his face in his hand. With Oz licensed, party immediately takes another commission. Horse-drawn wagon rolls across open field toward episode 14's new job. Survey Labyrinth and check whether last month's earthquake caused major changes. Mise trembles with excitement and nerves because, to her, adventurers mean labyrinths. Then Gran points out what everyone already feels. Oz's exam results were incredible. Numbers make it worse. Oz earned A rank in magic power and A rank in magic stamina, equal to 2 knight commander classes, and that instantly made her D rank adventurer. Because of her, beginners like them can accept D rank dungeon exploration. Mise praises her sincerely, and Oz melts into happiness, begging for more praise because outside world is so kind compared to organization. That word slips out too easily. Twait's killing glare warns Oz she has let guard down, and she can only mutter, "Oops." His thoughts lay truth bare. Oz belonged to Kingdom Special Ops like he once did, now tied to Royal Bureau of Counter-Intelligence. Twait left organization, but Chris gave him mission to secretly escort Mise, neighboring kingdom's second princess. Alone, numbers limited him. He asked for backup, and they sent organization's #1 problem child, O2. Twait already regrets it. As wagon reaches destination, Gran announces arrival while Oz jokes again, and Twait quietly decides he should ask for replacement. Ahead waits labyrinth called the Deep King's Tomb, marked by tall stone pillars and dark entrance stairs. Oz says this is entrance, while Twait confirms with grim familiarity. He has been here before. Gran admits he entered during war, and Oz casually says she went in to pass time. Twait nearly breaks inside. A labyrinth is not playground, and he realizes he should have prepared Oz's cover story beforehand. Mise bought map and asks whether experienced members should lead, but experts fail instantly. Gran does not remember route at all, and Oz cheerfully says same. Alicia's verdict is cold, unreliable experts. They step down into stone corridor, where cloaked figures also slip somewhere nearby. Inside, walls glow brighter than expected, and Mise takes in real entrance of labyrinth. Gran explains why this place feels less wild, close to royal capital, explored by many adventurers. The Deep King's Tomb is rich in resources, so it has been allowed to survive, useful, familiar, and still dangerous enough to swallow careless beginners whole. Labyrinth keeps revealing its bait. Old adventurers left lights behind. Herbs from pharmacy class grow right inside stone corridors, and Twait explains cold truth. Labyrinths are full of resources because they exist to lure humans in and feed monsters. Then warning cuts through lesson. Gran spots them first. Goblins, and not only goblins. A hobgoblin towers behind smaller goblins, far too dangerous for first layer. Twait calls it bad luck, but retreat is worse. Mise and Gran would struggle with hobgoblin, charging in is reckless, and returning to surface risks running into bandits likely trailing Mise. So Twait turns to Oz to draw enemies deeper into labyrinth and eliminate bandits. He needs her to handle this. Oz accepts, then asks how much effort she should put in, as if disaster has volume control. Twait's answer is sharp. They cannot let Mise learn who they really are, and Oz may use up to parallel action, but not synthesis or outburst. Oz flashes a grin, steps forward, and declares she will take care of everything alone. Magic blooms around both fists. Goblins tense, hobgoblin lumbers forward, and Oz throws both hands out like game has already ended. Wind and water power crash together as she shouts one cheerful word, boom. Corridor erupts with force, and monsters get blasted aside before they can even fight back. Impact roars through Stone Hall. Mise, Alicia, and Gran brace against Shockwave while Oz strolls through Aftermath with sunny smile, saying it is over. Her strength is absurd, almost casual, and that makes it even more terrifying. Mise stares in awe. Oz fired C-rank wind cannon and water cannon at same time, parallel action, technique that demands magical speed or stamina. Alicia remembers Oz's A magical stamina and Twait confirms it. Oz needs time to fully build magic, but her instant firepower is huge. Even holding back, she is vanguard, or rather main force. Weep her down. 4th layer of Deep King's Tomb opens into broken darkness. Mise and Gran peer into huge unmarked hole, unable to see bottom, and Alicia points out problem. Even with rage, jump looks impossible. Worse, staircase to 5th layer lies that way. Detour becomes only choice, but Twait suddenly freezes and calls for short break. Twait stops party before they move. What looks like snake at wall is no snake at all. A chimera steps out, lion body, goat head, serpent tail, and threat packed into cramped corridor. Twait warns flames here would be disastrous, but path behind is collapsed and stairs to 5th layer are past it. Then beast opens its jaws and Twait shouts for everyone to get back. Panic hits first. Gran shouts that they cannot handle monster. Mise cries Twait's name, and Twait admits he already knows. His eyes drop to dark gap beneath them, then hobgoblin charges from front. With danger closing in both directions, he makes choice before fear can spread. That becomes clear. Chimera behind, Hobgoblin ahead. Twait says they are pincered, and options vanish fast. Oz's firepower could erase enemies, but she needs time to activate it, and there may not be any. Then Mise points into darkness below. No one can see it, but she insists there is foothold underneath. Mise moves first, leaping into unseen drop with terrifying certainty. Alicia and Gran cannot believe she knows path, but Mise calls for them to follow. Twait and Oz watch her land alive, and question lands heavier than fall itself. How does Mise know about hidden route? The group survives by following her lead, but relief turns into suspicion. Mise says fifth layer was directly beneath them even though path is not on map. When asked how she knew, she can only give strange answer. She feels like she has been here before, then corrects herself certain she has never visited. Twait remembers same odd feeling from guild combat test, when she could anticipate golem movement. Twait tries possible explanation. Maybe déjà vu, maybe library's knowledge suddenly surfacing, since Mise often borrows books, and those books might mention sleeted details. Gran laughs it off, but Twait is not convinced. Too many coincidences in row. Still, bigger threat stands closer. The bandits. After Mise's unexpected descent, they must be panicking, and that makes now best time to strike. Twait signals Oz. If enemies are too many, he will call her, but until then she must protect Mise, Alicia, and Gran. Oz accepts. Twait slips away under harmless excuse, saying he needs toilet and telling others to go ahead. Above, hooded bandits curse in confusion, shouting that the brats are somewhere in fifth layer. Bandits race downstairs, and then lights go out. Darkness swallows corridor. Shock turns into screams as two at back drop without warning. Someone realizes footsteps are near. Escort is here. The hunt has flipped again, and now their own panic gives Twait every opening he needs. Flashblade cuts through dark like silent judgment. One bandit falls before he understands what struck him. Another trembles because Twait should not be able to locate them in total darkness. Twait answers with cold advice. If you are not used to stealth, do not hide when you hear enemy footsteps. Twait checks fallen men and reads situation fast. These were only scouts, which means more enemies are already coming. He calls Oz, admits numbers are too high, and asks her for backup. Plan snaps into place. He will lure them into large room at center of fifth layer, while Oz prepares intercept. Then hooded men spot him, and chase straight into trap. Bandits rush through corridors, but Twait vanishes around corners like shadow. Confusion spreads. Then they enter open room and freeze. Waiting there is not adult soldier, not knight, not even normal adventurer. Just small smiling Oz, dual magic wands glowing in both hands. She greets them sweetly, then lets smile turn sharp. Oz says goodbye, and power erupts from both wands. Massive blasts tear across rooms, slamming into enemies from every direction. Hooded men scream, unable to understand what kind of magic can fire like this. Oz laughs as explosions bloom around them, asking if they plan to do nothing until they die. Wait's explanation cuts through chaos. Multiple parallel activations, layered at same time, are called synthesis, but Oz lacks control needed to use it normally. Her answer is magical outburst. With special twin wands, Izanagi Dragon 02, she combines whatever magic comes to mind into one huge mass, then fires directed bursts like ultimate bullets. On battlefield, Oz becomes something no crowd can withstand. Like Tyrant Dragon known for violence, no one matches her in one versus many combat. Bodies fall across stone floor, dust and magic fill chamber, and tiny figure stands in center with two guns lowered, a tyrant in childlike form. After labyrinth job ends, daylight returns like nothing happened. Group thanks Oz for hard work, and she happily says she will go ahead first. Twait asks Mise whether her first labyrinth exploration was fun, and Mise beams without hesitation. Yes, she had a lot of fun. But peace only lasts until Twait notices sign. He calls Oz through communicator, and she answers from Main Street before girls' dormitory. Twait asks for her position, then appears beside her, hood up again. Oz praises him as expected. When it comes to fighting in city, no one is better than 28. Oz notices prisoner still alive and asks whether Twait failed to kill him. Twait says he has been thinking, then asks how much Mission Information Bureau gave her. Oz only knows escort target is Mise, and enemies look like ordinary criminals after ransom. Twait expected as much. His decision turns colder. Oz will guard Mise for now. He will interrogate captured man. Wait's doubt finally comes out in open. Oz thinks mission is simple escort work, but he questions bureau information itself. Enemy is too well equipped for common criminals, maybe backed by something bigger. Oz suggests asking bureau for help. Then Twait admits he has lied to her too. The truth behind his choice sharpens. Twait is Mise's escort, but before that he calls himself Mise's friend. If bureau plans to endanger her, he will stop it. Bare minimum reports, Chris is silent, enemies obsessed with Mise beyond ransom, and Mise's strange déjà vu all stack into one ugly possibility. Wait's suspicion turns toward Mise herself. Maybe there is more to her than even she knows. Oz understands what he wants to do, but her eyes say something else. Not refusal, but concession. If he wants to interrogate captive enemy, he should get proper permission first. So Twait calls Chris. Twait reports one enemy in custody and asks permission to interrogate. Answer drops instantly, permission denied. Then command follows colder than expected. Kill enemy in custody. Oz stiffens. Twait only murmurs Chris's name, but order already says enough. Oz recognizes it too. That was not advice, that was order. Twait calls it normal, but Oz sees change in him. Maybe good, maybe bad, she cannot tell. Then she warns him, if he stands on battlefield like this, she might shoot him with TD-02. The Great War is already over, but past has not let either of them go. Oz tests him without mercy. A shot cracks past Twait, and he dodges on instinct. She laughs in relief, saying his head may have dulled, but reflexes have not. Then her smile turns wild again. If he becomes too gutless, she will give him proper beating herself. Oz leaves with light steps and one last warning not to think too hard about unnecessary things. Twait watches her go, knowing she would never understand no matter how he explains. Under night sky, he admits difference himself. Unlike past version of him, he now knows something he did not before. Elsewhere, Oz contacts Chris and asks question no backup should ask lightly. Remove 28 from Princess Escort mission. Chris refuses. There is special reason 28 is needed, and no replacement exists. Oz bristles at thought she is replaceable instead. Then Chris mentions 30 is already on standby. Oz's answer turns razor sharp. Tell 30 she is on her way, and if his turn comes, she will kill him. Oz notices it first. Twait does not look as driven as usual, but he brushes it off as nothing. Next day, Mise greets Oz with bright trust before labyrinth exploration, and Twait stands nearby while she asks everyone to take care of her today. The team is smaller now. Oz realizes Alicia and Gran are absent, while Twait explains they had circumstances, and today is only him and Mise. Goal stays simple. First layer of the Deep King's tomb, gather medicinal herbs, finish quickly. Yet even on easy layer, Twait quietly checks with Oz, asking if she has found anything. Oz reports no sign enemy has come, and Twait decides they are probably not being tracked this time. Still, he asks her to keep lookout. Oz agrees, then shouts she is going to toilet for a while, so loudly that Mise panics and begs her not to announce things like that. Twait can only accept one truth. Expecting common sense from Oz is hopeless. Then communication paper interrupts. Oz says no enemy has appeared, but group in white school uniforms seems lost and in trouble. Twait recognizes white uniforms immediately. Students from Hero course. They look weak, monsters nearby may wipe them out, and although it has nothing to do with mission, Mise notices communication paper and innocently asks if there is need to hide it. Twait explains it as magical tool but report forces decision. Hero course students are in trouble, dangerous monsters are nearby, and Mise cannot walk away. She says if she does nothing here, she will regret it. Twait yields and orders Oz to watch perimeter. Then he and Mise head deeper. Below broken path, trapped students come into view. Mise recognizes them as people they got involved with at Guild before, and one name slips out, Sieg. Someone seems injured and unable to move, so Twait asks Mise whether they still have herbs. She does. Enough for 4 people. Before going down, Twait tells her to cast Rage. Mise drops in fast, startling Hero course students. Their shock turns sharper when they realize who came to help. Twait stays calm and practical. Injured people should raise hands, and they will receive medicinal herbs. Rescue begins without ceremony. Problem grows immediately. No one here knows how to make potions from herbs, and Hero course has not taken magical pharmacy yet, so treatment will take time. Sieg only has scratches, but other 3 cannot move, and calling for help was not option because large monsters lurk nearby. Then footsteps thunder closer. Answer arrives in one word, orcs. 3 of them. Orcs close in, each step shaking narrow passage. Twait measures threat without panic, slow but several times stronger than hobgoblins, and cramped walls make fight worse. He says he will handle monsters. Hero Core students explode in disbelief, mocking Common Core student who cannot even use D-rank magic, until Sieg, sweating but serious, asks him to help. Will Sieg chooses trust over pride. He bows his head and says, please help us. Others shout his name and call it ridiculous, terrified that if Twait acts alone, everyone will be dragged into danger. Sieg silences them. They will understand when they see. Og turns questionward Twait himself, asking if that is right. Twait answers with quiet smile. Yeah, then he tells Mise to stay where she is. Her eyes tremble, but she obeys. One step forward, and Twait leaves rescue behind him. Orc appears from darkness, towering, tusked, and grinning like wall of flesh. Students recoil in terror. Twait walks straight toward it, shoulders loose, hands ready, while monster fills corridor ahead. Fear belongs to everyone behind him, not him. Twait moves first. Flashes. Blade forms in his hand, and he launches himself across Orc's body with impossible speed. Steel bites. He vaults, cuts, and drives through opening before monster can understand target has already passed. Blood bursts from Orc's face. Twait lands low, fires rapid shots, and counts next threat. One more. Behind him, students stare like their world just broke. Then another Orc charges from side, and Mize stands directly in its path. Time tightens around Mize. Tears rise, body freezes, and Orc's fist drops toward her. Twait's eye snaps wide. In that instant, rescue stops being clean strategy. It becomes pure reflex. Twait tears through gap and snatches Mize away as flash detonates behind them. Orc is carved down mid-swing, but Secret slips dangerously close to open air. Mize is safe in his arms. Students gape in disbelief, and one stunned voice can only whisper, "You're kidding me." After rescue, wagon rolls through open hills, but silence sits heavy inside. Mize clings to Twait for comfort, still shaken by close call. Oz watches with smug little grin, while Mize finally gathers courage and says she will ask Twait straight. Question lands clean. Has Twait ever worked as escort? Twait asks why she wants to know, and Mize explains she has met people from that line of work before. When he moved to protect her earlier, he looked like them. Her voice tightens. Is there something he is hiding from her? Twait answers without flinching. He has never worked as escort and he is not hiding anything. Mize accepts it with small, careful smile, but quiet gap remains between them. Next day, she leaves class early, apologizing and asking to be excused for today. Mize waves goodbye, but suspicion follows her outdoor. Twait's face stays unreadable, and Oz's sharp eye tracks tiny shift in air. Outside, Mize confirms no one is following, yet her thoughts keep circling same question. Is Twait secretly acting as her escort? Suspicion began with small contradiction. One lunch break, Twait came in late and said he had stopped by library, but hem of his uniform and soles of his shoes carried traces of sand and dirt. Mize wondered if he had gone off campus, so she asked around, and found out he had not visited library that day. Labyrinth sealed doubt deeper. His sudden protection, his combo, and every strange clue point same way. Twait is definitely hiding something. Still, proof is only circumstantial. Mize decides she needs identity of escort, and if Twait truly is one, he should be following her right now. So she makes test, then runs. Mize bolts through street, trying to shake any unseen watcher. When she finally stops, breathless, no one appears behind her. Relief softens her face. Maybe feeling of being followed was only imagination. If possible, she wants to keep being friends with Wait and get along with him. Then memory strikes like blade. Hooded figures guards. Chains of old fear. A voice inside her declares wish she cannot bury. She wants to be free. Mize staggers, clutching head, shaken by vision too vivid for book knowledge. This does not feel like something she read. It feels like her own memory. Memory sharpens into nightmare. Hooded men surround young Mize, one hand clamped over her mouth as she begs to be released. They say they finally have her, lucky at last moment, and must flee before escort notices. But Mize resists even through terror, declaring she will not let them escape, until present-day voice cuts in with her apology for leaving early. Back at Academy, Twait catches tiny glance Mize throws his way. She is probing him, trying to uncover identity. He recalls yesterday's labyrinth fight, when he fought seriously in front of her, and decides to avoid any accidental meetings for now. Then his communicator stays silent. Oz is not answering, and Twait's calm starts to crack. Twait chooses priority, Mize first. But as he tracks her, answer becomes obvious. She is not merely wandering. She is testing whether someone follows her. She slips behind corner to spring trap, and Twait moves to circle around. Then scream hits alley. Mize. A cloaked figure looms over her, hand sealed over her mouth, shadow swallowing face beneath hood. Another voice says they must escape before escort figures it out. Mize's eyes widen, trapped between old fear and present danger, while footsteps hammer closer from darkness. Kidnappers curse her resistance, and one is sent crashing aside. Twait appears under hood, moving like blade in human form. His thoughts cut through fight. Organization was disbanded, and he chose normal everyday life after that. Yet enemies keep dragging him back. He crushes them anyway, because there is no time for hesitation. Bureau orders echo in Twait's head. Be covert escort, do not interrogate. But watching Mize held at knife point snaps something deeper. He rejects being dragged by orders alone. He will protect who he wants to protect. That is all he wants. Hood drops, killing intent rises, and Twait fires as kidnapper screams. Bloodstained stone. Threat falls. Mize stands shaken, staring at rescuer before her and whispering his name. Twait pulls back hood and stops hiding for a moment. He knows she has questions, but first asks to change location. Mize agrees, because truth can wait only long enough to survive. Away from Allie, Mize asks directly, "Who are you?" Twait says he cannot answer, so she guesses instead. He belongs to Terraria's Special Ops Group, like undisclosed intelligence organizations from her own kingdom. She does not know full details, only rumors of members sent into Last Great Hero Demon War. Twait says nothing, and silence answers more than words. Mize pieces truth together with frightening precision. Twait's combat style, bullet compression, and every refined killing technique point to one thing. Not student training, but long years in brutal shadows. Thwaite tries to brush it off as wild guess, until Mise says there is no need to pretend anymore. She already knows who she is. Thwaite kneels. Mask drops with posture. He addresses her as Michelias, second princess of Holy Kingdom of Arcadia, and apologizes for every discomfort he caused. Mise immediately asks him to stop speaking so formally and to talk like before. Thwaite accepts, then offers answer to her earlier question. Thwaite refuses clean confession, but gives enough. If Mise is that confident in her guess, she can interpret silence however she likes. So Mise moves to next question. Who is his client? Thwaite says he cannot answer that either. Mise closes her eyes and names likely answer herself. Her father. Mise reasons it out with disarming calm. Since his daughter became Runaway, her father must have been watching from shadows. Thwaite catches on one word, Runaway, and asks if she really said it. Mise confirms. She hated restraints placed on her, only because she was born royal. That is why she ran. And then Mise's explanation spirals into royal scandal. She claims she threatened to expose injustices if she was not allowed to become Runaway. Assassins hired in throne struggles, secret adoption to cover Queen's inability to bear son, and more. Thwaite freezes, realizing her version of Runaway may not mean what anyone expected. Thwaite asks if she is sure she should tell him all this. Mise answers with hand over heart. She trusts him. At first she wanted to blame him for hiding his identity, but then she realized she was hiding too. He protected her without her knowing, while she lived carelessly and dragged him into danger again and again. Mise adds that she fought to protect life she chose. Thwaite says that sounds exactly like her, and her resolve finally spills out in one desperate request. Please keep treating her like always. She trusts him. She likes ordinary days with everyone. Thwaite answers with quiet certainty. She does not have to tell him. That was always planned. Aze smiles through relief and says she will leave it to him. Her wish repeats across cold bars, stone tower, and birdcage-like prison. She wants to be free, and freedom is no distant dream anymore. Everyday life she wants to protect is right here. Mise blurts out love for everyday life, together with everyone, and Thwaite answers like it was obvious. She never had to say it, because that was always planned. Then he turns it back on her, saying he should be one asking for help. Mise pauses, giggles, and calls him strange all over again. Explains why Thwaite feels so unusual. Normally no one treats her casually, even if she asks because she is royalty. People watch manners, flatter her, and keep distance. Thwaite asks if she had no close friends in Kingdom of Arcadia. Mise smiles faintly and admits it. Yes. She was always alone. Thwaite realizes lonely truth beneath princess title. No one really knew Mise's true self, but when he says she is strange despite being princess, Mise stiffens. Strange? Her? Thwaite adds she has habit of suddenly bursting into song and Mise panics, begging him to forget it while his deadpan, Mise howls, yeah, haunts her like public execution. Even embarrassment cannot stop Thwaite's blunt verdict. With calm face he calls Mise foolhardy tomboy, and she shrieks at phrase like it stabbed pride itself. Then he softens meaning, because Mise is like that, he can treat her as friend. Probably Gran and Alicia feel same. Mise's shock turns quiet, because answer hits deeper than insult. Relief barely settles, before Mise asks another question. If Thwaite is escort, is Oz one too? Thwaite says yes, and thinks secrecy no longer is exposed. But another problem bites him. Why did Oz ignore transmissions during escort duty? Mise trembles, then asks if Oz also sees her as foolhardy tomboy. Thwaite rejects that idea, but his mind has already moved to darker concern. Thwaite shifts to something far more important. How did Mise know royal family injustices back then? Mise tries to answer lightly, saying she only wanted to leave kingdom as soon as possible. But question freezes her. How did she know? Thwaite's logic cuts deeper. If she was always alone, she could not have learned it from others. Realization hits Mise hard. She collapses forward, sweating, breath broken, apologizing as pain pounds through her head. Thwaite catches her and wonders if bandits poisoned her. But Mise's words point elsewhere. A prison. Dreams, a cage. Something buried inside her is surfacing, and even Thwaite cannot name what she sees. Mise reaches toward bars in vision, whispering same desperate wish. She wants to be free. Thwaite kneels beside her as she repeats it like plea from another life. Then her body gives out, folding onto floor while he stays at her side, left staring at mystery no weapon can cut. Oi. Academy halls return to calm, but Mise's collapse still hangs over everyone. When asked if she is ready, she answers yes, smiling brightly and insisting headache is already gone. More than half day has passed since she fell, and she thanks Oz too, realizing Thwaite and Oz have been taking turns watching over her. Oz waves it off with cheerful ease, saying there is no need for thanks and that it was no problem. Thwaite suggests Mise take rest of day off, since going back now means only 2 classes. But Mise refuses with full force. 2 classes still matter. Wasting them would be unforgivable. Thwaite starts to give in, saying Oz should come too since they are escorts. Then Oz quietly says it is fine already. Tone changes. Thwaite asks what she means, And Oz turns to Mise with strange calm, asking her to head to school first because she needs to talk with Twait alone. Mise worries about who will escort her, but Oz smiles and tells her there is nothing to worry about. Mise accepts and leaves down corridor, still uneasy. Once she is gone, Twait faces Oz directly and asks what she meant by, "It's fine." Oz drops answer like stone. She just received transmission from Chris. Escort mission is over. Twait catches suddenness at once and asks if enemy organization has been destroyed. Oz says that seems to be case, but his suspicion sharpens. One more thing, why did she not answer his transmission back then? Oz laughs it off, claiming she must have received another transmission, then changes subject. Chris has sent for them. To Castle. At Castle, waiting stretches too long. Twait stands by window while Oz sprawls on chair, young face hiding too much. Chris told them to wait, but Twait's questions only multiply. Did Oz report Mise finding out they were escorts? Oz says yes, simple as that. Twait thinks Oz probably will not be blamed. She was only ordered after circumstances changed, never placed as covert escort from start. But deeper problem remains. Original mission information was incomplete. Oz was given mostly same facts, yet now orders reach her before him. Nobles and royals inside Bureau were involved, something soldiers like them were never meant to know. And somehow, Wade alone was kept outside loop. Bad feeling hardens between them. Oz curls into chair and asks Twait something sudden, something too personal. During missions, when comrades died, how did he feel? Twait hesitates, but she demands answer. He says only thought was that it could not be helped. Oz repeats it with hollow intensity. Of course. That is nature of their work. Then Twait says he kept her waiting. But unease has already opened like wound. Chris finally enters, apologizing for delay while promising to keep it short. Then truth lands clean and heavy. Client behind mission was reigning king of Holy Kingdom of Arcadia. His Royal Majesty Lord Reeton Arcadia. Twait's suspicion proves right. Mise's father was client all along. But Chris says commission began because of special royal magic passed down through Arcadia's royal family. That magic has name, Wisdom Road. Chris explains it has existed for generations, inherited by daughters of Arcadia royal family. If possessor has daughter, daughter inherits it. If possessor dies without daughter, female blood relative receives it instead. And now current possessor of Wisdom Road is Her Royal Highness Mikeliasi. Wait asks what that magic does. And Chris answers with chilling simplicity, inheritance of memories. Wisdom Road passes down memories of every past possessor. Behind that calm explanation, generations of royal women stand like ghosts, each life sealed inside next heir. Everything Mise somehow knew suddenly makes sense. Royal injustices, layout of Deep King's tomb, ancient golem she recognized, strange déjà vu chasing her mind. None of it came from normal experience. It was all inside Mise from beginning, inherited memories of other people. Twait understands at once. This is far heavier than expected. Chris explains power's value and danger. If memories can be inherited, knowledge and technology can pass beyond lifespan itself. Arcadia's royal family used Wisdom Road to grow power and influence. But gift became blade with two edges. Twice already civil wars erupted over succession, and each time Victor had Wisdom Road. Now Arcadia stands on verge of third civil war, with second prince's faction trying to remove first prince. And for that they tried to obtain Mikeliasi. That an expected crisis and tolerated Mikelias becoming runaway to keep Wisdom Road away from conflict. He even reported her missing to avoid public panic. Hiding her once inheritance was confirmed. It worked for a while. No one noticed. But soon after, she was found in Kingdom of Terraria, attending Bildart's Academy. Chris finishes summary. Bandits Twait fought were mercenaries hired by Second Prince's faction, so King ordered Royal Bureau of Counterintelligence to escort her. Twait accepts facts. But danger still feels unfinished. If mercenaries are gone, Second Prince's faction will not stop that easily. So he says escorting Mise remains too dangerous to end. Chris shuts that hope down. No, Oz already told him, didn't she? That will no longer be necessary. Twait's blood runs cold. He snaps up and demands to know where Mise is. Chris answers his code instead of his question. 28. Then order drops like execution bell. Twait is now placed under custody. In same room, Oz sits silent while Chris raises hand. An unseen restraints close in before Twait can move. Chris confirms Twait's fear without flinching. Defeating mercenaries will not stop Second Prince's faction. Civil war would weaken Arcadia, and hostile kingdoms would notice. So Twait says forbidden answer aloud. To prevent more conflict, they plan to kill Mise. When he asks if that is why father sends assassins after own daughter, Chris calls it royal logic. Benefit over emotion. Twait snaps. Memory of Elysia flashes through words about nobles using people. And this time he refuses to stand still. Glass explodes as he launches himself out, leaving bureau agents shouting that he ran away. Orders fly instantly, after him. But Twait is already moving faster than their net can close. Chris is left asking one question. Why, 28? Outside, Twait races across roofline with one name burning through him. Mise. Search points flash through his mind until he spots her below, and the answer hits at once. Found her. Twait sees danger before Mise does. His eye widens. His voice tears through street. Mise, get down. A hooded attacker swings from behind her, but warning reaches just in time. Mise freezes as death passes close enough to steal breath. Twait lands between Mise and attacker, calm again only after he confirms she is alive. Mise stares in shock, calling his name, while he asks if she is okay. She explains someone claiming to be his comrade told her he would be waiting here. Twait's face hardens. No time to apologize. He will give her summary now. Twait tells her about Wisdom Road, and pieces finally lock into place. Mise understands her déjà vu, her strange knowledge, memories muddled by inheritance. Then heavier truth reaches. Her father. To her. Twait says he may not be believed, but Mise cuts through doubt. She believes him. Mise asks if Twait is on her side, and he answers with same steady promise as always. That is plan. Trust settles between them like last rope over abyss. Then Mise speaks words every inheritor wanted to say. Please, take me away from here. Elsewhere, Chris watches pursuit fail. Agents report they could not find him, but she does not panic. Half squad must survey surroundings. Everyone must keep frequent communication, because 28 might still be nearby. Oz sits silent under those orders, while Chris smiles faintly, knowing chase has only begun. Back at Castle, Chris hears report. 28 ran away. Her warning turns cold. Do not treat this as someone else's problem. Oz stands under weight of that order, insisting it cannot be helped, but her face betrays something else. She never thought 28 would act like this. Oz's disbelief hardens into anger. Twait broke orders too easily, nothing like 28 she knew. Chris watches in silence as Oz takes responsibility for failure herself. Then tiny former agent bares her teeth and swears she will make 28 regret it. Days later, Chase has moved far from capital. Twait and Mise reach Port Town in southeastern Terraria, slipping past Chris's squad and Royal Bureau surveillance. Guards crowd docks, patrols tighten every street, yet Twait's years under Chris give him one advantage. He knows how her subordinates think. Before next move, Twait asks Mise one last time if she truly does not want to return to Kingdom of Arcadia. Her answer is quiet but absolute. Her father, King of Arcadia, saw her only as tool for royal prosperity. Her mother would sell her back for money. Mise has no attachment to either of them. Mise says there is no place for her in that kingdom. Twait's thoughts retrace whole cruel chain. Wisdom Road, royal daughters inheriting memories, Arcadia using that power for influence, King Retin allowing her temporary freedom only until she became spark for succession war. In end, he chose assassination over daughter. When Mise admits one regret, it is not kingdom or throne. It is leaving without saying goodbye to Alicia and Gran. Twait calmly reveals he already sent both of them letters explaining situation before they left. Shock melts into relief, and Mise smiles with eyes closed. Then she has no more regrets. At Dockside Hideout, Mise calls out as Twait returns with newspaper in hand. Article speaks of criminals who may have stowed away, explaining why port security is unusually tight. Twait sees through it at once. Story is probably lie meant to stop Mise and him from escaping by ship. Their planned sea route is gone. Twait does not waste time mourning lost path. If ship is impossible, they need another way. Only 3 countries border Terraria, and 2 northeastern kingdoms are too far. So he chooses west toward Arcadia's border. To reach Republic of Carnabun. Mise catches meaning with alarm. They must cross border of very kingdom hunting her. Twait lays out brutal math of escape. Long journey means no supplies. Pursuers mean no safe resupply. And Chris with Bureau will not lose them forever. But if they reach foreign ground beyond Bureau reach, even discovered, enemies cannot easily touch them. Mise accepts it, and resolve hardens into one destination, Republic. Momentum dies an instant. Twait senses trap and tells Mise they are surrounded. He apologizes, asking her to hide and stay still, but then stops himself. No more secrets. He tells her they will be here for a while, and Mise answers with trembling faith, yes. Twait calls them out, and hooded agents step from shadows. One recognizes him by number, 28. Their demand is simple. Hand over woman, and they will not hurt him. Twait almost laughs at Bureau, still trying to use him after everything, while warning follows. Of course. Punishment waits once he returns to Kingdom. Twait answers with only demand he has left, Mise's safety. Hooded agents reject it, and negotiations end there. Next breath becomes violence. Twait strikes first, blasting through them while one panicked voice shouts warning, enemy is organization's ace. Twait tears through formation before orders can settle. One agent screams to keep distance. Another tries to take position after escaping, but Twait is already inside their guard. Blades flash, bodies reel, and every warning comes too late. A sword cuts toward him from blind angle, but Twait catches danger and activates fixation. He slams attacker down, sparing only last one. That survivor becomes messenger. Tell Bureau there is no more room for negotiations. Then Twait turns back to Mise. If more pursuers come, they need to move now. Mise stands among fallen bodies and blood, shaken by what Twait becoming serious truly looks like. He apologizes, admitting this is not something others should see. But Mizé refuses to look away. To gain her freedom, she says she has duty to see what has been sacrificed so far. Inside kingdom of Terraria's royal castle, consequences arrive in polished halls. Chris faces older uniformed captain and asks how he will take responsibility for this. Far from dockside bloodshed, Bureau's failure has reached command itself. Inside castle, blame detonates. Captain warns Michelier's running away could become international disaster, then turns fury on Chris, the one who raised 28. To him, Twait is no longer asset, but unleashed dog that bit its master. Chris pushes back. Killing 28 too soon would waste God-sent talent, even if that very talent has now turned against them. Chris reminds him she warned 28's surveillance should be left to stronger soldiers, and asks who ignored that advice. Then new report lands. Soldier from Port Town returns with message from 28. As long as Her Royal Highness's assassination is not called off, he will not surrender. Captain answers by escalating everything. Double mobilized soldiers, military-grade magic tools, no restraint. Even doubling force may not be enough. Chris says enemy they face now is man who slew Demon King. Her smile says what Captain refuses to admit. Bureau is not hunting normal runaway agent. Somewhere far from that room, someone cries out in terror as that truth arrives in blood. On forest shadows, hooded pursuer staggers, drenched and trembling, calling Twait monster. Twait returns to carriage moments later, calm as if nothing happened. Mizé rushes toward him, terrified he is hurt. His answer is colder than comfort. It is only blood, and not his. A few days after fleeing Port Town, Twait and Mizé travel by carriage taken from one assassin, fighting off pursuers along road while heading for Republic. Supplies dwindle to crumbs. Food can wait only so long, and Twait chooses nearby village as next stop. At Village Inn, Twait explains hard plan. Food and medicine are sold there, but most stock will not arrive until noon tomorrow, so he asks for whatever medicine remains now. Forest can provide food, medicine cannot. They will depart by noon, but extra time at inn becomes unavoidable. Innkeeper asks one room or two. Twait chooses one without hesitation, because money is low. Mizé's face lights up, teasing that he must be making move on her, and panic explodes instantly. She insists she is not making move at all, while Twait only wants one thing tonight, rest body and soul. Night falls, but rest does not come for Mizé. Twait notices she cannot sleep, and she admits she has been having dreams, not ordinary dreams. Memories of every inheritor of Wisdom Road flood her head, reaching back to power born during Second Great Hero Demon War, created to assist hero in great wars. Mizé's nightmare opens deeper wound. Wisdom Road was never used in Fourth Great Hero Demon War. Arcadia royal family took control, twisted it from support for hero into weapon for kingdom, and locked possessors away. Their lives became cages, knowledge drilled into them, voices left behind whispering same desperate wish. I want to be free. That cry reaches Mizé like hands clawing toward light. She wakes trembling with same words stuck in her chest. I want to be free. Twait softly calls her name, and she confesses what now terrifies her most. After learning true nature of Wisdom Road, she cannot stop wondering whether her own wish is truly hers. Mizé's fear spills out raw. What if desire for freedom came from inherited memory? What if her dream of becoming adventurer was never born from herself? Twait listens, then answers with proof from days beside her. He saw how hard she studied, how she fought through monster work, how she explored Labyrinth by her own effort. Twait tells her what he felt back then. Mizé always looked like she was having fun. Those feelings belonged to her and no one else. Mizé tries to doubt again, wondering if previous possessors' longing merely used her as outlet. But Twait cuts through despair with simple truth. Yearning cannot persist without effort. It reminds her of Labyrinth danger. Previous possessors may have given up, stopped their adventures there. But Mizé did not. She chose to continue. She chose to strive. Twait says it without hesitation. That was undeniably Mizé's own choice. Tears break through, and for first time that night, she smiles like she can finally breathe. Relief settles between them, but Mizé turns concern back on Twait. After all this sudden journey, she asks whether he has nothing to worry about. When he says it is not first time, she gently asks him what kind of life he has lived until now. Twait pauses, then begins with blunt truth. He was abandoned child. Twait tells her he was left in orphanage, then picked up by someone from Terraria's army. Mizé freezes when she hears age, 5 years old. He says first battle was fierce, though actual combat came much later. Pursued countless times, nearly killed countless times, he remembers only desperate struggle to stay alive. Past turns black and cold. Desperation dulled days, wore down emotions, and amid other people's life and death, he stopped reacting at all. Mizé asks if he never had comrades. Twait admits he did, then quietly says more than half are already dead. Silence hits her so hard she rises, then leans into him, leaving Twait startled by her sudden closeness. Mizé leans against Twait in dark room, asking whether he hates thought of two wounded people licking each other's scars. Twait Twait stays turned away, silent but close. Her eyes lower, cheeks flushed, as question hangs between them heavier than any pursuit. They let night end without more words. Twait says goodnight, Mizé answers softly, and both lie down on same bed with careful distance that still cannot erase closeness. After everything broken inside them, sleep becomes fragile truce. Peace shatters before dawn. Twait calls Mizé's name, then snaps her awake. Get up. Traps he set along route have gone off. Enemies are still away but nearby. No time for carriage, no time for comfort. They must abandon everything and run. Orist swallows them fast, but Mizé's exhausted body stumbles almost immediately. Twait catches her and checks if she is all right. She apologizes, still worn down from night without rest, and asks if reaching Republic of Carnabun will finally make them safe. Then fear sharpens into one quiet question. If she still wants to escape, will Twait still come with her? Twait answers without hesitation. Yeah. Mizé pushes further, asking if he will stay no matter where she goes. Again, yeah. Even when she asks if he will stay until death, he calls that too far. Then gives something stronger. If this journey never ends until they die, he is ready. He has chosen to die together with Mizé. New episode opens with violence, already in motion. A hooded pursuer lunges, only to be cut down in instant by weight. Mizé cries his name and asks if he is hurt, but he only says yeah. Last pursuer has fallen. No celebration. He tells her, let's go. After moving again, Mizé realizes they have already crossed border. Twait confirms it with calm precision. They are now in Kingdom of Arcadia. Border security was thinner than expected, too easy to slip through. Then different conclusion lands. Someone with glasses observes it looks like they were being led around. Around 10 days ago, after learning plot to assassinate Mizé and escaping royal capital, Twait and Mizé aimed for Republic of Carnabun while repelling pursuers. Now, without carriage and after walking all night, Mizé's fatigue is clear. Twait knows they need rest somehow. Then hope appears in barren landscape. Village ahead. After barely 4 hours of sleep, Twait pushes Mizé back onto her feet. More pursuers may come any minute, and without carriage, every step costs them. Then his eyes catch stable nearby. Practical answer arrives before hesitation can stop it. Steal it. Mizé stops him cold. Emergency or not, she refuses to harm civilian caught in their escape. Twait had already counted one lookout, one opening, one wagon, but her words drag him back to promise from night before. If their journey never ends, then this is not emergency. It is their new everyday life. Twait admits she is right. If they trample unrelated people and call it survival, they become no different from common thieves. Problem remains. Carriage needs money. Then familiar voices cut through village air. Adventurers bragging about defeating demonic beasts and taking another commission. We're adventurers. Twait returns almost instantly, and Mizé greets him in disbelief. He went out disguised, registered for adventurer license test, and somehow comes back already C rank with mission in hand. Reward objective is clear, defeat 3 ogres. Mizé can only stare at impossible speed. Mizé presses him baffled because they took tests together and were both F rank before. Twait explains mission reward is high enough to buy carriage, but difficulty is high too. His results expose absurd gap. D magical power, a magical speed, C magical stamina, magical control, 2 A ranks, comparable to Knight Commander level. Twait says he took it seriously this time. Even if power and stamina still bother him, their mission leads south of village, near Labyrinth entrance. Mizé's reaction sharpens on single word, Labyrinth. Twait cannot spare time to explore it, but suddenly remembers something far more dangerous, and far more useful. He asks Mizé if she can use ancient magic. Wisdom Road should hold memories of that method. But Mizé lowers her gaze. Knowledge exists, burden exists, but using it now is too much. Ancient magic is beyond her. Instead, she reaches for another possibility. Mizé forms alchemy through inherited memory, shaping material in her hands with eerie precision. Twait recognizes how high-level skill is, but Mizé admits this is first time she has used it herself. Wisdom Road does not only pass knowledge. It passes experience. When magic moves through her, it feels like her own body no longer belongs to her. Mizé tries to prepare herself for battle, asking what she should do while Twait fights. But Twait shuts that down at once. She does not have to do anything. Mizé's face tightens, afraid that means she still lacks power to help him, until Twait reveals what he truly meant. She does not know his original way of fighting. Twait raises strange weapon in his hands and names it plainly. This is his weapon. From their position, he can already see Ogre's habitat. He explains he never meant Mizé would slow him down. It is worse, colder, more absolute. He does not really need help. Then Twait fires. Magic-loaded shots tear through distance with brutal precision, each impact landing through scope sight before ogres can even understand danger. Mizé freezes, eyes wide, as 3 targets fall from far away like battle ended before it began. Twait lowers weapon and declares commission complete. Mizé can barely process it. Next step is only collecting horns as proof. When she says he might even defeat Dragon, Twait answers with calm honesty. He is better against humanoid enemies, demons for example. Stronger foes, stranger logic. Wade explains why. Humanoid enemies usually die if head or heart is crushed, making snipe simple and perfect. Then he turns idea toward Mise. Maybe she can master snipe too. Not with raw power but with control. Snipe requires magical control, Twait says, something sharpened by practice, knowledge, and experience. And Mise holds more knowledge and experience than anyone through Wisdom Road. After seeing her alchemy and effects of Wisdom Road, he concludes her magical control is already high enough to master it. Mise nervously asks what weapon she should use, so Twait lends her his sniper wand. She slips it onto her wrist, channels magic, and black feathers explode around weapon as it forms in her hands. Twait gives it name, Black Feather 28, BF28. Mise repeats name in awe, but Twait cuts in. He was not one who gave it that name. Training begins anyway. He tells her to fix posture, spread feet lightly, level shoulders, and breathe. Mise lies prone with weapon, but when she looks through far-sighted crystal, problem appears immediately. She cannot see much. Twait adjusts Mise's grip step by step, telling her to support center of wand with left hand and pour magic power into it. Scope finally snaps into focus. Slow but clear. Mise can feel her magic guided forward and Twait notices it at once. She has aptitude for sniper wands. Now comes next step. Loading bullets. Twait moves closer behind her and sharpens every detail. Open both eyes, breathe deep. Feel oxygen spread through whole body. Keep finger on trigger. Exhale halfway then hold. Between heartbeats, when body reaches quietest point, that single instant becomes battlefield. Wait's command cuts through silence. Pull trigger. Mise's eye flares wide, finger moves, and BF-28 erupts. Shot tears forward with violent recoil, blasting from wand toward tree ahead. Smoke and shock leave Mise trembling. She asks how it was, but Twait tells her to confirm it herself. Through scope, truth stings. She did not hit target. Twait stays calm. First time usually goes this way, and now she only needs practice. Several more times. Practice pays off fast. Birds scatter from branches as Mise reaches point where she can hit target. Twait notes it clearly. Even with unmoving target, she landed third try, and from fifth shot onward she kept hitting. For someone learning under pressure, that is already dangerous progress. Then Twait raises stakes. Next is real thing. Commission claimed 3 ogres, but 1 ogre still lurks nearby, because horns are needed as proof. To finish job and recover evidence, 4th ogre must fall, and Twait wants Mise to be one who defeats it. Mise steadies herself and agrees to try. She raises BF-28, eye burning with focus, then activates rage and visual enhancement. Her body snaps into motion, weapon braced, sight cutting through distance toward target. Ogre stops, Twait sees opening, and Mise fires before fear can swallow her. Shot strikes true. She blurts that she defeated it, but Twait tells her to confirm death properly and shoot head if she doubts. Mise checks, says it hit head, and Twait accepts result. Better than expected. In future, he may rely on Mise for support. Mise lights up after Twait says he may rely on her support. She promises to devote utmost effort, practically sparkling with joy, while Twait can almost imagine a tail wagging behind her. But when she asks for another sniper wand, his instincts snap awake. Something is wrong. Twait orders Mise to ready sniper wand and face 3 o'clock. Through trees, a cloaked figure stands in distance. Mise confirms it. Enemy. They have not noticed yet, but pursuit has already caught their scent. With rifle steady against her shoulder, Mise asks quiet, dangerous question, shall she shoot? Twait stops her by name. Killing is his burden, not hers. And maybe someday Mise may have to pull trigger for real, but not now. Not when he can still carry that weight alone. Mise understands, even if disappointment lingers in her eyes. Twait admits that for now he is only one who can handle it, though future remains unknown. Still, her resolve was not wasted. That single question proved she is ready to stand beside him, not behind him. With enemy blocking way back to village, retreat closes behind them. Twait suggests they distance themselves naturally, but Mise asks where they can go. Silence answers first. Then forest opens toward massive roots and dark entrance below. There is no choice left. The labyrinth has slipped past incoming pursuers. They decide to enter nearby labyrinth, the roots of the divine tree. Giant roots twist over its mouth like fingers around a hidden wound, and Twait and Mise step toward darkness, because outside is no longer safer. Inside, strange plants cling to walls. Rare species Mise says are barely seen outside. Twait asks if that knowledge comes from Wisdom Road, and she confirms it. Previous possessor knew structure of this labyrinth. If enemy follows, Twait wants to go deeper, and Mise finally has role only she can fill. Guidance. Mise's confidence returns as she points out medicinal herbs. Twait quietly gathers useful plants, even asking for red medicinal herb, green moss, and purple flowers. Mise wonders if he plans to use them for something, but he only says maybe. Insurance, he calls it, because in this labyrinth, preparation may be only thing keeping them alive. Deeper inside roots of divine tree, Mise senses huge swarm of dismoist in anus. She suggests detour, avoiding pointless fight. Twait agrees in principle, then refuses detour anyway. If Labyrinth Conquest has many methods, he will use one learned from old workplace. Medicinal herbs they gathered are about to matter. Smoke rolls through tunnels, and hidden beasts shift in darkness. Mise notices there are more than expected, but Twait stays calm. Gas seeps from refined medicinal herbs. Sleeping gas. Mise stares blankly, then scrambles to make gas masks with alchemy before their own trap swallows them too. Masks on, they move through sealed underground chambers while sleeping gas does its work. Twait explains why labyrinths make gas deadly. Closed rooms, big and small, turn air itself into weapon. Then blocked passage appears, packed with large demonic beasts. His answer stays brutal and simple. If they block way, he kills them. After more than an hour in Labyrinth, Twait checks whether Wisdom Road holds memories of route ahead. Mise admits almost none. Memories she relies on are too ancient. Paths have changed, new routes carved, old knowledge made useless. If pursuers search behind them, waiting longer is safer. So Twait decides they go deeper. The deeper path reveals stone monuments standing among roots. Mise explains what that means. Labyrinth was created by ancient civilization that flourished before Second Great Hero-Demon War. Twait has seen such monuments in deep labyrinths before, and they are usually warnings only experts can read. But Mise steps forward with shocking confidence. She can read it. Twait asks what is written. Mise reads, "There is hidden treasure ahead." Message is too simple, and that makes it scarier. Still, because pursuers likely will not pass monument, and it gives no danger warning they move ahead. Then Twait halts. Something strange waits forward. Not demonic beast, not human. Shape emerges in open chamber. Golem. It resembles ones from Adventurer Guild exam, but wrong detail makes Twait wary. It floats. Then machine snaps alive, lifting off with violent hum, and Twait instantly orders Mise to stand back. Golem attacks first. Twait grabs Mise and shields her as spinning body screams through air, smashing past with terrifying speed. He dodges, counters, and draws blade in same breath, but enemy keeps whipping around chamber like flying weapon. Treasure path has turned into ambush. Twait studies the flying golem mid-attack and realizes its sight is narrower than a human's. It does not chase blindly. It holds position, blocking their path like a guardian. When Mise calls out, Twait's suspicion sharpens. Maybe it is not trying to kill them. Maybe it is protecting something ahead. Mise suddenly asks Twait to stop the golem's movements because she wants to try something. Twait demands what she is planning, but she gives him no real answer. So he triggers rage, steps forward, and throws himself straight at the spinning machine. Steel and speed crash together. Twait slams into the golem's path, forcing its wild movement to break for one precious moment. He shouts Mise's name, and she answers instantly, already running with trembling focus toward the opening he created. Mise reaches the golem and presses her palm against it. Light bursts, the machine freezes, and its brutal spinning dies away. Twait stands before the silent guardian as Mise confirms it shut down. Twait asks what she did, and Mise explains with quiet awe. Just as she thought, the golem works like one she remembers. Built-in emergency switches can shut down its functions, and she interfered through magic power. That knowledge comes from Wisdom Road, and the one who created Wisdom Road was probably the same person who created this golem before the Second Great Hero-Demon War. Truth settles heavy. Inside Mise's head lies 200 years of knowledge, all crammed into one person. Mise admits using it feels like cheating, but Twait refuses to let her blame herself. She did not bargain for that power. No one has right to complain if she uses it to survive. With path open, they move forward. Beyond the guardian, petals drift through hidden chamber, and Mise's eyes widen. She recognizes it at once. The divine herb Exa. Not ordinary treasure, not coin, not weapon. It is the indispensable medicinal herb needed to create divine medicine elixir. Mise gazes at the flowers, calling them beautiful, while Twait pieces it together. The golem was protecting this valuable herb. Divine medicine elixir is highest class potion, but Exa has become so rare that elixirs were made only few times. Mise asks if they can bring it back, but Twait cuts hope short. Preserving Exa needs special procedure, and without prepared tools, they have no way to transport it. Twait looks over the field of Exa and sees value beyond imagination. Even a small amount could bring a fortune, and simply knowing a colony exists here is priceless. They cannot transport it properly, but he still finds a way to use this discovery. Twait decides they will camp beside the divine herb Exa for the night. Mise falters at the idea, but he explains that by morning, their pursuers should have pulled back. For Mise, sleeping beside such a legendary herb feels almost unreal, and under that magnificent sight, their desperate escape pauses for one quiet night. Next day, they return to the village with supplies in hand. Their pursuers are not staying there, and they even manage to buy a carriage at a fairly cheap price. Twait says they should buy what they need and leave right away, until he notices Mise hesitate. When Twait asks if she wants something, Mise panics and insists it is nothing. But he knows that look. When questioned like this, she always shows some reservation, so he presses gently, asking which one she wants, reminding her they have enough reward money to spare. Mise finally admits their elopement is now their everyday life. If they never relax, their spirits will not last. Her choice is modest, one simple bracelet. Twait asks if she wants something more ornate, but she holds it close and says this one is fine. Then Mise lifts her wrist with soft pride. The bracelets match. Twait freezes for a heartbeat, caught off guard by how happy such a small thing makes her. But if she is satisfied, that is enough. He tells the shopkeeper they will take the bracelet. At the shop, the owner warns them to be careful if they are heading toward the western wastelands. Someone saw something strange in the sky yesterday. A strange pattern floating far away. Details are unclear, but Twait listens carefully and thanks him for the information. Back at the carriage, Mise asks where they go next. Carnaboon is still too far to reach directly, so Twait chooses route through the crags in middle where cover favors them if enemies appear. Mise blushes, realizing their journey now feels like true adventure. Unknown village, guild commissions, labyrinth exploration, and next, a new land. Mise watches road ahead and quietly admits how strange it feels. After losing ordinary life, she has stumbled into exactly what she always longed for, adventure. Twait agrees, even counting accidental labyrinth exploration as adventure of its own. But Mise's small smile carries bitter irony. Freedom finally came only after everything was taken from her. That fragile calm snaps. Twait's eye catches movement in distance. Something cuts across sky, drops toward Earth, and slams down with catastrophic force. Ground erupts outward in a giant crater, leaving behind enormous traces of something no normal traveler could ignore. Somewhere within Holy Kingdom of Arcadia, their carriage rattles over endless wasteland. Mise notices problem first. By now, crags should already be visible. Twait studies empty horizon and agrees. Since leaving village, around 2 hours have passed, yet all he sees is flat wasteland. Their plan was simple. Head west toward Republic, seek asylum, and use crags as cover while advancing. Twait checks guild map again, certain it was latest version. Mise wonders if map itself was wrong. Then carriage reaches edge of impossible destruction, and both stare down into hollowed earth. A vast bowl has been carved into land, as if enormous spoons scooped terrain away overnight. Twait's face tightens. Mise can barely process it. Entire landscape changed in one night, and Twait already knows name of force that could do it. Extremism. Memory of village warning returns. Someone saw strange pattern floating in sky. Twait's thoughts turn to Chris. Against only 2 fugitives, Terraria has still deployed its ultimate weapon. Mise trembles at thought that magic did this, but Twait forces calm. Extremism has enough firepower to reshape terrain, yet it has one weakness. It cannot kill people directly. Twait explains why extremism was used. Not to erase them, but to rob them of advantageous terrain. Since Mise's assassination is joint operation, Terraria likely received Arcadia's permission. Before he can finish calculating next move, Mise cries out. Something is heading straight toward them. Twait moves instantly, dragging himself into position with black feather ready. Through scope, Twait locks onto incoming carriage and calls moment critical. Wheels tear across broken wasteland as distance closes. Then voice from approaching carriage drops chilling clue. Extremism did its job properly, and someone who should have been working at desk came on this trip instead. Inside pursuing carriage, tension turns petty before battle even begins. Glasses-wearing bureau woman asks if Oz worries about 28, but Oz snaps back that caution is not favoritism. She knows him well, and unlike Oz, she says 28 has good head on his shoulders. Their bickering gets cut short by operation pressure. Quarrels now could ruin everything. Armored Arcadia Knight apologizes with smile that does not quite hide sting. He says he now understands Terraria's way of boosting morale, then questions Arcadia's commitment. If opponent is strongest agent in Bureau, and objective is defeating him and recapturing Her Royal Highness, why send only one Old Knight as support? Old Knight laughs off concern and reveals chilling confidence. He is one of 3 most powerful people in Kingdom of Arcadia. But if that is true, he wants answer from Terraria too. If Oz was sent alone to defeat 28, is 28 truly strongest agent at all? Oz answers without flinching. 28 may be strongest, but he is not all-purpose. Every agent has field. 28's value lies in assassination and ambush. In direct combat, Oz says she is stronger. Her own specialty as Agent 02 is assault, and under these conditions, she believes she can win. Old Knight dismisses assassination and ambush as tools of weak, claiming battlefield experience from 4th Great Hero Demon War. Taught him such tricks rarely defeat true enemies. Oz and glasses-wearing woman fall silent. Then warning comes sharp. He should stop sticking his face out of carriage so often. Reason arrives instantly. A shot blasts through carriage window, smashing into Old Knight's face before warning fully lands. Oz recoils, complaining it is dirty while glasses-wearing woman stays cold. Close in on 28 before second shot comes. That is only answer. Glasses-wearing woman analyzes fast. First shot is hardest to avoid, and thanks to Arcadia Knight taking it, they survive at cost of his life. If Oz forces close quarters, 28 cannot use sniper wand freely. With O2's speed, she can cross distance in single interval. Oz leaps from carriage and lands before Twait like Storm given human form. She calls out to 28, asking if he is doing well. Twait answers calmly, almost casually, saying thanks to her he had pleasant journey. Oz smiles back, good for him. But beneath greeting, challenge burns. Oz asks where Mizé is. Twait answers without moving, in carriage behind him. Oz hums like she accepts it, then fires point blank. Blast tears into Twait's carriage instead, proving he lied, and Twait's stare stays cold as she swings weapon back toward him. Smoke rises from shattered carriage while Oz grins. Mizé should not be far, she says, but she also warns 28 not to blame her if he dies. Twait draws blade and answers with equal chill. Feeling is mutual. Oz bursts into motion, laughing as Twait's shot flashes past. She mocks his sniper wand as pea-shooter, claiming it cannot kill her. Twait answers by changing tactic mid-stride. If pea-shooter not enough, then pea-bomb. Explosion blooms under her feet. Blast launches Oz into air, and Twait instantly reads opening. If she is airborne, she cannot dodge. He fires again and again, but Oz twists through danger with frightening instincts, insisting it will not work even as shots streak close enough to tear wind around her. Twait clicks his tongue. As expected, Oz dominates direct combat. Her assault weapon, TDO2, has terrifying power, but that strength cuts both ways. If shots detonate too close to caster, Oz suffers impact too. Twait's answer is simple, get close enough, and she cannot fire wildly. Oz sees through it at once. Even if 28 escapes upward, she has already prepared countermeasures. She drives after him through explosive force, calling it useless. While Twait slips higher with blade ready and quiet smile forming. Oz lunges, certain she has caught him, too slow. Twait cuts through her attack rhythm and strikes her body before she can finish. Shock cracks across Oz's face as he lands apart from her, weapon low, balance perfect. Oz calls him naive, but Twait fires back that those words belong to him. Another explosion hammers ground between them. Oz drops with a muttered curse. Twait launches forward through debris, and his narrowed eyes reveal fight has only begun. Twait reads Oz's move in an instant. Traps are blocking her path, so she pumps up rage for one brutal moment to protect her body. Then both cannons rise. Oz names her answer, Meteor Cannon, and the wasteland becomes target zone. Twait's eyes widen as Oz launches condensed magic power in delayed bursts, not simple shots. Explosions bloom around him one after another, each impact timed to cut off escape. Even when only grazes her, Oz keeps pressing, and Twait realizes she is using timing itself as weapon. Smoke clears with Twait down on one knee, and Oz asks if she has destroyed all traps. Then her voice turns sharp. 28 has gotten weaker, but Twait does not accept it. He admits he has gained many things, and each one carries weight, but he does not believe he has become weaker. Twait reveals he still has cards hidden. In his fingers sits something absurdly plain, ordinary stone. Oz questions it, confused for half-second too long. Twait flicks it forward, and the stone detonates against her with sudden force, knocking her hard to ground. Oz understands too late. It was bomb trap magic she knows well, but Twait has found new use for it. Instead of setting it in place, he throws stone and activates spell at same instant. Oz snaps that one mistimed beat would blow him up too. Twait only answers, almost bored, that she is right. Explanation cuts through chaos. Bomb trap was fixed-point installation magic, exploding when struck. Twait modifies it into instant bomb by placing magic on stones and triggering it as they leave his hand. It demands extreme magic speed and control. Oz refuses to believe that can beat her, then screams as barrage rains down. Twait knows truth hurts. Oz kept sharpening assault while he sharpened assassination and ambush, and every shot she fires is still a barrage powerful enough to overturn this fight. He cannot outlast that difference, so he stakes everything on one move and closes in through blast and smoke. Omba lands. Twait's strike hammers into Oz's leg, and shock floods her face as she realizes damage is real. Her leg is crushed. Oz drops low, weapon shaking, while Twait stays crouched before her, wounded, breathing hard, but still inside range where one mistake decides everything. Oz stands over wounded Twait and declares match over. Then Twait quietly takes back one insult. His skills have not dulled after all. With TDO2 pressed close, he admits interrogation is not his strength, so he asks only once. Where is Mizé? Twait refuses to answer same question back. Oz's confusion turns sharp when she notices his bracelet. The one on his wrist is not what she thought. Her eye widens, panic rising. No way. It is fake. While snaps into place. Mizé is already far away, lying prone with BF-28 aimed through scope. Twait's earlier plan echoes in silence. After one shot, he would switch bracelets with her stall bracelet and leave BF-28, his bracelet, with Mizé, not fake by chance, decoy by design. Before fight began, Twait told Mizé her target would be small crag in distance. His role was to lure Oz into that line of fire. Now Mizé steadies rifle, sweat tracing her cheek as his training returns. Open both eyes, breathe deep, exhale halfway, then hold. Mizé searches for perfect instant between heartbeats. When body becomes most still, her finger tightens on trigger. Fear, pressure, and trust collide in one breath. Then she commits. She will do everything she can. At killing distance, Oz suddenly senses danger. Her eyes snap wide as line of fire crosses battlefield. Twait watches without blinking, because trap has already closed around her. Through scope, Oz and Twait align on tiny crag exactly as planned. Misé's gaze hardens behind BF-28, and wasteland spreads open before her like promise and burden. Text cuts through silence. Freedom she sees before her eyes is, episode shifts into next beat. With Oz frozen in shock, weapon still raised, and attack line cutting across her body. Far away, Mizé remains on crag with rifle trained, while story marks episode 21 and leaves battlefield hanging on one unanswered shot. Mizé's shot lands, but not his death blow. Oz's weapon drops. Her body buckles and Twait stands over her with blade ready. Dust hangs between them as Oz lies face down in wasteland, alive broken, and suddenly far quieter than before. Twait stares down at fallen Oz and realizes she is still breathing. Mizé rushes in from distance, startled by sight before her. But Oz's voice cuts through dirt and pain, asking 28, why he ended up like this. Twait has no clean answer. He mutters that he does not know, then admits one thing without shame. Even so, he does not feel bad about it. While Oz lies silent, Twait pulls out communication tool, and next enemy voice arrives through it. Chris speaks through device, asking how long Twait plans to continue. Twait answers by naming him directly, then points out truth they both know. Chris and Bureau are ones being cornered. Their carriage is gone, escape is harsher, and even if Twait somehow reaches Republic, Chris asks what becomes of Her Royal Highness. Chris's logic turns colder. Wisdom Road is powerful magic, and no country in world would treat Mizé as ordinary human being. Twait already knew that. Still, he cuts off connection, drops broken device, and turns away as Mizé calls his name with worry in her voice. Twait admits Chris is right. They are cornered. Oz's comrades are likely nearby, so they leave her for first aid and move on. After battle, both Twait and Mizé are near physical limit. Their carriage is destroyed. Food and medicine are gone. Even so, stopping means capture. Twait makes choice. Keep moving. Several days pass since fight with Oz. Across vast wastelands, Twait and Mizé survive by roasting whatever they can find. He hands Mizé cooked meat and tells her to eat, while she thanks him softly. Their journey has shrunk from adventure into endurance. Twait finds animal carcass, notes it is too rotten to eat, but maggots have gathered there. He roasts them before eating, saving better food for Mizé, because he still has strength left. Then Mizé stops him, holding out food of her own, and his name leaves her mouth like both plea and warning. Mizé stops Twait from carrying burden alone. With trembling eyes, she says she will not be only one who has it easy, then breaks food in half and shares it with him. But behind small act, harder question presses in. How much longer can they keep living like this? Twait already knows their elopement is unreasonable. If he had not taken Mizé out of Kingdom, she would have been assassinated by now. So regret has no place here. No hope waits ahead. No choice waits behind. All they can do is run. Then Mizé collapses into him. Twait catches her, startled, calling her name as she whispers his. Even with body failing, she asks him to run farther, toward place free, peaceful, and far away. Together, no matter where. Her smile reaches him before strength leaves her. Mizé leans against Twait, and awful truth becomes clear. Her body has reached its limit. Flight through wasteland finally claims what soldiers and assassins could not. A hard cut follows. Outside huge wall, Arcadia soldiers stand guard as lone figure approaches. Twait, battered and alone, asks if they belong to Kingdom Army. His shadow stretches across ground like man walking straight into enemy jaws. Soldiers recognize him as wanted man and curse him, but Twait raises both hands. No blade, no trick visible. He surrenders and gives one demand with dead calm: take him to their king. Dungeon chains answer him instead. Arcadia soldiers beat Twait and demand Her Highness's whereabouts, but he only repeats one thing through blood and silence. Call your king. Even locked in cell, he speaks like one holding blade to throne. Old door opens. King himself appears. Twait's eyes sharpen as soldiers panic before Lord Retin Arcadia, Mizé's father. But King's answer is colder than any prison wall. He has never treated that thing as daughter. He is that thing's father. Retin Arcadia speaks to chained Twait through prison bars, calling Mizé nothing but gunpowder for another war. Twait lowers his gaze and asks to negotiate, but King only laughs. He needs one thing from her now, her corpse. Retin mocks him harder, saying Terraria's intelligence unit is already coordinating with Arcadia, and Mizé may be corpse already after brutal battle. Twait hangs from chains, silent and battered, while King declares there is no room for negotiation. Then Twait's mouth curls. He understands. Chains snap. Light flashes. Twait moves before soldiers can grasp what happened. Far away, glasses-wearing bureau woman hears report that 28 surrendered and is locked in prison, while Princess Michelias is nowhere to be found. Her answer stays calm, but decision lands fast. She needs to meet 28. Report continues. King is in dungeon with 28 right now. Glasses-wearing woman freezes, then panic breaks through. When told Twait's arms and legs are bound and soldiers are present, she rejects comfort instantly. Against 28, that is not enough. Assel trembles. Shock rolls through corridor, and glasses-wearing woman understands before anyone else can. She orders them to dungeon at once. Guide stammers and runs, while cracked walls and shaking stone see same thing. Something has already gone terribly wrong below. They arrive too late. Retin Arcadia stands with Twait's blade at his throat, soldier stunned behind bars. Twait greets Chris by name and says delay cost them. Then he repeats himself to Lord Retin Arcadia. He wants to negotiate for Mize's freedom. Memory cuts back to Wasteland, where Twait carried exhausted Mize after her body reached limit. He remembers saving Alicia, and learning that daily life means having place to return to. Now truth hardens in him. Running away holds no freedom if return itself is gone. May weakly calls him Twait-san and asks where he is going. He tells her to wait there for a while, then walks away alone. Friends left behind. Comrades shot. Neither he nor Mize wanted days like this. Freedom means nothing if it cannot be lived openly. Reeton snarls that Mize will die on her own if time keeps passing, so negotiations mean nothing. Chris warns Twait he is at disadvantage, but Twait keeps blade at King's throat and tells him not move. Even if he is no longer Bureau's dog, killing foreign king would still cause trouble for them. Chris understands bitter meaning of former dog-biting hand that fed him. Twait stays cold and repeats demand. Mize's safety. In exchange, he offers Reeton something impossible to ignore. Location of colony of divine herb Exa. Shock hits Retin and Chris at once. Exa, legendary main ingredient of divine medicine elixir, can be sold for fortune. With that money, Arcadia could recover damage from late Great War. Retin calls it ridiculous, but Twait's blade presses answer into skin. He is not reading room. Chris steps forward and requests permission to speak plainly. Her verdict is brutal. Negotiation weighs King's life against Kingdom's value. If Twait had such bargaining chip from start, he would not have run. And if they trace his tracks, they can estimate colony's location anyway. Chris keeps cutting deeper. Even if negotiations fail, Arcadia can still obtain Exa and Her Highness's corpse. Retin begins to panic at what that means, and Chris explains path out. If King prioritizes nation's peace over his life, he can make his own head price of resolving everything. Reeton explodes, realizing that plan means his death. Chris calls any escape futile, and Twait reveals final trap. Bombs are already set around Exa colony. If talks collapse, he kills Reeton, then detonates them. Chris clicks her tongue. He came prepared for every betrayal. Now Reeton has excuse to live. Exa would save Arcadia, exhausted by hero-demon war, so King can choose himself and still claim just cause. Reeton asks for time to discuss, but Twait crushes hope with deadline. He planned to end talks in 5 minutes. Only 1 minute remains. Twait orders Retin to speak louder so everyone can hear. Cornered, King shouts that negotiations are concluded. Twait immediately makes Chris write contract as witness and demands escort out. As they leave prison behind, Chris can only stare, stunned that he truly threatened King of another country and got away with it. After escaping impossible negotiation, glasses-wearing bureau woman suddenly slumps onto Twait's back, admitting she pushed herself too far and demanding his shoulder. Twait flinches, but she shifts fast from exhaustion to sharp insight. The deal was ideal for Bureau, and he noticed it too. She lays out consequence. Because of negotiations, Mize will remain in Kingdom of Terraria. That means Terraria has effectively obtained Wisdom Road. She even offers official escort if they use Her Royal Highness in politics. Twait rejects it instantly. He will protect Mize himself, then turns away to confirm one last thing. Back in Arcadia, Retin Arcadia's rage detonates. One advisor doubts Exa colony exists, but King realizes horrible possibility. If Wisdom Road found it, then power sits beyond comprehension. His smile twists. After bombs around colony are removed, he orders 28 assassinated. Retin's ambition blooms uglier. With divine herbs strengthening economy and military power, Arcadia could wage war on Terraria and take Wisdom Road back. Advisor warns him of 28's record. Every assassination attempt failed, and even mercenaries died, but Retin dismisses fear, insisting vigilance will stop surprise. An answer comes through palace window. Bullet punches in with brutal precision, shattering confidence in single instant. Retin's eye goes blank with shock, as death brushes close enough to taste. Retin sits frozen on throne while attendants panic around him. Far off, unseen shooter has already vanished, leaving only cracked impact and King's trembling silence. One message remains clear. 28 can still reach him. In Wasteland, Twait returns to Mize and finds her alive, sprawled asleep on bare ground. He wonders if she tried to follow him, then softens at sight. Former princess or not, she now sleeps boldly in middle of wasteland. Mise wakes to Twait's voice and murmurs his name. He tells her one thing. Let's go home. Several days later, they stand again at Bildar's Academy in Terraria's royal capital. Mise smiles at return, but Twait knows problem remains. Wisdom Road still has not disappeared. Back at Academy, Mise tries to laugh off danger with terrifying optimism. If Wisdom Road passes to her daughter, then she and Twait can simply have child and run away as family. Twait's mind stops cold, while Mise sparkles like she has found perfect answer. Even he can only ask whether he has to be other person involved. That bold idea collapses at classroom door. Mise hesitates, suddenly unsure whether they still belong after being gone so long. Twait notices silence, reads deeper worry behind it, and places steady hand on door. Maybe, he tells her. She has nothing to worry about, or opens. And welcome comes like ambush. Gran and Elysia spot them instantly, shouting in shock. Relief turns into fury as they grab Twait and Mise, demanding where they disappeared to. Twait can only apologize and insist he wrote everything in letter. Elysia is not satisfied by vague notes saying they were going on vacation. She roars that no way that explanation was enough, while Gran laughs through chaos. Twait and Mise offer souvenir like peace treaty, and memory reveals reason they wrote letters before leaving. If possible, Mise wanted to preserve place where they belonged. A quiet feather rests by open window as thought turns gentle. Bird that leaves cage will not return unchanged. Even stained with mud, even battered by survival, freedom makes wings beautiful. Twait asks Mise to talk about souvenirs and her smile answers brighter than words. With these wings she can go anywhere. A new chapter opens in broken streets. People line up for food, bowls clatter, wounded bodies slump beside rubble, and buildings stand half-crushed under heavy silence. A young man looks over ruined town and mutters what everyone already feels. What terrible state of affairs. Beside him stands tall bearded man in coat, grave and composed. Hope, he says, is gone for this country. One day it must be absorbed by Kingdom of Terraria or Empire of Lucia. Then he asks impossible question, which side would be better? Young man chooses Kingdom of Terraria. After Great Hero Demon War, they helped rebuild quickly, and even if they had hidden motives like Empire, he believes Terraria hid them more carefully. Tall man accepts answer without warmth. Then verdict falls. Young man will go to Kingdom of Terraria. In near future, ruined Valabar faces brutal fate, annexation by Kingdom or Empire. Tall man says they must judge both powers accurately, then declares he wants young man to take that role. Young man laughs and at least calling himself idiot, but request turns gentle, nothing difficult. Only hope that next time they meet, he is living happily. Decision lands with weight of country itself. Tall man entrusts Kingdom of Valabar's future to Kingdom of Terraria, then fixes young man with final order. He will leave it to him. His name is Gran, and burden now sits on his stunned face. Back at Bildar's Academy, mood snaps bright again. Smiling teacher announces Magical Games Festival is upon them. Twait and Mise barely know what that means, so explanation begins. Twice yearly event for high school department. For students compete with magical techniques while nobles, knights, and adventurers come to watch. Festival starts next month, lasts 3 days. Has 9 games and every student must join. First years split into 2 teams, and winning side gets cash prize, around 100,000 gold. Twait notes students mainly want to show skill to outside world, while hero course students seem especially fired up. For Mise, who dreams of becoming adventurer, festival could become first real step. Last year it was cancelled by Great Hero Demon War. So this year carries extra over. Then bombshell drops. The second day coincides with start of Lusectus conference. Teacher explains leaders of Kingdom of Terraria and Kingdom of Valabar will attend conference in city of Lusectus, then visit school afterward to observe festival. Gran goes silent at Valabar's name. With team assignments coming at lunch and student council officers leading each group, ordinary school event suddenly feels much heavier. Lunch break brings assignments. Twait and Mise join Hawk team while Elysia and Gran land on Lion team. Mise panics at becoming enemies. Elysia smiles like she is ready for battle, and Gran proudly admits he likes fighting more than most. Twait calls that exactly what he expected from berserker like him. Twait asks why teams are called Hawk and Lion. Gran answers with surprising knowledge. Old kings supposedly kept Hawk and Lion, symbols of ruling heaven and earth. Mise praises him for once. Everyone immediately teases him, and as they head back to class, Twait quietly wonders, did Gran come from another country? On Academy corridor, Elysia zeroes in on Twait with old rivalry burning again. She reminds him they have not fought since hero course entrance exam, then needles him about which festival game he will join. Twait refuses bait, but Elysia leans closer with sharper smile, asking if he is running away. Twait cuts through provocation with calm truth. Elysia's father has already been avenged, so she has no need to cling to him anymore. Elysia admits that much, but another weight surfaces. Knights of Orthodox Order invited her to join after graduation. Rare honor for first-year student, prestigious enough to stun even Twait. Elysia should be happy. She wants to accept. Yet doubt eats at her, because invitation may have come only because she is daughter of their former commander. Her hand tightens at chest as one fear spills out. Does she truly deserve being chosen? Twait answers without drama. Elysia built her own name at Academy through her own ability, so she should hold her head high. But Elysia fires back with embarrassing memory. During Robert incident, didn't she leave everything to him? Twait's eye goes wide as he tries to deny knowing anything. Elysia's mood flips into fierce challenge. If beating Twait will raise her confidence, then she wants that promise now. If they end up facing each other in festival, she demands he not hold back. Her finger nearly stabs his face, and Twait finally agrees. He will try. After school, Hawk Team gathers outside, but Mizé instantly scolds Twait from side, saying he should have agreed properly even if it was lie. Before he can answer, black-haired student council's girl steps forward and introduces herself, Mira Opstein, first-year Hawk Team leader and student council officer. Myra explains plan with crisp order. Today they will introduce themselves, review performance records, and consider which students fit which games. They have 3 days, including today, to experience events firsthand before deciding final competitors. Twait and Mizé scan papers, only to realize names like Physical Race, Drive Race, Shooting Star, and Exodus mean almost nothing to them. When Mira asks for questions, student raises hand about missing second student council member. Mira apologizes, then points to another boy. He smiles and asks whether Hero Course and Common Course must train separately because their abilities differ. Silence spreads fast. Twait reads hidden logic. Since Festival is old Academy tradition and Common Course is new, Hero Course may naturally receive favored treatment. Myra refuses to let Hawk Team split before it even begins. She declares she will judge suitability herself, then cuts down fear of Common Course weakness with calm logic. Combat ability may differ, but individual talent is another matter. If anyone worries, they can consult her, because teamwork, not pride, will decide Festival. Then, Mira's warning turns razor sharp. Remarks like that can destroy teamwork, she says, and if boy keeps talking, he may become burden himself. Pressure hits so hard he can only choke on apology. With room stunned silent, Mira snaps back to business and orders everyone to start practicing games. Opening day events come first. Physical Race, Sledgehammer, and Shooting Star. Twait enters Physical Race, simple foot race with relay format, except interference by close-quarters combat magic is allowed. Festival may look like sport, but every event hides battlefield rules. Sledgehammer proves even stranger. Teams must strike magical tool within time limit, damage gets measured, and raw magical power matters most. Massive hammer towers over students like siege weapon, leaving Twait wondering if anyone can even wield it. Though if they can, damage will be absurd. The Shooting Star turns field into long-range trial. Targets appear across designated area, and team that destroys most within 3 minutes wins. Only long-range shooting magic is allowed. Mizé's training with BF-28 flashes through Twait's mind. Since their escape, she has sharpened that skill hard. But practice suddenly stops when Mira erupts at Valensan for not participating. Myra corners Valensan with student council fury, reminding him they were supposed to meet after school today. His excuse, oversleeping, dies instantly. She trembles, snaps, then somehow folds into embarrassed apology after realizing Twait witnessed ugly side of student council. Twait only raises hand and admits student council has difficulties too. Mizé runs over to Twait after Shooting Star practice, asking if he saw her. He admits he looked away briefly and she freezes. Then praise becomes interrogation. Earlier, during Physical Race, she says he could have run even faster. Twait plays it down because real race has not started yet. But Mizé stomps his foot and dashes off, leaving him stunned. Next day, friends compare teams under trees. Hawk Team runs smoothly thanks to Mira's efficient lead, while Lion Team seems similar for now. Still, Elysia worries noble students may spark dissatisfaction later. Mizé notes Mira warned Hero Course. Gran says Lion Team had snide comments too, and Twait quietly concludes it is exactly kind of trouble he expected. Twait pieces it together under shade of trees. That clash with Hero Course student was no accident, it was staged warning. With so many nobles in Hero Course, resentment could explode even against student council, so council moved first and made danger visible. Quiet, sharp, and calculated. Twait can only admit it. Student council is shrewd. The second day of game trials begins under open sky. Next comes Drive Race, Exodus, and Gladius. Drive Race uses wingboards, magical tools built for speed, and Twait is judged suited for it. He steps onto board as it cuts through air, then Mizé hurries over, bright-eyed, asking how riding one felt. Twait calls wingboard interesting, but he refuses Drive Race anyway. Physical Race is his choice. Reason sounds harmless. He lacks enough experience and fears slipping up. Mizé catches hidden meaning fast. Festival crowd may include people who can see through Twait's true identity, and he answers with chilling certainty. Some of them will. That is why Twait does not want to stand out too much. Mise falls silent beside him, worry hanging between them. Mira cuts through mood and moves practice forward to Exodus. Then scale of next game hits everyone. Several outdoor training grounds have been stitched together into one giant maze. Rules turn maze into war game. Exodus splits players into trapping team and escaping team. One side plants traps, other side breaks through. 5 members per team, victory decided by number who escape. Mise chooses escaping team, hoping maze exploration will help her adventurer dream, then instantly remembers one problem. She has no experience disarming traps. Wait starts explaining danger points. Beware middle of floor, corners, and sudden terrain changes. Mise listens with deadly focus, chewing on every detail. Then question strikes from close range. Will Mise participate in Exodus? She stiffens, but answers anyway. She thinks she is suited for it, wants training, and above all, wants to become adventurer. Wait studies her answer and accepts it. No lecture, no stopping her. Just quiet encouragement. Do your best. Mise's face blooms with relief and determination as she promises she will. Twait had planned to stay inconspicuous because festival audience will be large. But if he keeps hiding from every ordinary challenge, nothing will change. Not as student, not as person trying to live normal life. Practice for 5th game, Exodus, and 6th game, Gladius, comes to end. Mise suggests they go home, but Twait suddenly looks toward fence. Something moved. For instance, someone was there. He is sure of it. Mise calls his name, and Twait's quiet daily life tilts again toward shadow. Twait suddenly offers to walk Mise back to dormitory, and Mise nearly jumps out of her skin. He says he only felt like it, but his eyes stay cold. That figure by fence moved wrong, too controlled, too unlike student. Mise's problems should already be settled, and it is too soon for new trouble. Yet Twait cannot shake one thought. Whatever is moving now may have nothing to do with her at all. Episode shifts into new month, and Royal Builders Academy explodes with energy. Magical Games Festival arrives at last. First school event since Great Hero Demon War ended. Students split into 2 teams for 9 magical contests. Distinguished guests from around world are expected. And Hawk Team's final day to decide competitors closes under promise of grand celebration. Hawk Team lineup starts taking shape. Twait is assigned to physical race Mise to Exodus. Mira Opstein, first-year Hawk leader and student council officer, checks records with steady command and asks if anyone wants different game. Then blonde hero course boy raises hand and declares his name. Sieg Falchion wants another event. Wait recognizes Sieg. He once looked dissatisfied after being listed for Arrow Rain, but lately his attitude toward Common Course has changed. Mise notices too, he no longer mocks them. Twait's conclusion is colder. Sieg has not softened, he has found his core. Mira calls his name again and asks which game he wants. Wad answers without hesitation, war game. Final festival highlight, 5-on-5 battle across school buildings and grounds, with no limits on magic use. Pure skill against fellow students. Mira questions him because his destructive long-range shooting magic fits Arrow Rain so well, but Sieg says his joining wargame would raise team's chances of winning. Other hero course students snap back, accusing Sieg of getting carried away and lacking aptitude. They tell him to leave wargame to them. Sieg closes his eyes, absorbs insult, then draws line in cleanest way possible. 2-on-1 is fine. If he wins mock battle against them, he gets wargame slot. Crowd gathers as mock battle begins. Twait and Mise watch from side, wondering if Sieg can really beat 2 hero course opponents at once. Opponents sneer that he looks down on people, and one hurls fire bullets straight at him. Sieg does not flinch. He slips past Blast with sharp, silent speed. Second opponent joins instantly, laughing that Sieg has more than one enemy, then tears up ground with Earth Spear. Sieg keeps dodging, but pressure rises from every angle. From sidelines, Twait senses it. Sieg is preparing something. And when enemy shouts that dodging alone will never win, Sieg's quiet answer lands like trigger being pulled. He already knows. Wall stops running, fire bullet streaks in, wind cannon twists through air, and his opponents think they have him boxed in. Then his hand rises, lightning gathers, and shock tears across battlefield, lighting spear. One spell changes everything. Twait and Mise stare as truth becomes clear. Lightning Spear may be C-ranked magic, same rank as Earth Spear, but Sieg's version is on another scale entirely. It is not same weapon anymore. It is bigger, sharper, and terrifyingly controlled. Twait reads technique beneath spectacle. During their duel, Sieg relied on military-grade magical tool Urtikizer for multiple activation. Now he is doing it with his own skill. Myra sees enough and cuts battle short before pride becomes injury. Mock fight ends with Sieg's strength already proven. Smoke fades. Opponents sit trembling and Sieg stands with lightning still crackling above his raised hand. Mira faces him and gives verdict. Please participate in wargame. Even Twait admits it. This is not power gained through half-hearted effort. Sieg became strong before anyone noticed. Myra closes 3-day gathering and sends Hawk Team toward real practice for assigned games. But one question remains. Other student council member has not appeared once. Myra says if he participates, he will join War Game, then apologizes. His name is Valen Senpai. And if possible, she does not want to see his face. Name lands with awkward weight. Valen Steelen. Mizé asks Elysia if she knows him, and Elysia explains he was already famous when she entered Bildarts Academy in middle school. During Great Hero Demon War, even students were called on when forces ran short, and Valen was among them, along with current student council president. Ran asks whether Valen was capable, but Elysia gives harder answer. Strong? No doubt. Reliable? Hard to say. Before and after war, he caused many problems and his reputation only worsened. When pushed, she sums it up brutally. Fights. Lots of them. Put him in bad mood, and he beats people half dead. Rumor sharpens into legend. Strongest student in academy is said to be either current student council president or Valen Steelen. Twait listens in silence, but Elysia's gaze slides toward him. Recently, she says, she has started thinking strongest student here might be someone else entirely. Mizé jolts, because meaning is obvious. Mizé jumps in before suspicion can land on Twait, loudly agreeing that someone else could be strongest too. Silence drops like stone. Gran stands frozen. Twait stares and Elysia says nothing. Then conversation swerves back to Valen Senpai, same year level, yet called Senpai because he repeated after beating up Noble Air last year. Reason gets worse. Valen was forced onto student council as leash. More importantly, Twait asks whether everyone has chosen festival games. Hawkside is still deciding, while some students already practice. Mizé shines with fierce resolve. She has chosen too, and she will give it her all by practicing lots of magic. Elysia reads Mizé too easily. Parade or arrow rain are possible, she says, but with Mizé's personality, it has to be Exodus. Mizé panics at being exposed so quickly, yet her phrase, give it my all, sticks in Twait's mind, turning from joke into mirror. He is student too, and urge to try something new will not disappear. Twait faces truth he has avoided. To hide past as agent of Kingdom's secret special ops, he has used only bare minimum force in public. But elopement with Mizé taught him bitter lesson. Freedom endured in chains is not freedom at all. If he wants true freedom, he must move toward it himself, and challenge who he is now. That thought leads him to Chris. In office overlooking academy buildings, glasses-wearing bureau woman answers his call, expecting fallout from Arcadia, and even complaining that O2 has been crying because of him. But Twait's question blindsides her completely. Is he bad at magic? Twait explains problem plainly. He can learn new magic, but far slower than other students. And even after constant practice, he still cannot use D-rank fireball taught in class. Chris finally understands. Then she drops buried truth from bureau training. Twait's body has become eccentric. Chris explains what that means. Magic power can be pushed beyond normal through techniques like compression, multiple activation, and parallel activation, but bodies must specialize to handle them. Twait's eccentricity was acquired. Because he is eccentric to compression, his favorite bullet can become high lethal magic, even though it is only E rank. Power has price. 02 is eccentric to parallel activation, Chris adds. But Twait's compression specialty makes other magical techniques harder to handle, especially since compression is among most difficult to master. That explains contradiction that once made hero course students and guild masters suspicious. Someone unable to use D-rank magic still held B-rank magical ability. So Twait asks one thing that matters now. Is there any way to solve eccentricity? Chris warns Twait not to throw away eccentricity. That power has saved his life countless times, and to most magicians, it is something to envy. But Twait's answer is blunt. He wants new magic, not for glory, not for battle, but so he can openly compete in festival. Chris finally understands. If Twait truly wants that path, she will send him to someone trustworthy from the front. Better yet, that person is already at academy. Twait knocks on unfamiliar door, steps inside, and finds woman in long robe waiting beside cluttered desk, calling his name like she expected him. Later, academy routine pulls him back. Gran calls out to Twait after class, tense enough that casual words feel heavy. He asks Twait to come with him for a while because there is something he wants to talk about. Twait studies him, then agrees. By fence, Gran apologizes for calling him out during busy festival prep. Twait says same goes for him, but when Twait asks what this is about, Gran's nerves snap into action. He bends forward, voice exploding with impossible request. Take me as your disciple? Twait freezes. Gran tries again louder, but Twait cuts through confusion. He heard him first time. What he does not understand is intent. Then Gran reveals target. He wants to participate in War Game on final day. But Lion Team slots are all taken by Hero Course students, so he needs power to force them out. Gran bows deep and begs again. Take me as your disciple. Twait asks why he wants him as mentor, and Gran's fist trembles as answer begins. He wants to stand on final day of Magical Games Festival. Not as spectator, not as leftover, as challenger. Twait knows Gran is gentle, despite old friction with Hero Course students. For him to say he wants to force teammates out, even for festival, means something deeper is burning. When Twait asks reason, Gran points to Lusectus conference. Twait confirms he knows about it. Twait recalls explanation from Sylphia Sensei. On second day of Magical Games Festival, leaders of Terraria and Valabar will meet in Lusectus, and talks may include annexation of Kingdom of Valabar. Gran's face hardens. Yes, Valabar was his homeland, first country swallowed by flames of Fourth Great Hero Demon War. Gran lays out Valabar's crisis with painful clarity. War left Kingdom too exhausted to govern itself, so soon one neighbor will annex it, Terraria or Empire of Lucia. Twait connects dots and asks if Gran is in Terraria because King of Valabar sent him. Gran confirms it. His Majesty entrusted him with investigating Kingdom of Terraria. But Gran's grand mission instantly turns shaky. He admits he is not smart, so King gave him no hard orders. Only told him to relax and do as he pleased. Twait deadpans question, how is that investigating? Then Gran reveals King's true test. If Gran looks happy when they meet again, King will choose annexation by Terraria. Twait understands weight of that gamble at once. If Gran was unhappy, King would choose Empire of Lucia instead. Gran panics, shouting that huge responsibility does not suit him at all. Still, reason he accepted is simple and raw. King of Valabar is his benefactor, man who saved him when Gran almost died as soldier in Great War. Twait sees plan beneath Gran's request. War game happens on final day, when King of Valabar visits Academy. Gran wants to stand in that special event, reserved for extraordinary build arts students, and shine so brightly King will trust Terraria. Then Twait asks hard question. Is annexation by Terraria truly Gran's wish? Gran hesitates, then answers with honest simplicity. He does not really trust Empire of Lucia, and he wants prove King was right to send him to Terraria. More than politics, more than duty, his reason is painfully Gran. He thinks Terraria is safe enough to pick up girls here. Twait goes silent. Safe country. Those words hit deeper than Gran knows, stirring strange pride in someone from shadows. Gran laughs off revenge match talk, and Twait finally accepts. If Gran's fine with his abnormal fighting style, then Twait will take him as disciple. Gran lights up, ready to rush forward, but Twait stops him cold. Before training begins, he wants to see Gran's ability right now. Mock battle. Gran grins and raises fist, warning there will be no hard feelings if he wins. Twait answers quietly, they will see. Gran explodes first, fist driving straight toward Twait with full force. Twait slips past, redirects, and drops low in one smooth motion, making Gran stumble in shock. Even while recovering, Gran laughs through nerves. Twait's close quarters technique is first class as usual. But fear flashes in his eyes because he already knows one thing. He is not like Twait. Gran unleashes what he does best, raw pressure, fist after fist, every strike backed by force. Twait keeps calm under barrage, but even he feels intensity. One lapse, one loose guard, and Gran will smash straight through. Twait smiles and calls him naive. In next breath, Gran's confidence breaks. Twait slips inside and sends him flying. Gran hits ground stunned, while Twait stands over him with cold verdict. Strong, yes, but when it comes to strategy, Gran is still as bad as ever. Gran groans that Twait makes it sound easy, and Twait answers with brutal simplicity. Gran's ideal fighting style is ending battle with single strike. Then he gives first real lesson. Create winning pattern. Under set conditions, Gran will win, so he must increase number of patterns that lead there. Twait asks if Gran can use. Gran says yes, though he has not fully gotten hang of it. When Gran assumes weapon-making magic suits power types poorly compared to real weapons, Twait overturns that thinking. Weapons can carry added effects, and apart from bare fists, Gran should use it to create whole series of weapons. Training night ends with Gran collapsed in bed, body screaming from Twait's Spartan methods. He curses under his breath, amazed again that Twait is not normal. A former town janitor, apparently, but someone who definitely stood on battlefield. Then one question gnaws at Gran in dark. If he had not run from battlefield, could he have become as strong as him? Memory drags Gran back to Valabar. Small kingdom, swallowed by war, desperate for soldiers. Born strong in remote village, Gran expected army life sooner or later, and when call came, he volunteered himself. In his mind, loving kingdom meant answering. Then came assignment. Order lands like hammer. Northern front, most intense battlefield right now. Gran freezes, but commander gives no room for fear. Get moving already. Gran tries to reassure himself he might only carry supplies or help medics, but truth closes in with every step. Childhood dream of distant battlefield becomes reality of war and despair. Northern front erupts into chaos. Demonic beasts rush from every direction. Comrades shout warnings, and Gran can barely breathe, let alone tell enemy from ally. Overwhelmed by numbers and terror, he screams one thought from bottom of his heart. Why are there so many of them? Because Empire of Lucia made it so. Gran learns why Northern Front became slaughterhouse. Empire of Lucia refused war of attrition, so it redirected demonic beasts toward Valabar. Soldiers curse Lucia, swear revenge and swing wildly, until massive shadow drops in. Gran's rage dies in instant, replaced by pure terror. After attack, Gran crawls through ruined ground, shaking. Bodies lie everywhere, and one question crushes him harder than wounds. How did everyone die so easily? Peace had taught him world would last as it was. Battlefield teaches opposite. This place is hell. Hell keeps moving. A demonic beast tears through him, and Gran clutches wound, screaming that he will die if this continues. He staggers into shelter, begging for potion, but voice barks back to shut up. Battle is not over. Rest comes only after fighting. Gran had volunteered ready to risk life, but dying under unreasonable orders tastes different when death is inches away. Anger becomes only thing keeping him upright. Rallying cries echo across battlefield, slaughter monsters, protect kingdom. So Gran throws himself back in, searching for outlet for rage. Then Command delivers worse news. Demon Orcus has appeared near kingdom borders. Superiors sent to subjugate it are all dead, and Gran is ordered to avenge them. Gran understands what truly makes no sense. Not one cruel order. Battlefield itself. Great Current swallows everything near Valabar's northern border, draining anger and resolve together until both crumble. When another soldier asks if he is new, Gran answers yes and receives only grim pity. Sucks to be you. Veteran soldier speaks without comfort. No matter how many they are, it is pointless. That is what they are fighting against. Then Gran sees it. The demon. Orcus towers above battlefield, armored and insect-winged, unlike any beast before. Countless demonic beasts already filled northern front. But this one is on another level. In face of Orcus, despair wears smile. Wounded soldier asks Gran's name, then gives his own, Elio. He repeats Gran's name like farewell, smiles over shoulder, and says words no one should say so calm. Shall we die together? Gran breaks, screaming as survival instinct overwhelms pride. Orcus unleashes magic. Energy gathers, then beam tears across battlefield, blasting through soldiers and stone alike. Gran watches death sweep past in streaks of light, body frozen between panic and instinct. Northern front is no longer battle. It is execution. Gran wakes to someone calling his name. Orcus is dead, no, subjugated. While Gran lies stunned, another soldier says, Rue credits hero from Kingdom of Terraria, though even that feels uncertain. Supposed holy sword should leave flashy proof. Yet Orcus' corpse has only one small hole through forehead. Gran stares at that impossible wound and envies whoever had strength to slaughter demon alone. Elio tries to move again, but his leg is gone. He tells Gran not to mind, because at least he is alive. Gran can only answer weakly. With Orcus defeated, troops can attack base Orcus led, and soldiers surge forward shouting to kill them all. Victory opens path, but Gran's heart does not move with them. Around him, soldiers cheer that not all demons are strong. Gran stands frozen among flames and wreckage, then rushes toward wounded survivors, crying that he is here to help. Then world twists. A demon begs for life, sobbing that it does not want to die. Gran's eyes widen. Demons can talk. That voice shatters him. If demons can speak, if they can beg, if they can fear death, then Gran cannot swing anymore. His hands shake, his breath breaks, and he admits what battlefield finally carved into him. He does not want to fight anymore. Someone calls after him, but Gran walks away, drowning in shame and calling himself selfish. Gran runs until strength collapses. Alone on barren ground, he drops to his knees, gasping like his lungs are tearing apart. A long-haired man in a white coat approaches and asks if he is all right. Gran can only answer bitterly, does he look all right? The man accepts correction at once. Foolish question. Gran looks toward flames and says inside is even worse, like hell itself. Man tells him he can relax. Soon he says kingdom burden will grow lighter, because both Terraria and Empire of Lucia will aid Valabar fully. Gran flinches at the words, but man continues. After war, it may not be desirable, yet country is already dying. To save as many people as possible, there is no other choice. Then man offers potion and apologizes, saying it is all his fault. Gran recognizes it instantly. King of Valabar stands before him, not as distant ruler but as someone bearing weight of ruined country. Gran kneels, asks him if possible not to abandon Valabar, and King receives that plea in silence. From that day on, King of Valabar keeps meeting Gran again and again. He pleads with Gran to help rebuild kingdom, not once but repeatedly. For Gran, that man becomes more than survivor of war. He becomes reason Valabar still matters. Gran's resolve hardens in quiet. He admits guilt from running away has eaten at him all this time, and maybe King saw through those feelings when he ordered Gran to assess Kingdom of Terraria with his own eyes. This time he will not run. This time, battlefield he chooses will be faced with determination. Episode 25 opens with Twait searching for new way to use his power. In Sylphia Sensei's room, cracked magic flickers under his foot for only 5 seconds, yet that alone marks progress. Before it collapsed in less than second. Sylphia Sensei ends lesson for day. Satisfied that durability has improved. A few days earlier, Twait traces problem back to his past. Specialized training during Hero-Demon War left him with rare constitution, a body specialized for one magic technique at cost of others. If he wants enter festival like normal student, he needs help. So he turns to Sylphia Sensei, and she immediately understands. Twait is eccentric. Sylphia Sensei explains that if Twait is eccentric, even D-ranked magic would be no easy task, which matches his strange performance in class. Twait confirms it, though he hides true cause. Chris told him truth, but saying it came from bureau training would reveal too much. Better to lie here and keep moving. Sylphia Sensei narrows it down. Twait accepts he has eccentric constitution, and he wants learn varied magic anyway. He answers yes. His specialty is compression, power that can make any magic highly lethal. Sylphia Sensei calls it terrible power, and Twait instantly wilts, forcing her to panic and correct herself. Terrible? No. Terrific. After awkward recovery, Sylphia Sensei raises two methods she can teach. Ranked long-range support magic. She casts it cleanly, a pale shield blooming before her palm. Because barrier has fixed form, she believes it should suit Twait's compression eccentricity, and tells him to try. Twait forms on first attempt. Not flashy, not familiar, but successful. Sylphia Sensei explains why. Compression disrupts unstable elemental magic like fireball, but fixed-form magic holds together. Twait understands. Element-conferred spells are poor fit for him, while structured magic may become path forward. When Sylphia Sensei notices something strange. Twait is compressing barrier without realizing it. Normal apps should cover caster's whole body, yet his shrinks to half size, dense and sharp-edged before him. Barrier usually protects against magical attacks, and is weak to physical ones. But with Twait's level of eccentricity, that rule may no longer hold. Sylphia Sensei sees danger turn into opportunity. If Twait can compress until it becomes hard enough to stop physical attacks, then magic once dismissed as narrow defense becomes useful weapon. Twait understands at once. His strange constitution may finally become advantage. Twait notices Sylphia Sensei's reaction and thinks of Xian Vel, Hero's mentor. When he asks about second method, Sylphia Sensei snaps back to teacher mode. Before explaining, she poses one sharp question. If compressed magical power is released all at once, what does he think will happen? Less than 3 weeks before festival, Gran throws himself into brutal practice. Sweat pours down his face as he forces magic into shape, pushing through pain until finally answers. From strain and stubbornness, weapon takes form, a huge sledgehammer. Gran erupts with joy. He knows exactly where inspiration came from. Sledgehammer game on festival's first day. Twait watches as Gran swings it around, only to realize problem instantly. Gran is not controlling weapon. Weapon is dragging Gran. Gran sees new path. With this hammer, he claims he now has 2 winning patterns. Twait reminds him that landing those attacks is another problem entirely, but Gran is already thinking of ways. Then Twait, testing his own progress too, calls his name and asks to use him for practice. Gran charges, but Twait's answer is almost too small to see. Magic gathers in his fist and Gran thinks it is slow, until impact detonates into his body. He goes flying, shocked more than hurt, while Twait apologizes. He barely puts strength into it, yet blow lands like hammer. Gran asks what Twait did, but Twait keeps it as trade secret. Then, instead of mocking him, Twait gives simple praise. Gran is working hard. Before moment can settle, 3 student council members arrive, and Gran immediately stiffens. Myra Opstein introduces herself as leader of Hawk Team's first years, while long-haired boy introduces himself as Hausen Gregoria, leader of Lion Team's first years. Beside them, gentle smiling girl says she is Sharia Nolan, student council vice president. She apologizes for interrupting, then explains why they came. With festival close, practices are getting intense, fights between students are banned, and anyone who seriously injures opponent will lose right to participate. Sharia, Nolan points Gran straight toward his next battlefield. If he wants wargame, he must sign up for mock battles before festival starts, because even she does not want last-minute member changes. Gran answers with stiff salute. Then, Twait quietly realizes Hausen is same year as them, yet Gran speaks to him like senior. Gran admits Hausen's presence feels too imposing, and Twait deadpan says Gran gives off same pressure too. While Shiria's attention lingers on Twait and Gran. Those two seem strong, she says, and confirms both are common core students. To her, hero course superiority is partly prejudice. Born because common course was only established this year, gap between expectation and reality will close eventually. But until then, current students may suffer under that bias. Mira reacts sharply when Shiria adds that Frausan would never have wanted that. For now, patrol work ends. Shiria says they are done reminding students, though security still needs review. Hausen reports several suspicious figures spotted near Academy over past few days. Trouble keeps circling Build Arts Academy, and Shiria sighs that large schools attract attention, for better or worse. Twait walks alone, turning Sylphia Sensei's lesson over in his head. His constitution is eccentric to compression, meaning he naturally condenses magic form. He thinks of thanking her again. and stops. Something else surfaces. When he left school with Mise, he also saw a suspicious figure. Maybe intruders thought they passed unnoticed. Wait contacts Chris at once. Her answer confirms his suspicion. There are intruders at Academy. Chris says Royal Bureau of Counterintelligence already expected this, but she hesitates, not because it is classified, because she does not want to disturb his student life more than she already has. Wait's answer cuts through that hesitation. If fighting protects what he wants to protect, he does not mind fighting. Memories flash. Defeating Demon King left him empty, but when he fought for Elysia and Mise, he finally grasped something. Now he has something beside him worth protecting. So if that feeling demands battle, Twait will fight again and again. Chris lays out threat. Enemy is Empire of Lucia, and goal is stopping Lucectus Conference. Twait instantly understands. Empire wants Kingdom of Valabar. To derail conference, intruders will interfere with Bildarts Academy's Magical Games Festival, where foreign dignitaries and guests gather. If major incident happens, conference will likely be cancelled, safer than attacking meeting directly. Official security belongs to Royal Army and Knight Orders, but Student Council will guard campus grounds too. Chris calls Bildarts Student Council capable and trustworthy. Twait decides this time he will act as student, not shadow hero. Chris asks if he will be fine, and he replies that if Academy student noticed intruders, it is natural for that student to deal with them. Elsewhere, hooded intruders move through shadows, until someone cuts in too fast, forcing their leader to whirl in shock. Twait cuts into hooded intruders before they can react. They stare in disbelief. Enemy in front of them is not knight, not soldier, but student. One tries to strike back, yelling not to look down on them, yet Twait drops him with cold, practiced precision. Even hidden faces understand at once. This boy is skilled. One intruder breaks away, sprinting for escape. Twait follows and realizes path leads straight toward warehouse. Then fleeing shadow launches onto wingboard, blasting forward through air. If speed keeps climbing, escapes is certain. Twait's eyes narrow. No choice now. Time to test new trick. Twait activates beneath himself and compresses it to limit. Magic once weak against physical impact becomes dense. Hard foothold. With aerial, he kicks off invisible platforms and rockets into sky, shocking intruder below. Student should not be flying. Not like this. Midair chase ends in violent instant. Twait slams through pursuit path, knocks wingboard rider down, and lands beside fallen intruders. When wounded man demands who he is and whether he is even student, Twait gives plain answer. He is just student. Then pressure shifts. Twait asks one thing, how many comrades they have. With enemies down, Twait weighs cleanup. Who should he leave aftermath to? But before answer comes, someone else moves. A blast tears across yard and Twait turns sharply. Another figure is running away, or being attacked. Either way, calm hunt breaks open again. Smoke and torn magic scatter through warehouse area. Twait recognizes strange impact, then spots light-haired student standing amid damage, flame-like power curling around his hand. Student looks back with raw hostility and asks one furious question. Who the hell is Twait? Episode shifts without easing tension. Twait and light-haired student face each other over collapsed intruders. The stranger notices uniform and calls Twait common course. Twait keeps story simple. He chased intruders over there. That answer only makes stranger's eyes sharpen. Suspicion explodes. Light-haired student realizes Twait claims these intruders were cornered by mere common courser. Twait confirms it without flinching. Bodies lie at his feet, silence presses down, and gap between what uniform says and what he just did becomes impossible to ignore. Steelen laughs as black elemental cannons tear through space around Twait. He admits Twait was not lying, because only someone real could dodge that opening shot. Twait stays silent, reading him fast. Valen attacked him for one reason. To confirm whether common course boy's strength was fake. Valen grins wider, impressed and suspicious at same time. Elemental cannon should be powerful, loud, obvious C-rank magic. Yet Valen fired it with no activation sign at all. Twait realizes truth from one clean dodge. This man is not normal student, not even close. One intruder groans from ground, still conscious, but Valen's hand already burns with another condensed cannon. No warning. No mercy. Just sleep. And fires toward fallen enemy, before Twait's eyes narrow at method behind that effortless violence. Twait asks if Valen killed him. Valen shrugs it off. If Lucky Man is still alive. Then he looks at defeated operatives and says they underestimated Bildar's Academy students. Twait says he cornered them, but Valen brushes him aside. Freshies should not bother, he says. From here on, this is student council territory. Twait catches phrase at once. Our territory? Valen finally gives name in full. Valen Steelen from student council. That is enough for Twait to step back. Later, under quiet sky, Chris confirms his choice. Since opponent was student council, Twait backed down to avoid scene and left aftermath to him. Academy security belongs to student council jurisdiction, so bureau cleanup can withdraw. Wade asks Chris what kind of people student council members are. Chris explains they are strong enough to defeat foreign operatives while still students, rare talent with promising futures. Then Valen's name makes her pause. He is different, used to real combat, one of students who fought in Great Hero Demon War. Chris adds that students from Bildars who fought in Great War achieved remarkable results. Twait remembers Elysia mentioning 3 of them before. Current student council president, Valen, and 1 more unknown student. But Chris drops colder detail. One of those 3 seems to have been killed in action. Twait stops himself. Curiosity alone is not reason enough to dig. Instead, Twait focuses on enemy. Lucia Empire's objective is sabotage, ruin Magical Games Festival, raise Kingdom alert level, and force Lusectus conference cancellation before Terraria and Valabar can discuss annexation. If intruders came to Warehouse now, they were doing more than gathering information. Something is already planted in shadows, waiting for opening day. Twait slips into storage and checks festival equipment. If intruders reach this place, tampering is possible. An answer appears fast. Bombs. Worse, Academy security is too advanced for foreign operatives to bypass again and again. That means one ugly possibility remains. Someone inside may be helping them. Inside Student Council office, Sharia Nolan reports more sightings of suspicious figures. When asked about Valen, she droops in frustration. She keeps calling, and he keeps ignoring her. From behind desk, Student Council President answers with calm certainty. Valen really is difficult person. Next day, Academy calm returns on surface. Then Mizé approaches Twait with quiet urgency and asks for his time. Her worry is not vague fear. While practicing for Exodus yesterday, she found something strange, and Twait's attention sharpens instantly. Mizé explains what she saw. Small magical tool embedded in one wall of field. At first, she thought it might be trap set by opposing team, but unease stayed with her. When Twait asks why she decided it was not trap, her answer carries weight. Her magic, Wisdom Road, led her to that conclusion. Twait reacts at once. Mizé's ancient knowledge tells her magic inside device likely is not from Kingdom of Terraria. She thinks origin is north. Twait completes answer in his mind before words fully land. Magic from Empire of Lucia. Twait admits he recovered several bombs from wingboards last night, but could not analyze their magic in detail. Mizé's dumb fills gap he could not. Her power is far more practical than he expected, and her pale expression makes clear. This is no harmless discovery. Mizé understands quickly. As second princess of Holy Kingdom of Arcadia, she knows Kingdom now faces Empire of Lucia, and their purpose points straight to Lusectus Conference. Twait confirms it. Imperial operatives prepared miniature bombs to sabotage Magical Games Festival and indirectly ruin conference. He asks her to keep matter confidential, then says any more bombs should probably be retrieved. Before plan can stay secret, Gran and Elysia step in having heard about half. Elysia grins and admits, can enhance hearing, even if boosting one's sense is difficult and dangerous. But danger does not scare her. As aspiring knight, she refuses to overlook threat to city or classmates. Gran joins too, and Twait finally accepts it. He is no longer bureau agent, he is student. So this time, he will stick his head into danger as one of. Twait looks at friends who force their way into danger, and finally gives in. He admits he has no right to stop them, and more than that, he needs help. Elysia and Mizé brighten at his thanks, while Gran asks practical question. Wingboard bomb is dismantled, but work is far from over. Twait says bomb disposal may take longer than expected. Gran suggests taking issue to student council, but Twait shuts that down for now. No proof yet. Instead, they split up. Twait and Mizé search Hawk team equipment, while Elysia and Gran check Lion teams. To Twait, this strange little operation feels like something has finally changed. Elysia catches meaning first. With a smile, she says it outright. They are fighting alongside him. Twait, who always moved alone from shadows, freezes under simple warmth of those words. Around him, Mizé, Elysia, and Gran stand close. Not as burdens but as allies. Twait understands. Until now he kept all 3 at distance, still carrying habit from days after Great War, when he cut ties with his past without thinking. But compared to version of himself back then, he knows he is plainly. So he says it plain. On them. Their answer comes loud and bright. Leave it to us. During break from physical race for practice, Mizé finds Twait and asks if he discovered anything. He confirms it. Bomb was hidden in magical tool used for sledgehammer. That means enemy planted explosives across different festival games, planning maximum damage to cancel conference. Mizé asks if they dismantle it now, but Twait hesitates. If students are nearby and they fail, people could be hurt. Then Mizé offers Risky's answer. If she uses Wisdom Road, she may dismantle bombs quickly. Twait's shock is instant, because that power is no ordinary analysis tool. Her hands move carefully over device. An ancient knowledge guides her through mechanism like impossible key. Proves again. It is truly capable of anything. Mizé finishes dismantling bomb, leaving Twait speechless. He calls it amazing. She laughs with soft relief. Happy effort was worth it if it helped him. Twait notices change too. She has overcome hesitation to use that power. Then bracelet on her wrist catches his eye, the memento from their journey together. Twait admits he made Mise endure painful experience, but she gently rejects regret. Even so, she says time spent together is part of her precious memories. Her smile turns bracelet into proof that pain did not erase meaning. And if Mise can say that, Twait thinks, then buying that bracelet back then was something he will never forget. Crowd noise swells across practice field, and Source steps in with lazy menace. Valen Steelen arrives before Mira Opstein, claiming he came to discuss his festival event. Mira says his attitude earned him place in final day main event, Gladius or War Game. Valen answers without hesitation, Sledgehammer. Mira freezes. Wrong answer, wrong mood. Valen says Sledgehammer ends early, like that explains everything. Mira snaps back that they are same year now, but still reminds him he is student council member and expected to contribute seriously. Festival is not empty spectacle. It is Kingdom's biggest event, political and economic weight stacked behind it. Valen only cuts through lecture with one demand. Get to point. Mira asks for one thing. Do it properly with intent to win. Valen clicks his tongue, then switches choice to War Game. Not from passion, but because Gladius means repeated fights. Mira says participants already know he may replace someone. Valen smiles like selection itself is prey. Valen calls War Game candidates over and orders immediate lineup decision. Students gather under his stare. Then he declares rule in brutal terms. Everyone fights, and weakest gets replaced. Twait and Mise watch from side, as Valen turns festival duty into threat. Chapter turns into War Game selection match. Valen stands beside Mira and summons candidates with crude confidence. Across from him, nervous students face sudden trial while Twait's eyes narrow. One sentence hangs over all of them. Whoever proves weakest loses place. Myra begs Valen to take it seriously and fight with intent to win. He calls it pain in ass. Then hears one student ask if collaboration's allowed. Valen's grin twists wide. If teaming up is first thought, he says, they have no chance at all. Valen proves warning instantly. Black force erupts from his hand and slams through candidates before they can process movement. Shock spreads through group. Twait studies him coldly from edge, confirming same problem as before. Valen casts with no visible sign, no warning, no opening. Valen roars at them to stop standing there and fight. Candidates understand at once. Alone, each would be crushed. They rush together, trying to bury him under numbers. But as fists and bodies close in, Valen's eye sharpens. This battle has only begun, and he is enjoying it. Valen tears through teamwork like it was mistake from start. Wind cannon detonates, candidates scatter. And when someone warns magic power is gathering in his fist, he grins wider. Here I go, he says. Raising fist like lesson is about to be beaten into them. Rage erupts through battlefield. Valen closes distance before students can breathe, hammering through them one by one. Screams and shocks overlap as formation collapses, and every attempt to react arrives too late. One candidate barely registers danger before Valen is already in his face. Too slow then, Valen spreads both hands, and black flame-like cannons bloom from his palms. See ya later. Blast swallows space around him, leaving onlookers stunned. Even Twait watches with sharp silence. Valen laughs, triumphant and cruel, telling first years to take notes because this is how it is done. As Mise nervously says Valen was impressive, Twait's focus goes colder. He recognizes technique behind it, donning. Twait breaks it down in his mind. Donning is like compression, multiple activation, and parallel activation, advanced technique applied while using magic power. User builds spell, deliberately stops before casting, then moves with magic still carried. That unease Twait felt before now has name. Valen was walking around loaded. Valen looks over collapsed candidates and calls them pathetic. Then another voice cuts through air. Lightning spear. A spear of light rips across field toward Valen, and his eyes snap open. Someone finally forces reaction out of him. Valen blocks, singed but smiling. Multiple activation, huh, he says, and asks for name. Blonde student answers firmly. Sieg Falchion. Valen sneers at noble blood, but still admits one thing. Sieg is only one here with promise. Election ends with Valen announcing he will replace first eliminated candidate. Mira watches uneasily. Later, Mise says Valen is awfully strong, but Twait answers with harsher truth. He was not even half serious. Donning left him room to stack more magic, use higher ranks, and probably do far worse. After regrouping, Twait asks Alicia and Gran if Lion Team area had bombs. Their answer is grim several. With students thinning out for night, Twait says it is time to start dismantling them. Even as danger tightens around empty academy buildings, darkness settles outside, and Gran grows uneasy. Sneaking around at this hour makes them look suspicious too. Twait wants to dismantle bombs found today anyway, but before they can continue, footsteps echo through hallway. Mise whispers warning, someone is coming. Operation stops cold. Door slides open, and Mira Opstein appears, asking if they are all practicing this late. She recognizes Twait, Mise, Gran, and Elysia at once, even noting team placements. Student council memory leaves them exposed. Twait quickly bows out, saying they will end practice and go back. Myra lets them leave with polite caution. But outside, unease follows every step. Gran wonders why student council would summon all four of them, and Twait has no clean answer. If everyone called was present last night, then this is probably connected. Gran asks if hiding bombs from student council is really fine. Twait says to keep silent if possible, because if council suspects their actions first, they may have no choice but to tell truth. Gran and Elysia tense under thought of interrogation. Lying would break them fast. Then they arrive at door, a knock. Permission from inside. Twait leads group into student council room, where Mira stands at front and several council members wait in calm formation. One gentle blonde boy greets them warmly, but air feels less like welcome and more like quiet examination. Blonde boy smiles and says they have been awaiting them. He invites them in, introduces himself as Exiled, president of Academy Student Council. Twait studies him carefully. Delicate features. Soft presence. Nothing frightening at first glance. But memory cuts in. This is man said to rival Valen as Academy's strongest. X says he called them here to ask questions. Reports of suspicious people around Academy have been spreading, and since all four stayed late for practice, he wants to know one thing. Did they find anything suspicious? Relief leaks out of Mise and Gran. The instant Ix asks what they found, and Twait notices it. No more hiding behind clever answers. He chooses honesty, and says he did not see anything. But he did fight people 2 nights ago. Then he points straight at Valen, saying student council member Valen should know something about it. Ix's shocked face says enough. This is first time he is hearing it. Ix covers his face, realizing Valen never reported anything. With strained calm, he asks Hausen to summon Valen over broadcast, and Valen answers exactly like expected. Kicking door open, furious about being called that way, yelling that normal summons would never make him come. Valen spots Twait and grins like old trouble has returned. Find Twait Ansos, and Ix cuts in, confirming Valen was summoned because of his report. The question lands hard. 2 nights ago, did Valen fight anyone at Academy? Valen admits it without shame. Then Twait asks why he never reported it, and Valen's excuse is brutally simple. He planned to do it next time he came here. Which is now. Ix asks what happened to defeated people. Valen shrugs it off. He drove them away. Mira finally snaps, calling him irresponsible and demanding he be removed from student council. Ix politely reminds her they have guests, while Valen says if they want him gone, they can do it. He does not care. Ix refuses to remove Valen for now and reveals bigger problem. Student council suspects intruders. Valen chased away were operatives from another country. Twait's face hardens. He says it would have been better if they were restrained. Valen pushes blame away, claiming he heard nothing about that until Mira explodes, because he never answers their calls. Valen fires back, asking why non-council students were also fighting intruders without knowing situation. Twait can only admit he expected that argument. Then Valen says quiet part loud, if student council cannot solve it alone, tell entire school instead of keeping everything secret. Mira protests that festival will be cancelled, and Valen's answer is merciless. Then cancel it. Oria steps forward and explains why that cannot be so easy. Bildards Academy's Magical Games Festival is not only political and economic symbol. Above all, it lets people feel that peace has returned. After long war, protecting events safely is part of student council's duty. Valen laughs at word peace and turns on Ix, accusing him of still keeping secrets. Valen's anger finally shows its real target. He asks if Ix will keep all important things to himself again while pretending it is for someone else's sake. His words turn vicious, cutting deeper and deeper, until he spits out accusation about Ix hiding his sister's death. Sharia shouts Valen's name, but damage is already done. Elysia cannot pretend to understand council's old wounds, but she does not let Valen's words pass. If they call themselves student council, she says, then they should act like it. Ix quietly apologizes and dismisses them. As group leaves, Valen's bitter claim lingers behind them. Magical Games Festival, common course, all of it is forcing peace on everyone. Outside student council room, Twait keeps thinking. In end, council did not seem especially suspicious of them, but being noticed still changes everything. Gran suddenly realizes council never even asked about bombs, while Elysia admits that was her biggest fear. Then Twait stops walking. He has something to tell everyone. Twait explains why he wanted bombs secret kept from student council. Mastermind behind planted bombs could be someone from this country. Academy security is advanced, so foreign operatives slipping through multiple times should not be easy, meaning someone inside may be helping them. Mise follows logic to worst possibility. Student council itself could be involved. Twait asks them to tell no one else. With tension sealed away, Elysia remembers practice is already half over. She plans to buy weapon for festival and asks others to come along. Twait realizes timing is perfect. If he must fight more often as student, not former organization agent, then he needs new partner. Weapon that belongs to student life, not BF-28's shadow. Valen's words still echo in Twait's mind, forcing peace on everyone. What did Valen mean by that? Does he reject peace itself, or something hiding beneath it? His thoughts drift so far that Mise has to call his name from beside academy buildings. Twait snaps back as others notice him spacing out. Unusual for someone always composed. He says he was thinking and Elysia points ahead. They are almost there. A shop bell rings, and quiet street opens into their next stop. Inside, weapons line walls from blades to spears, and Gran blurts out surprise at size of shop. Elysia explains Night Order affiliates often use place because it handles magical tools too. Since Festival allows it, she plans to buy C rank or lower magical tool, then turns question to Twait. Twait gives clear answer. He will buy Sniper Wand. He wants one usable in any situation, not only Festival. BF-28 came from organization, so if he intends to fight his student, he needs new weapon by his own choice. Elysia knows where Sniper Wands are and leads him deeper into shop. At Sniper Wand shelves, Twait suddenly spots Sieg holding weapon. Name slips out and Sieg stiffens like caught. When Twait asks what is wrong, Sieg turns away in visible discomfort, claiming Twait once threatened him not to get involved with them anymore. Twait freezes. Threaten him? Sieg nearly collapses from disbelief, asking if he truly forgot. During their duel, Twait told him not to get involved with their group anymore, and Sieg has been carrying that line ever since. Twait finally remembers, but his casual reaction only makes it worse. Sieg trembles under shock, muttering that Twait can forget it now, while Mise quietly feels sorry for him. Twait tries to clarify that he meant what he said back then, not cruelty, but damage already sits heavy in air. Twait faces Sieg properly and says he does not think Sieg will act as rashly as before. Sieg answers with guarded pride. Since that duel, he has thought through many things. Then, in front of everyone, he apologizes for what happened before. Gran and Elysia accept change with surprise, saying they are not angry anymore. Sieg still points blame at Twait though. Losing to him forced Sieg to confront weakness, and since then he has trained again and again, polishing strength only to defeat him next time. Yet now he admits his own immaturity and says he cannot act as arrogantly as before. Twait notes it quietly. Sieg has taken step forward too. Mise sees chance and asks Twait to let Sieg help choose weapon since Sieg also uses magical wands. Sieg hesitates for only a moment, then smiles with old noble confidence and declares he will select one for him. Asks what kind of magical wand Twait wants, and Twait answers without pause. Sniper Wand. Something versatile enough for festival, but if possible, built for sniping performance. Sieg presents Divine Hawk, first class but expensive wand specialized for sniping, with higher magic power compression and strong far-sighted crystal. Twait tests weight and balance, then gives verdict. Not bad, but Sieg sees through excuse. He asks if this is truly only for festival, because if Twait only wanted victory, he would not even need weapon. Twait notices Sieg has sensed same unease in Kingdom lately. Sieg confirms it is around that season, and Twait keeps answer guarded. In case something happens, he wants weapon at hand. While Sieg accepts Twait's guarded answer without digging deeper, and Twait notes it at once. Sharp intuition worthy of a noble. Then Sieg offers test for Divine Hawk, pointing them toward prepared basement space. Twait agrees, carrying new Sniper Wand down into hidden range. In basement, Elysia is already there with sword in hand, surprised to see Twait's group too. She came to test her own weapon, lighter than one she used before, and wants to confirm condition. Then her eyes brighten. If both need testing, why not test them in actual combat? Rules come fast and simple. Twait and Elysia start from opposite walls. Match ends if Elysia lands hit on Twait, or if Twait shoots her down. Gran nervously asks if she will stop before hitting him, and Elysia smiles like danger itself, saying naturally, unless she uses too much force and gives him small cut. Twait understands. Elysia wanted real combat too. Her competitive fire has not cooled at all. He calls out for Gran to give signal because Gran's voice is loud enough. Gran panics, then screams start. The instant word leaves his mouth. Twait raises Divine Hawk and fires. Bullet tears forward, yet Elysia cuts it clean in half. Twait's eye sharpens. A normal sword could never slice sniper bullet like that. Not with such ease. If she shows no strain, then answer is clear. Her sword is magical tool too. Twait fires again, testing speed, angle, and weapon response. Elysia reads line of fire and meets it head-on, blade flashing with cold precision. Divine Hawk proves strong, but Frigid Iron answers every shot with calm, slicing defense. Then Elysia closes distance in a blur. One heartbeat later, sword stops at Twait's neck, and she smiles behind him. It is her win. Twait accepts result without shock, saying it is exactly what he expected from Elysia. Gran calls match exciting. While others admit it felt too intense for practice, Sieg watches quietly from side. Twait asks where Elysia aimed when he fired second bullet, and she confirms it. Same timing, same parry practice she built since entrance exam, inspired by Farnese Sensuke. Frigid Iron, C-ranked magical tool, turns out far better than expected. Elysia is not satisfied with one clean win. Her eyes sharpen, and she calls Quaid out again. Another round. This time, she wants him to come at her seriously. Gran and Mise freeze at sudden challenge, but Twait stands there calm, sniper wand in hand, accepting weight of her demand. Twait understands what changed. Elysia noticed he had been cutting corners, even though they called it real combat. She is serious about competition, and half measures insult that resolve. So he calls Gran to give signal again. Elysia turns away, sword lowered, body quiet. Too quiet. Gran's shout tears through basement. Begin. Twait raises Divine Hawk at once, and Elysia launches straight in. First shot cracks across range, but her blade catches bullet mid-charge. No hesitation, no fear. She charges through gunfire like stopping her with one shot was never possible. Twait shifts tactic, pressing her with numbers. More bullets streak forward, forcing Elysia to cut again and again. She reads intent and roars back that he cannot stop her with only that. But Twait's eyes harden. One hand moves, one bullet changes, and trap takes shape inside shot itself. Elysia recognizes pattern too late. This again? Her sword meets next bullet like before, then impact explodes heavier than expected. Momentum punches through her guard, throwing her body backward. Shock flashes across her face as balance collapses in single instant. Elysia lands on back, sword slipping from control as silence falls. Twait lowers Divine Hawk with same unreadable calm. She stares up, cheeks flushed with frustration, and asks what he did. His answer is simple and merciless. It is his win. Twait explains trick without boasting. He adjusted bullet weight, first and second lighter, third heavy. Elysia parried third shot like earlier ones, so she could not kill its momentum. She snarls that it sucks, that she lost battle of wits, while Twait coolly answers that is exactly point. He knows weapon games too well. Divine Hawk proves its worth. High compression ratio means Twait can prepare powerful bullets if given enough time, and testing it makes him understand BF-28's quality even more. Still, this weapon is different. Not tool from Organization Shadow, but partner chosen now. As others call them to leave, Twait grips Divine Hawk and steps toward Festival's fragile peace with new partner at his side. Twait contacts Chris while hiding with phone in hand, asking if there are leads on anyone guiding Empire operatives. Chris answers with cold confidence. Army and Night orders have no link. She has traced money flow, but found no evidence tying them to enemy agents. Fulll's central hub sits under high alert for Festival and Lusectus conference, making contact with Empire nearly impossible without getting caught. Twait pushes further. What about Academy? Chris admits she checked as much as she could, but compared to Army and Night orders, Academy left fewer trails. Still, her intuition says it is clean. Chris lays logic bare. If Festival and Conference collapse, Build Arts Academy gains nothing. With Hero Effect and Common Course driving huge growth, Academy has no reason to kill its own momentum. Twait quietly accepts her conclusion. Army, Night orders, Academy, removed from collaborator list. By process of elimination, Chris and Twait reach same uneasy feeling. Large conflict ahead may begin from something shockingly small. Then voices call out from nearby. Gran, Mise, and Elysia return. Twait ends call, leaving matter in Chris's hands until current job finishes. Gran reports dismantling operation is done, and Mise has wrapped everything up. She beams with relief after doing her best, while Twait asks if every bomb they found is gone. Next step should be final sweep. Until Twait suddenly stops everyone. One word drops like blade. Enemies. Twait counts watchers in shadows. 2, then 3. They do not attack yet, only observe. Mise warns their bomb dismantling may have been discovered, and Elysia immediately offers strength if fight breaks out. Gran steals himself too, promising to fight, while Twait trusts him and sends Elysia to corner intruders. Elysia bursts forward, shouting for all three to stop. Cloaked figures scatter between trees, but she closes fast, blade drawn. One enemy mutters not to blame him, blaming her foolishness instead. Then steel flashes as Elysia swings first. Elysia grins at threat and throws it back. That is her line. Her sword meets enemy blade with brutal force, driving cloaked attacker off balance. Another shadow panics and orders retreat. But Elysia keeps pressure on, turning chase into sudden battle. Twait steps between shadows and escape route. Divine Hawk already aimed. This is as far as you go. One cloaked intruder barely turns before Twait apologizes, and bullet slams in. First body drops. No warning. No wasted motion. Twait counts calmly as another intruder goes down. 2 defeated. But last one still tries to move, and Mise acts from side with magic streaking out like binding threads. Alchemy! Her spell races across battlefield, cutting off final escape. Gran charges next, shouting name of weapon. Sledgehammer! Heavy magical tool crashes into cloaked figure before enemy can recover. Then Mise's fixation takes hold, locking target in place. Their teamwork closes trap from every angle, yet enemy still moves. Gran stares in disbelief as injured intruder forces body forward and snarls through pain. Twait's gaze hardens. Gran asks if opponent can still move, but answer comes in action. Gran swings again, smashing intruder down with raw force. Gran's face twists with old hatred. "You imperial scum!" His hand tightens, anger dragging him somewhere dark. Twait snaps his name so sharply everyone flinches. Gran jolts, confused by Twait's voice. Then Twait gives reason. No need to fight anymore, unless Gran was going to kill him. Gran freezes under that question, realizing how far he nearly slipped. Twait admits he was out of it too, then turns practical. 3 enemies are restrained, night is late, and student council must handle aftermath. For Twait, handoff becomes chance to watch council reaction. Twait enters student council room alone with report. Ix and Mira are there, both surprised by his sudden visit. Twait says suspicious people were encountered and neutralized, asking council to deal with them. Ix listens, and immediately notes this is already Twait's second encounter with intruders. Twait answers carefully. He happened to be nearby, and this time he fought with friends. Ix smiles and apologizes for failing to notice intruders first, but Twait senses something colder beneath it. Ix seems suspicious, yet not surprised. Twait tries to leave after reporting restrained enemies in Southern Warehouse, only for Ix to stop him with quiet question. What exactly is Twait up to? Alicia appears behind Twait with teasing confidence, proving she has started reading his moves bit by bit. Twait has no excuse ready. He admits there is no reason to feel guilty, since he never meant to hide it forever. Then truth drops. They are tailing Student Council President. Twait lays out risk. Student Council will soon have captured operatives in custody, so if Council has ties to intruders, they may hand them over in secret. Alicia sees merit in surveillance. From shadows, they watch Ix and Mira move with restrained prisoners, first toward warehouse, then out of academy grounds. Leaving academy changes everything. Alicia says she would feel safer if prisoners were handed to night order, but if council is guilty, this is moment they could block handover. Twait prepares for worst case, 2 student council members as enemies. Then destination comes into view, headquarters of Knights of Royal Guard. Worst case seems avoided. Ix and Mira appear to hand prisoners over to guards, but distance keeps words out of reach. Twait decides to use Alicia's earlier eavesdropping trick. Rage ignites in her fist, hearing sharpens, and their hidden watch ends instantly when Armored Knight notices them and asks if they are students of Bildards Academy. Twait steps forward politely, trying to ask questions, but Armored Man pauses and studies Alicia. Recognition hits him first. "Aren't you Alicia Dono?" Alicia stiffens, blurts Schlenson, and sudden reunion turns tense tailing mission into something personal. When Daunt laughs warmly, remembering Alicia from childhood as daughter of former Commander Gallia. He introduces himself as first commanding officer of Knights of Orthodox Order, then calls over Thalia Pendiente, junior knight of Knights of Royal Guard. Hidden surveillance has become formal meeting. Alicia realizes 2 knight groups are working together, and Schlen confirms they are currently in charge of security around Royal Capital. Then he reveals why he approached Twait and Alicia. Academy security. Fewer personnel than previous years worries him, even though student council insists arrangements are fine. Twait judges Schlen as genuinely concerned for students, and Chris already cleared night orders from suspicion. So he chooses honesty to probe deeper. He admits he is worried too, saying there have been many reports of suspicious people around Academy and security should be increased. Schlen accepts cooperation, only for someone to ask what Twait and Alicia are doing there. Twait covers their presence with excuse. Festival practice kept them busy, so they took walk for change of pace. Schlen laughs it off, saying they must be busiest of all. Then warmth shifts toward Alicia. He wants to cheer her on if time allows, because she carries former Commander Gallia's swordsmanship. The only one who can wield it, and explains weight behind those words. Great War stole time from former Commander Gallia, leaving no chance to train next generation. None of them could inherit that sword. But Alicia stands before them as new hope, trained by Gallia since childhood. All of them are waiting for day she perfects it. Alicia grips her blade and answers with trembling resolve. She will do her best. Night grows late, and Schlen offers escort back to dorms. Alicia tries to refuse politely, then freezes. A transmission reaches Knights. Twait notices her reaction at once and asks what it is, but Alicia says nothing. She was only thinking she looks forward to his future too. Her strange answer hangs in air, and Twait immediately senses something wrong. Before questions can settle, Schlen and Knights move with urgency. Apology comes fast. They must leave. Then reason slams down like alarm bell. Someone has attacked them. Shock spreads through Twait and Alicia. Who was attacked? Knights? Schlen confirms they will head to attack site, while warning both students to return straight to dorms with no detours. But Alicia's eyes already burn with decision. Alicia refuses to stand aside. She declares she will come too, reminding Schlen that he wanted her to join order. She has confidence in her abilities. Schlen hesitates, caught between duty and danger, then lowers his gaze and accepts. Alia objects at once, asking if Schlen will involve students in fight, but Schlen has judged them differently. Alicia inherited sword of former commander and is exceptional swordswoman. Twait is no ordinary person either. He once landed blow on Commander Lauren during joint exercises. Schlen turns to him and asks if his ability can be counted on. Twait answers without bravado. At very least, he promises not to be burdened. That is enough. Schlen ignites rage, power crackling through his armor and commands departure. In instant, group launches into night toward attack site, leaving calm street behind for darkness ahead. Twait races through city and sees terror still spilling through streets. People scream for help, others flee, and one thought cuts through him. Battle is not ended yet. Then something impossible brushes his senses. He snaps toward shadowed rooftop and demands, "Who are you?" Instant, Twait's eyes go wide. Alicia notices and calls his name, asking if something happened. He swallows alarm and says it was probably imagination. For now, reaching attack site comes first. Whatever presence surprised him can wait only because crisis ahead cannot. High above city, unseen figure stands alone by rooftop edge, quietly shaken. Elysia, rumored most talented in hero course, failed to notice. 2 knights failed too. Yet Twait sensed something. Stranger murmurs worry, asking not to be thought ill of, while mystery deepens over rooftops. Schlen's group arrives, and horror waits in road. Knights lie scattered across ground, beaten down hard enough to leave even Schlen stunned. He shouts for survivors, demands answers, an injured knight gasps out report. They were patrolling city when attack came without warning. Wounded knights managed to evacuate residents, but enemy escaped. Twait asks about attacker, only one, red cloak, no clear identification. After defeating 5 knights alone, enemy headed south. Schlen praises their survival, tells them hold until backup arrives, then charges after trail. They sprint south through panic-filled streets, civilians still running as smoke rises behind them. Schlen understands danger now. Enemy who crushed 5 knights alone is considerably skilled. But retreat is not option. Chase continues straight into next eruption. A blast tears through rooftops ahead. Schlen shouts, Alicia spots target, and group rushes beneath looming silhouette. On roof stands cloaked figure, face hidden, frame suggesting man. Schlen orders surrender in name of Knights of Orthodox Order, but silence answers him. Schlen warns they will capture him by force, and steel comes out. Elysia moves to support. Then cloaked attacker raises hand, black flame flickering in palm. One breath later, multiple dark spheres bloom around him like cursed stars. Schlen and Elysia stare in shock as enemy's true threat begins to unfold. Dark spheres multiply around cloaked attacker and question turns colder. Is he really alone? One orb tears forward, grazing Thalia before anyone can fully react. Schlen shouts her name as smoke curls from impact point, and Thalia can only apologize. The shot barely touched her, yet damage is real. That graze tells Twait enough. Even glancing hit wounds, so letting barrage continue means disaster. He turns to Elysia and asks her to take Vanguard, same as entrance exam against Farnese-sensei. Elysia understands at once. Her answer comes with fearless smile, Roger that. Elysia launches first, announcing her charge as Schlen calls after her in alarm. Cloaked attacker calmly raises another black orb, but Elysia sees opening through terror itself. Rage flares, her body surges, and she closes distance with sword ready. Her leap goes too high. Schlen realizes danger at once, and cloaked attacker begins to slip away. Elysia refuses to let him run, but beneath her black magic gathers again. Thalia screams warning. He is about to fire. Twait reads projectile speed an instant. Too slow. Cloaked attacker releases black sphere, but before it can become threat, Twait's sniper round pierces clean through it from afar. Dark magic collapses under single shot. Twait keeps eye to Divine Hawk, calm as ever. On rooftop, Elysia dives back in with blade raised, and someone praises timing with sharp cry. Well done, her strike now has path. Enemy's spell has been broken at perfect moment, but cloaked attacker is faster than expected. Another spell flashes out almost instantly, catching Elysia off guard and forcing her down against rooftop. Twait's eye narrows from distance. He cast that so quickly, Olodia presses forward, aiming to finish rhythm before team can reset. Elysia gasps. Schlen raises hand in shock, and black-robed figure cuts through air. Then Twait moves. Divine Hawk fires from darkness, bullet slamming into enemy's path as Twait makes silent vow. He will not let that happen. Cloaked attacker blocks Twait's last shot with barrier, 5 layers thick. Shooting through wall will not be easy now. As Elysia calls his name, Twait drops behind cover, already calculating new angle, while enemy pulls back through broken rooftop. After clash, Schlen checks whether Twait and Elysia are hurt. They answer yes, but danger behind attack feels larger than wounds. Twait says enemy was considerably powerful, likely foreign operative. Schlen follows logic grimly. With festival and conference near, country's leaders are gathering in royal capital. They may have been real targets. bad news lands heavier. Night orders must prioritize escorting dignitaries, so Academy guard numbers cannot rise for now. Schlen and others leave to regroup, apologizing, despite students telling them not to worry. Twait stays silent, mind stuck on one question: are dignitaries really enemies' true aim? Twait replays facts in darkness. Attack timing could explain enemy move, maybe as part of Lucia Empire's plan to annex and control Valabar. But something still feels wrong. Too many possibilities, and simplest answer does not satisfy him. One weakness keeps surfacing: Academy security. Compared to past years, fewer guards protect it, while Student Council insists arrangements are fine. Because of that, official defense has stretched thin, and because enemy strategy is surprisingly broad, too many unrelated people have been dragged into danger. Wait's conclusion hardens. He can no longer leave things alone. Next day, he gathers Mizé, Gran, and Elysia, then drops decision without hesitation. They will not proceed with operation today. Mizé is startled, but Twait explains he checked warehouse tools that morning. No additional bombs were planted. Gran still worries, but Twait argues enemy may be rethinking plans after being fought off twice. So instead of chasing shadows, he tells everyone to return to festival practice. Suspicion spikes instantly when Twait claims he has library business and tells them to eat lunch first. All three stare after him like his excuse smells worse than trap. In Academy hallway, Twait's real destination reveals itself. Ix waits with calm smile, greeting him by name. Twait understands at once. President contacted him, and rooftop watcher from that night was likely Ix. When Twait asks directly, Ix only smiles and apologizes for sudden call. He wants private talk. Twait accepts, but question hangs sharp in air. What is Student Council President's true intention? Episode 31 opens 1 year ago, long before current suspicion took shape. Inside Buildars Academy, Student Council President begins with bold idea: establish common course. Latest manga volume announcement blares beside it, but room itself falls silent as two boys stare back, stunned by phrase they did not expect. Ix repeats meaning carefully. Common course for ordinary people. Students who are neither nobles nor exceptional talents. President smiles and confirms it. Not hero course. Not path built only for chosen prodigies. Course where each student can learn as they please. But when asked opinion, answer already looks complicated. Turns request into command wrapped in charm. Since two boys are now in high school, she asks them to join student council and help establish common course. One boy tries to apologize to Frau, hesitation thick in his voice while others freeze under her sparkling confidence. Valen pushes back hard. Student council work is pain. Great hero demon war still rages, and he sees no point in joining if it will not help them. But Frau's answer cuts through complaint. That is exactly why. She promises to establish it and asks Valen and Ix to lend her strength. Frau's reason is not ambition for title or comfort. After war ends, she wants people of this country to live peaceful lives. Her words land quietly, and Valen's face changes. Resistance cracks under weight of something simple, sincere, and impossible to ignore. Silence follows. Frau watches them with steady eyes and gentle smile, letting conviction speak louder than pressure. A foot shifts against floor, door clicks open. Past memory closes on motion, as if decision has already begun moving. Back in present, Ix invites Twait into private room and tells him to sit on sofa, apologizing for interrupting festival practice. Twait studies him instead. If President wants privacy, maybe he does not want anyone else hearing this. And that strange gaze from last night, the one Twait felt near attack site, probably belonged to Ix. X asks whether Twait gained useful information last night. Twait answers that he confirmed something he had suspected, then presses back. What did X want to discuss? X says he will get to point. Then air snaps. Twait's eyes sharpen as sudden movement explodes across room, turning polite talk into instant danger. X's smile turns terrifying. He asks Twait one brutal question. Is he enemy? Pressure floods room like invisible blade, so sharp Twait understands one wrong twitch could crush his heart. Fear hits him but only for instant. Twait steadies himself in shadow. He admits fear exists, yet his training was never soft enough to let him falter here. Against killing intent this dense he keeps face calm, refusing to break before student council president. Twait answers with careful honesty. Probably not. If Ix is doing something Twait cannot approve of, then maybe he becomes enemy. Ix accepts that truth and tension begins to loosen. But his eyes still measure everything. Ix apologizes for threatening him, then gives reason. He did not expect Twait to endure that pressure without even cold sweat. Real talk begins now. Ix wants his opinion on Academy itself, especially rift between Hero Course and Common Course. Twait remembers duel with Sieg and admits rift is undeniable. Many Hero Course students look down on Common Course, but some have begun doubting that divide. Sieg changed after their duel. One student may be small compared to whole Academy, yet given chance, more can shift too. Twait goes further. He names Mizé, who threw away royal status and threw herself into studies for freedom. He names Gran, strong enough for hero course, yet choosing strength for peace after horrors of war. To Twait, common course students may become symbols of country's coming age of peace. Ix smiles, relieved. Twait's answer matters to him more than expected. Then he reveals shocking truth. He is the one who established common course. Twait freezes. He thought idea came from academy administration, or maybe government, not from student himself. Ix asks if Twait knew he fought in Great Hero Demon War. Twait has heard that much, but Ix adds 2 other students participated too. One was red-haired man Twait met, Valen Steelen. Other was former student council president, and Ix's older sister, Frau Delight. Truth cuts deep. Ix reveals common course was Frau's final request, and Twait realizes why secrets stayed buried. Who would casually speak of sister's death? Ix says he agreed with her intentions, acted according to her wish, and after hearing Twait's answer, feels he has repaid Frau a little. But one shadow remains. Valen still opposes common course even now. When Twait asks why, Ix only smiles and tells him to ask Valen himself. Then mood shifts strangely light. X asks what game Twait will join. Twait says physical race, and when Ix offers to switch him to something closer to real combat, Twait refuses at once. Twait leaves with his own quiet creed. Now that Great War is over, his strength should serve peace, not fighting for fighting's sake. Under open sky, thought becomes vow. That is his own assignment. Somewhere else, bespectacled academy woman reads report in silence, danger already moving around her. Bespectacled woman answers call as Twait's name comes up. Then her expression sharpens. She declares she will end things tonight. When asked how she settled matters, she tells him to report later. Calm smile, folded hands, chilling certainty. She believes this choice is for best. Night falls over academy. Her words linger like command. To decide your own future. Then hidden figures move. One reports bombs have been defused and orders plan forward anyway. But before Shadow can finish slipping through door, Twait strikes, fast enough to make enemy gasp in disbelief. Panic erupts among cloaked intruders. One recognizes Twait as Guy from report, but Twait is already inside their formation. He uses fixation, pins movement, and crushes attempt to call backup by spotting communication paper in enemy's hand. Trap snaps shut before they can breathe. Twait stands among fallen cloaks, coldly noting how quick it ended. Yet speed bothers him. Were they watching? One shaken intruder asks if he is truly student. Twait answers without flinch. So what if he is? Silence presses harder than threat. Enemy commander panics and orders everyone to attack together. Twait only raises hand, unimpressed. There are plenty of students stronger than you, he says, turning their doubt into insult. Outside, Royal Capital sleeps under night sky, while cracked ground hints this fight is only beginning. Elysia and Gran catch up to Mizé outside academy grounds, and question hits first. How was it? Mizé confirms Twait skipped Hawk team practice, exactly as expected. Gran mutters that Twait keeps getting more suspicious while Mizé asks uneasy question. Are they sure he is acting alone? Elysia cannot answer. Elysia reveals what she hid from them. Knights were attacked in town last night, and she and Twait were with knights when it happened. Gran and Mizé recoil. Elysia says Twait seemed to notice something about attacker, and concern in air turns sharp. Mizé connects pieces first. Could attacker and bomb plan be linked? Gran admits Twait is type who keeps crucial information to himself. Elysia's patience snaps. Even after offering help, he still hides important parts, and Mizé flinches when Elysia realizes she may be doing same. Elysia fires back with fierce faith and frustration. Isn't that exactly kind of thing Twait would do? Mizé insists he is slowly improving at his own pace, but Elysia cuts through excuses. Twait is likely acting alone to settle something, and it is definitely connected to bombs. Decision lands. They head to Academy. All three rush through night, Gran spotting someone by Academy gate. He wonders if it is one of Empire's operatives, but Elysia rejects that thought before reaching gate. Waiting there is Mira. She says if not for President, she would not have kept watch. Mira looks startled that anyone came at all, and Mizé blurts her name in shock. Elysia asks why she is here, then asks to pass because they have something to do. Mira apologizes, but her answer is absolute. She cannot let them through. Gate becomes wall. Episode 32 begins elsewhere in sudden violence. Twait moves through Academy shadows as Blade flashes toward him, forcing him into instant evasion. A masked, cloaked enemy lunges from dark, but Twait's body is already turning, ready to answer ambush with counterattack. Enemy rushes again, cloak whipping like beast in dark. Twait twists past kick, flicks small object from his hand, and sends it flying with deadly precision. Masked attacker tracks movement too late. Projectile shoots upward into darkness, setting up next strike before enemy can recover. Masked attacker staggers, shocked Twait moved that quickly. Breath catches under hood. Twait stays calm, arm extended like trigger already pulled, then asks coldly, so what will you do now? Twait reads battlefield without blinking. At this rate, enemy's strategy will fail. Cloaked figure says nothing but hand slides toward hidden move. Distance opens, Tension tightens, and one silent step says duel is not over. Outside gate, Elysia presses Mira's words back at her. What did she mean by not letting them pass? Mira answers with strict composure. Students are currently on campus, in middle of duel. Shock hits all three at once. Duel? Mira explains order with no room for argument. She must prevent anyone from interfering, so she cannot allow them onto campus now. Mise asks purpose, and answer lands like spark to powder. Right to participate in war game for Magical Games Festival. Mise connects history at once. Sieg and Valen fought for that right before. Then her voice sharpens. If someone from Hawk Team suddenly wanted into Wargame, and Mira is guarding gate, who exactly is fighting inside right now? Back inside Academy, Twait faces masked opponent across empty ground. No point hiding face, he says. Same as when Knights were attacked last night. Enemy's silence cracks, because Twait has already tied present duel to Night Assault. Twait names him cleanly. Valen Steelen. Underhood man's mouth twists with disbelief. One hand reaches up. Mask shifts. Twait's eye stays locked, catching every tiny motion as secret identity starts falling apart. Valen pulls hood away with wild grin, asking how Twait found out. Twait gives answer. When he saw Empire operatives using wingboards that should not have reached market yet. Valen's surprise deepens. Twait did not guess. He traced clue enemy thought invisible. Twait lays out trail behind wingboards. Last year's festival was cancelled because of Great Hero Demon War, so aside from teachers, only previous student council members should have known them well. Valen protests that he was not only one, but Twait's suspicion has already narrowed around him. Twait gives brutal reason. Valen was simply most likely culprit. Valen's face goes blank, then grin splits open into laughter. Twait remembers first meeting and notes something worse. Valen no longer cares about hiding, and there were other reasons from start. Twait points to contradiction. Valen tried to bury. Valen took down operative himself, even though he should have been cooperating, all to fool Twait and student council while letting that operative escape. It was never mistake. Valen only pretended to be sloppy, while moving like calculating man from beginning. Twait's question cuts clean. What is your objective? Valen dodges with crude refuel, but Twait presses deeper. Is this tied to death of former student council president during Great War? That name hits nerve. Valen's eye widens, his hand grips at his hair, and anger boils through smile as he curses Twait for running his mouth. Twait's eyes sharpen. Valen lifts his hand and apologizes with no apology in it, saying he is done talking. Black flame coils over his palm, and his fury finally spills out. Twait stuck his nose where it did not belong, and for now Valen plans to make him pay. Power erupts into spinning black vortex, swallowing space between them with violent force. Valen declares he will at least make it so Twait cannot even walk. Twait stands small before whirlpool of magic, while Valen's shocked eye says, attack has gone far beyond normal duel. Outside gate, Truth reaches waiting group. Mira confirms duel is between Valen Steelen and Twait, leaving Mise stunned that Twait wanted wargame entry at all. Gran admits Twait trained him but never mentioned it. Elysia questions whether it is truly just duel, while Mira warns Valen's fighting style is dangerous and students could get caught up. Mise begins asking why President would want Twait and Valen to fight alone. Thought turns darker. Twait once suggested Mastermind could be from student council. If culprit came from inside this country, maybe even student council, then one answer suddenly fits too well. Elysia reaches terrifying conclusion. What if Valen was mastermind behind attempts to cancel festival? Ran's suspicion hardens into something personal. If holding Magical Games Festival and creating Common Course were all meant to force peace onto everyone, then Valen's anger may have been burning from start. Gran turns to Mise and Elysia with urgent request. He needs to go where Twait and Valen are. Mise asks why, and Gran admits two reasons. First, this may involve his hometown. Second, he needs to hear Valen Steelen's story himself. Mise and Elysia exchange silence, then give in with uneasy smiles. Gran's resolve leaves no room for refusal. Mira, block path again, asking if they have given up. Mise answers with steady confidence. No need to worry, Twait will come back safe. Mira insists even if Valen would not use too much force against Common Course underclassmen. But one confused look gives her away. She does not know Twait at all. Mise smiles like she knows secret weight behind that quiet boy. Her answer lands over Twait's calm face inside Academy. Mira should be worrying about other guy. Beneath him, black flame twists and roars. But Twait's expression does not shake. Valen shouts for Twait to get out of his sight, hurling massive black flame forward. Twait stands beneath it, then draws a blade with sharp flash. One clean motion splits, incoming darkness. Twait launches upward and slices through black fire like cutting cloth. Valen stares in stunned disbelief as blade carves open his attack from inside. Speed, angle, timing. Everything happens before fire can swallow him. Explosions burst on both sides as severed flames crash harmlessly away. Valen freezes, shaken by impossible result. His flames were cut apart, not blocked, not endured, severed. Smoke drifts around Twait as he lowers his head with faint apology. He tells Valen he must have wanted to end it instantly, but that will not work. Valen's face twists in shock, because fight he tried to finish in one blow has only begun. Twait raises glowing blade and says it straight. He is stronger than Valen. Across from him, Valen's face collapses into disbelief, only able to spit out one stunned word. Dual title hangs like verdict. Twait versus Valen. Episode 33 opens on aftermath of that impossible cut. Twait stands alone at center, blade lifted as severed flames burn apart around him. Valen stares, shaken to core. His flames were not overpowered, they were severed. Shockwave reaches gate. Gran, Mise, and Elysia jerk toward distant blast, voices breaking with alarm. An explosion? At same moment, Twait turns toward Roar, and Valen's furious cry tears through night. My flames! Mira clicks her tongue and turns toward gate, worried for Valen. Mise and Elysia move at once, but Mira snaps back, blocking them with blade ready. Gran steps forward instead. He asks them to go on ahead, and suddenly path depends on him. Gran plants himself between Mira and others, shouting that he owes them. Mira orders him to stop right there, but Gran's foot slams down with crackling force. Behind him, Mise and Elysia slip through opening, racing toward danger while black fire coils in distance. Valen laughs as black flames blast from both sides, chasing Twait across ground. Twait darts through barrage, then snaps his wand into line and fires fixation. Magic strikes Valen's attack pattern, forcing him to flinch as control of battlefield starts slipping. Twait's blade extends in blur, forcing Valen back with sharp, relentless reach. Valen curses, realizing Twait is not giving him room to breathe. Explanation cuts in. Dawning lets users cast any kind of magic, anytime, anywhere, making them hard to read. So approaching carelessly is dangerous. Twait finishes thought with calm cruelty. If they are given no chance to attack, it does not matter. Valen laughs once, then rage floods his face. He screams not to be patronized, and 4 massive black flames bloom around Twait, closing in like jaws. Black flames crash from 4 directions at once, trying to crush Twait in smoke and force. Yet he slips through with calm precision, reading not only magic itself but its course. Valen grins, realizing Twait saw through Dawning after only one look. Valen admits Dawning users are rare, and seeing someone this skilled with it may be first time for Twait. But instead of continuing attack, he lets conversation open. Twait wonders why Valen would do something like this, and Valen answers with bitter ease. He can talk for a bit. Valen's smile fades into accusation. This country lacks sense of danger, he says. Twait repeats phrase, trying to understand. Valen points back to 3 Build Arts Academy students who joined Great War. Ix Delight, his older sister Frau Delight, and Valen himself. Valen reveals hidden truth behind that war. Their participation was not public, but Kingdom was already preparing for next campaign, starting with Academy students. Twait listens in silence, then reaches ugly conclusion, conscription. Valen confirms it with cold disgust. Build Arts Academy, Valen explains, was built to gather carefully chosen students and train them into best fighters, which is why only Hero Course existed. Children would have been thrown into war because they were more useful than useless adults. But Great War ended earlier than expected, so conscription was never issued. Even without official conscription, Valen says those who fought saw hell. He killed many, almost died many times, and he and Ix barely survived. But Frau did not. His fist clenches until grief turns sharp. Frau died, and to Valen, country that depended on them had no resolve, no danger sense. Valen's resentment spills over. War is already over, Twait says, but Valen cannot accept that answer. The Common Course and Festival feel unforgivable to him. Proof country moved on without learning. When Twait asks what makes him say that, Valen fires back. Does Twait know when 5th Hero Demon War will begin? Valen explodes with fear turned into rage. No theory has solid proof, and once war begins, preparation is already too late. He points to Academy's infiltration as proof world remains unstable. Foreign operatives slipped in because one student worked behind scenes. So Valen declares his goal, to burn sense of danger into this country once more. Twait's answer comes cold. He says he understands Valen's logic, but then Gran snaps. Standing between them with fists clenched, Gran shouts that Valen wrecked town and planned to drag innocent festival goers into danger, yet still dares preach about sense of danger. Valen's face tightens. But before Gran can push further, blast detonates at his feet. Smoke swallows him, and Twait catches his collapsing body. Valen looks down without remorse and spits out why he hates weak Common Course students. Twait holds unconscious Gran and admits he wanted to cool Valen's head peacefully, but that now seems impossible. Valen only laughs, pleased that Twait finally understands. Then turns talk back to Dawning, because knowing what it does is not same as surviving it. Valen raises both hands as power erupts around him. Dawning is not only releasing stored magic, it wraps body in magic itself, and if he dons stronger magic, more magic at same time, Result is obvious. His whole body becomes stronger. Lightning floods battlefield. Valen declares deployment, lightning, and his body vanishes into blinding speed. Twait clicks tongue, eyes narrowed, because for one sharp instant he cannot even see him. Valen disappears, then reappears behind Twait in streak of lightning. Twait twists aside by reflex, dodging blow at last possible moment. Valen grins at those reflexes, but follow-up already comes, fist crashing down with electric force. Twait realizes Valen has donned lightning attribute magic for every attack. Each strike snaps forward like thunder, and Valen drives in again, yelling for Twait to take it. Twait parries under pressure, but every block throws sparks through air. One rockets straight in, lightning bursting from every limb. Twait reads pattern. Movements are mostly straightforward. Valen notices his parries and clicks his tongue, then raises palm as another charge gathers. If Twait can block, Valen will change next move. Valen switches again, flames. Black fire coils over his body, and Twait's eyes sharpen. For all Valen's wild appearance, his control is real. Maybe Donning has one more trick hidden inside it. Twait reads danger at once. Getting hit means burning alive, but Flame has one fatal flaw. It is not fast enough. He slips low through the blaze, cutting beneath Valen's line of attack before heat can catch him. Twait's counter lands clean, sending Valen flying with a brutal strike. Valen staggers, fury and confusion twisting his face. He demands to know why Twait is in common course at all. No, why someone like him is even a student. Twait answers with quiet edge. He has his circumstances too. Valen brushes it off, then gathers power again. This time fire and lightning churn together in his hands. Dual deployment. Twait realizes it instantly. Valen is activating both flame and lightning, overlapping them, and he is done holding back. Valen vanishes in a flash, leaving only speed lines and crackling afterimages. Twait turns, but Valen is already behind him, wreathed in fire and lightning. Impact bursts across Twait's guard, and for first time, his footing cracks. Valen's power jumps another level. He is faster now, stronger too. Twait clicks his tongue as Valen launches high into air, blazing like a falling star, then dives straight down with murder in his grin. If Twait stops moving, he dies. Before strike can finish him, Twait is smashed hard into stone wall with a rough grunt. Then someone steps into space near Valen and calls his name. Valen curses under his breath, bitterly muttering that bunch of wimps got together. Memory cuts open around one name, Frau-san. Young Frau stands before Valen, scolding him as student council president while he grumbles like delinquent. She tells him to stop putting on flashy shows, and he snaps back that if she hates it, she should kick him out already, because she is supposed to hold his leash. In memory, Valen scoffs at Frau's dream. Ix alone should be enough to build common course, he says, and he has no intention of making place for weaklings. Frau only tilts her head, reads him too easily, and asks if that is why he has been so broody lately. Valen snaps back, insisting she remember his warning. Frau leans in, voice gentle but piercing. She says she asked Valen to help for his own sake. He is one who needs to learn his place a little more. The name Valen lands softly, but it cuts deeper than any blade. Frau's words stay calm as Valen stares, caught off guard. If he puts his heart and soul into something, she says his world might change. Then she smiles through final request. Help her establish common course. That, she says, is what he truly wants. Memory shatters into present violence. Valen wakes on broken ground, coughing, dazed, and alone for one terrifying breath. He wonders where everyone went, then senses movement. Footsteps rush through shattered trees, and his eyes snap toward approaching figures. Another explosion erupts near Academy buildings, bigger than before. At gate, Mizé, Alicia, and Mira all flinch, alarm spreading fast. One girl cries that blast was larger than others, and Alicia grabs Mizé, declaring they are going in too. Panic breaks Mira's guard line. Alicia urges Mizé forward while Mira hesitates, then demands they hold it right there. But they are already moving. Finally, Mira clicks her tongue and runs after them, calling for them to wait. Back at battlefield, cracked stone and torn ground reveal how close Valen came to disaster. A calm voice asks if he cannot pay more attention to his surroundings. Twait stands at distance, untouched enough to make insults sting harder than wound. Valen's patience snaps. Wrapped in lightning, he tells Twait to lose already, mocking him for doing nothing but dodging and barely hitting back. But Twait's eyes stay flat. He answers that he does not plan on losing here, and Valen can only spit out one stunned, furious. Ha! Twait points one finger and calmly tells Valen to prepare himself. Valen freezes, eyes widening as tiny shot streaks toward him. A bullet? The thought barely forms before danger is already at his face. Twait fires from his fingertip like it is nothing. Valen scoffs mid-dodge, yelling that E-ranked magic cannot possibly be enough, until Twait's quiet command follows it. Burst. Compressed force detonates beside Valen's head. He twists away with a strangled gasp, then skids across ground, stunned. His eyes shake as one question crashes through him. What in hell was that? Another black sphere screams toward him. Valen jerks back, barely avoiding it, but Twait's warning lands colder than attack itself. If he does not dodge a little more, he will get hit. Then another burst hammers Valen down before he can recover. Valen finally understands. That move is no normal bullet. Twait is releasing compressed magical power and turning Shockwave itself into attack. Even from someone who survived Great War, verdict is clear. Idea makes sense, but density behind it is absurd. Valen curses as Twait forms another miniature mass of power between his fingers. It looks small, almost harmless, yet Valen can feel impossible force packed inside. He lunges through smoke anyway, desperate to close distance before next blast fires. Valen roars that if he gets close enough, Twait will not be able to use it. But Twait slips beside him with surgical calm, finger already set at point-blank range. One word ends that gamble. Burst. The shockwave slams straight into Valen and blows him back. Twait lowers his hand, explaining in silence sharp composure that Sylphia-sensei taught him to release magical power, more useful than expected. Valen hits ground trembling with fury, realizing Twait is not just fighting him. He is toying with him. Valen explodes in outrage. Twait's blast magic, he realizes, was a technique meant to avoid injuring others. Memory cuts back to Sylphia-sensei explaining release. Compress magic, let it out all at once, and let impact do work. Sylphia-sensei confirms why it fits him so well. Released compressed magic is far less lethal, and impact scales with how much power is packed inside. Then she sees through Twait completely, asking if this is power he has been seeking. Twait turns away, caught by answer before he can hide it. Valen snarls that Twait could have shot him down like he did those operatives. Twait stays calm, but answer is blunt. This alone is not enough to defeat Valen. Blast can knock him back, yes. But against someone clad in magic, it will never finish fight. So Twait's real plan begins. He must force Valen to release Dawning first. Most magic he learned is meant for holding back, but one spell is different. His hand rises, light bends around his palm, and Twait declares this one is sole exception. Twait compresses magic to its absolute limit, then reshapes it. A spell practiced countless times becomes a barrier, then something stranger. Space itself distorts around compression like a mirage, and that distortion takes form as one single sword. Twait draws blade from distortion with steady, almost emotionless calm. Compressed sword, reject blade. Not ordinary weapon, not ordinary magic. Even before it swings, air around it feels wrong, like reality has sharpened into edge. Twait reveals its nature. This sword repels magic. Then he moves, one clean slash tears through Valen's black power, and Valen's eyes go wide as his own magic vanishes under Blade's touch. Valen stares at disappearing magic, shaken for first time in new way. He can only curse and ask what that magic is. Twait stands before him with reject blade in hand and begins answer carefully. If he had to explain it to someone who uses Dawning, Valen finally understands horror in Twait's hand. Reject blade is not one barrier. It has 200 barriers compressed into one sword. Valen screams in disbelief, while Twait calmly admits it. They are alike, both far too obsessed with compression. For a beat, Valen can only laugh. Hard, wild, unsteady. In this academy he called boring, he has found someone absurd enough to break his expectations. Then praise slips through his grin. Twait truly is strong, exactly as Valen said at beginning. Valen pieces it together with bitter amusement. Twait is first-year common course, not even hero course, and if Valen had not seen it himself, he would never believe it. Frau's old words echo back about putting heart and soul into something, and Valen's expression changes. He is not done, not yet. Lightning and black flames swell around Valen again as his resolve turns deadly. He declares he is not kind of guy who lets things end like this. Until fight is over, he will keep trying to kill Twait. Twait only raises reject blade and answers with chilling calm. Do as you like. Valen smiles, then launches with everything left. Black flame pours over him, lightning snaps around his body, and his roar tears across broken ground. Twait watches without flinching, blade ready, as Valen charges straight into final clash. Twait swings. Reject blade cuts through Valen's magic like ripping cloth, peeling away flame and lightning from body that depended on them. The truth lands again, merciless and simple. This sword repels magic. Valen collapses forward, drained and furious, but not fully stopped. Twait's eyes soften for one instant, then his hand rises. A compressed glow blooms against Valen's chest, and one word crashes into him at point-blank range. Burst. Far from battlefield, cloaked figures move through supply area among carts, barrels, tents, and armored guards. A blonde, bandaged young man turns sharply as someone calls out one name. While Twait's fight reaches its breaking point, another shadowed thread begins to tighten. Memory opens after war's wreckage. Bandaged Valen steps toward Ix and asks if he lived, and Ix answers he survived somehow. But one name hangs heavier than both of them, Frau. When Valen asks if she is with him, Ix quietly says Frau was assigned to another unit en route. Valen tries to laugh it off, saying that must mean she is doing fine. Ix admits he met someone from Frau's unit by chance, and they told him the hero defeated Demon King few days ago. If war is ending, then Frau should be coming back too. Valen answers only with small, hollow yup. Then truth breaks room apart. A blonde girl slams forward, screaming at Ix for staying silent, demanding why he did not say anything. Valen snaps in confusion, calling her Shiria, while she glares through tears and spits that bastard under her breath. Her grief erupts into words no one wanted to hear. She screams that Ix did not tell them Frau was killed in action. Ix stands frozen, claiming he has nothing to say, while Valen's face twists between disbelief and rage. Valen turns away from Ix and declares he will no longer help establish common course. Sharia calls his name, but he keeps moving. Frau's dream echoes behind him, her wish to create common course so people could live peaceful lives after war. Yet for Valen, that dream has already become too late. Frau's fading silhouette carries Valen's bitter realization. She taught them peace, but only after loss had already swallowed her. Present crashes back in one violent slash, and Valen's eyes widen as Twait cuts through storm around him. Twait's hand drives in with compressed force. He declares Valen's magic undone, then releases it, burst. Impact blooms against Valen's body, tearing away power he wrapped around himself and smashing him backward in flash of white force. Valen is hurled up and over, body flipping helplessly before crashing down hard. In aftermath, he lies with one arm outstretched, while Twait stands nearby among torn ground. Fight has shifted completely, and Valen looks like he finally understands who he challenged. Night falls quiet over broken academy grounds. Valen lies battered under star-filled sky as Twait and Gran stand over him. Twait asks if he is awake, and Valen answers weakly before admitting truth through pain. Twait is strong. Valen keeps speaking from ground, comparing Twait to himself. Twait also seems strong enough, he says. Someone who became strong after losing something important. That is why Valen believed Twait would arrive on time next time too, because danger mattered so much to him. Twait pieces it together in silence. Valen tried to instill sense of danger so fewer people in this country would suffer like he did. But when Valen mutters that someone as strong as Twait would never understand his feelings, Gran's voice cuts in hard. Valen is one who does not understand. Valen snaps back, stunned, while Twait recognizes Gran at once. Gran stands battered but awake, and he throws Valen's own logic back at him. Valen is strong, so he does not understand how weak people feel. Then Gran reveals why his words carry weight. He also fought in Great Hero Demon War, volunteering as soldier for another country, and he knows battlefield hell firsthand. Gran does not hide shame behind pride. He says he ran away from that hell because he is weak. Then his voice rises, raw and shaking, as he tells Valen not to assume everyone in this country can keep fighting like him. Gran drives point deeper. Only few people can vow to fight never-ending battle, he says. Many more will give up, and Valen's so-called sense of danger will crush them. Twait watches as Gran faces Valen directly, declaring that no matter how strong Valen is, he cannot force everyone to accept it. Twait steps in with quieter but firmer answer. Everyone leads different lives, and some people need peace, even if temporary. He has learned that ordinary everyday life is something worth protecting, and he believes protecting it matters for future of people important to him. Still, he makes one thing clear. He does not agree with Valen. Silence settles. Valen sees Twait's conviction, Gran's anger, and maybe even shadow of Frau's old smile. His resistance finally loosens. With bruised face and tired eyes, he gives in. Not surrendering his belief, but accepting pause, and says he will wholeheartedly think it over. Mizé and Elysia finally reach wrecked battlefield with Mira behind them, and freeze at crater carved into academy grounds. Elysia blurts out confusion. Mizé calls for Twait and Gran clicks his tongue, annoyed that more troublesome people have arrived. For now, Twait says Lucia Empire operatives will not be infiltrating Academy, but his unfinished thought leaves danger hanging in air. Under starry sky, Twait looks upward, mind shifting from fight to bigger question. How much did Student Council President know? Nearby, someone says it seems over, then asks Ix how much he explained to Valen, because even after Valen fell, truth still has loose ends. Ix answers with same gentle smile. Almost nothing, though Valen seems to have understood. Sharia is not convinced, warning that letting that rabid dog vent on brand new freshmen was reckless. Ix laughs it off, saying Valen would not have listened to him anyway. Ix admits Valen needed someone other than him to confront him. Across ruined field, Valen's bruised face says more than words. Ix notes it has been long since he saw that expression on Valen, and Sharia mutters it did not look that way to her. Yet Ix smiles, saying Valen was not even serious yet, because Twait is full of surprises. Ix explains why surprise matters. Twait normally defeats opponents before they even notice he is there, but even forced into direct fight, he remains very strong. Sharia finds that strange and asks obvious question. If Twait is that capable, why would he choose common course? Ix only answers with quiet curiosity. Why indeed? Ix prepares to leave, saying he must head to Night Order's garrisons and ask them to restore Academy security. Then another problem slips out. Some operatives may still be around Academy. Ix pauses, remembers he forgot to deal with them, and calmly wonders where he set those up. Eyes sharpen. Across rooftops, hidden silhouettes light up in his awareness. Figures scattered through trees, walls, and shadowed corners. Ix smiles, lifts his hand, and glowing magic circles bloom between his fingers as if he has been holding entire battlefield in palm all along. Cloaked operatives barely have time to react. Columns of light crash down from sky, swallowing their hiding places one after another. In Sing Sisasna's architecture, Ix turns night itself into execution ground, and Academy's remaining shadows are blasted apart. Ux smiles with terrifying ease, confirming every hidden operative has been handled. With the last shadows swept from Academy, he asks Sharia for one more favor. Round them up, hand them to Knights, and let Knights cleanup end properly. 2 weeks pass, and Bildard's Academy breathes again under bright sky. Crowds gather for Magical Games Festival opening ceremony. Announcement echoing across campus. Somewhere nearby, a glowing communication device reports what everyone needed to hear. No further issues here. A bespectacled blonde woman receives the update with calm relief and thanks Chris for his report. Chris answers from school grounds, saying she worked hard too, but she brushes it aside. She was worried at first, yet now she smiles. He is doing all right and his duty is over. Chris is not ready for that ending. When she says she will still rely on him in future, his face tightens with emotion. But footsteps cut moments short. Twait arrives, saying Elysia and others have come, and Chris can only rush toward door before another small voice protests. She wants more outside missions too, together with 28. Comedy crashes through tension. Chris leaves wearing a ridiculous determined face, desperate to keep her older sister position, while another girl can only stare and ask what that expression even was. Outside, Elysia and Mizé spot Twait at once, smiling bright like festival itself has finally begun. Elysia explains opening ceremony is about to start, and Gran is saving their seats. Then she drops biggest name of day. Aside from king and foreign dignitaries, Hero will appear in person. Twait goes quiet at that word, and Mizé immediately notices shift in him. Twait tries to wave it off, saying nothing is wrong, so group moves on. Elysia grabs his hand to hurry him along, making Mizé flustered and strangely competitive. When Twait asks what is happening, Mizé clenches her hand and declares with fierce little fire, she will not lose. Mizé smiles with new resolve. Then group gets pulled into festival crowd. Gran waves from seats, students chatter all around, and Twait watches ordinary life unfold in front of him. Back when he belonged to organization, he knew nothing about this. Normal people's everyday lives, fragile, noisy, and worth protecting. Festival noise surrounds Twait, bright and ordinary, but his thoughts cut deeper. He knew many people risk their lives to protect this fragile peace, and that is why he wanted to understand meaning of everyday life. What he found was not one answer. Normal, peace, happiness. Each person carries different version, and he accepts that. Manhwa falls as Twait stands among smiling friends. With calm resolve, he chooses his own normal life, not alone in shadow anymore, but beside Mizé, Elysia, Gran and others who made it real. He will keep enjoying this everyday life with his friends, and protect irreplaceable peace he finally learned to treasure.